A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to the second ODI between South Africa's women and England's women. The news is that England have won the toss and are batting first. And as we speak, Tammy Beaumont just knocks this one backward of off and down to third man, and she jogs through for a single, and that gets them off the mark. Shibi Ismail is the bowler, and we are 2 balls into this 50-over innings, and it brings Emma Lamb to the crease. With me is Anis Mohammed. Good afternoon, Anis.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully, this is going to be a stand-up performance from the South Africans this time, after a bit of a downer in the last game.
Shibi, and again, just angling this one in to the right-handed Lamb. She knocks it into the onside, and no run. I have a feeling that the South African team is just off the boil at the moment. I think that there's been a lot of injury disruption. I think they piled an enormous amount of energy into the New Zealand World Cup, and there's just a sense of people being tired and injured and maybe a little bit off their peak. As Shibi comes in again for the 4th ball of the over, straight through her. It angles back. I think it might have got a bit of an inside edge past the diving Trish Chetty, and it will run away down to fine leg to the boundary, and it is given as 4 runs by the umpire, who I'll need to have a look up who that is, and a chance right up front.
Yeah. It just shows the difference that Shibi Ismail brings to the team. I was saying during the last game that Laba looked really. She got a bit of stick, but she had to be better of Bo. What's it? The Centurion last time. For the majority of time, she was bowling to her. But this with Shibi Ismail in this bowling lineup, it just seems like there's more of a chance every ball.
Yeah, it was indeed Emma Lamb, I think, who scored the Centurion in the first game. And indeed, that 5th ball, Emma pushes forward, gets a bit of an outside edge, a thick outside edge, and it just runs down to third man. They jog through for a single. I was incorrect, by the way. That was actually given as 4 byes, that previous ball. So Emma just getting off the strike there. This final one in the channel, outside off, left alone by Tammy Beaumont, and England are 6 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, good first over for both sides. Ishmael getting the edges, which would be very positive for her, and the English batters just getting the runs, going around a ball. First up is very, very, very good.
Yeah, there were a couple of times when the South Africans could have felt unlucky. Should be really swinging it in quite nicely to the right-hander, and it is going to be her partner in crime, Marizanne Kapp, who is described by her wife as the best cricketer in the world at the moment. And I wouldn't argue with her either on fact or on principle. I think you never argue anything with Donna.
Against your wife, no. She has to say that. But yeah, I think the biggest problem that the South Africans faced last time was they just couldn't control the flow of runs, because it was like trying to they trying to plug holes in a dam, and they just couldn't find a way to do it. And they just let things go like 1 or 2 4 balls every over, and hopefully we can see a bit more control this time.
Marizanne starts with a loopy ball outside off, and it's just chopped a bit by Emma Lamb into the offside, and they come through for a single. Anis, I need to ask you: are you and I on the same time frame, or do you need me to pause for a little bit so that you can catch up?
I think I'm about 30 seconds behind you.
Okay, so it's not an absolute train smash. What I might do is just whiffle a little bit for a ball until I think that we're more or less together. But we'll do that the next ball as Tammy Beaumont just rocks back and defends it. Laura Wolfart comes jogging in to collect, and there is a no run. England 7 without loss after 1.2 balls. Tammy is on 1, Emma is on 2. And England 7 without loss, as I said. Right, it is going to be a Marizanne Cup to continue, and this is a cutaway all the way to the boundary, the point boundary. I'm going to pause it there for 30 seconds as we describe that. Tammy Bowman just rocks back, and it sits up, begs to be hit ready, and is slapped away for 4. If you'll let me know when you're able to see that one.
Okay. Yeah, it was just a real. It was just really as she comes in now, and there's the shot slapped away.
There, fantastic. All right, we are there together now, and so everyone else can delay themselves. If you're watching the DSTV feed, it's exactly 30 seconds behind we are commentating on. Of course, you're going to hear us, I think, another 45 seconds behind that. But it was a shorter ball, just really set up, and Bowman didn't have to put a lot of effort into it. Just stroked it away very nicely.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is like the one ball and over, but all the way through the innings. Was
much really better ball this by Marizanne Cup, a fuller ball, just a little bit of shape away from the right-hander and well left alone by Bowman, even signaling to her partner, oh, that hooped a bit.
Yeah, I think one of the things what I liked about this, it was weird because she came in off the seam and then moved away in the air after it pitched, which you don't see that often. So yeah, conditions.
A wry smile from Marizanne Cup. This one slightly over-pitched, in fact, and it is swinging away, but Bowman is able to just lean into that and slap it away through the mid-off region, extra cover region, I think. And that is away 4-4. And Marizanne Cup are looking a little bit expensive first up.
Yeah, but Marizanne Cup shouldn't be disheartened about that shot being hit through the covers like that, because Bowman's playing well away from her body, not getting a foot across, so there is a chance to be caught behind.
There is, and there are 2 slips, or there were 2 slips in place. There is now just the 1 slip, as this is shaping away from the right-hander, well left alone through Trish Chetty, and no run.
Good follow-up ball, just pulling it back a bit, short of a length outside off, keeping it there. South Africa, they need to find a way to. Oh, that's the end of the over. 15 for no loss after 2. But yeah, South Africa need to find a way to just stem the flow of run. Now in the power play, it's fine. It's not really fine, but it's it's okay. But during the period where the fielders are out, they can't be going at two four balls and over, and that's what cost them last time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, and particularly if Cap is traveling, that's not a great sign. Shorter ball by Trisha Chetty, and Lamb gets onto it a little bit late on the shot. Got quite a lot of a thick bottom edge to that. It goes on the bounce through a vacant 3rd slip region, and it is. I didn't actually see who that was. Was it Aiboga Kaku who came around and took a lead?
Yeah, I think it was.
Was it Kaka? And they scamper through for 2. There is quite a wide second slip, but it went on the bounce past her. Right, so Trish Chetty in again for the second ball of her second over, and angling it in, and just gets her on the hip bone, the left hip bone. That's quite sore, because that's not really covered by anything. And she gives it a bit of a rub. She'll be fine.
No, don't grab it. Don't grab it. Don't show weakness. Don't show weakness. Don't grab it.
It actually hit her in the kidneys. It was, I mean, I would have been man down if you'd hit me there. And she's pretty strong, and taking her guard outside the crease, hoping to get Shibby on the full, but this is a great length ball that is just defended into the offside, no run.
That's very brave, because Shibby's quick in comparison, coming outside of and she's not swinging it as much as Marizanne Cup, so standing out of your crease to negate any swing, but having less time to play the ball is very brave from Emma Lamb.
I mean, I think she's the nature of Shibby is she's not gonna hit you on the chin. She's gonna skid it through to you, fuller ball, and just straying a little bit too straight, worked into the onside, collected by Captain Sine Luce at mid-on, and still the stand-in captain. She's considered by CSA. Yeah. And I don't think we've had anyone but her captain for just about as long as we've been doing guerrilla cricket. But
she's still step up. She's the best player. Make it permanent. But I think Marizan might also be on the way out.
Yeah, I don't think Marizan is that sort of leader. I think Marizan is very shy, and I think that Dane is fantastic for that. So this is wide down the leg side and is going to be signalled wide by umpire. I was going to introduce you to her a moment ago. It is umpire Anna Harris, who is standing on Shibby's end.
Yeah, just trying too much there. Trying too hard, trying to bowl a bit too fast, and just losing the control.
Yeah. No, what I was saying about today is that even today they released the T20 squad for the Commonwealth Games and put in a statement that Dane is still considered the captain but hasn't yet recovered from her broken ankle, as this is left alone outside the off stump and no run.
I'd like to see them give, maybe, I don't know if it's too much for right now at this point in the career, but long-term prospect Laura Fulford, you give her the captaincy.
I would imagine she
give it to her 22.
I think you're right. I'm trying to think who else is coming through. Sine is probably in her late 20s, isn't she?
Yeah.
So she's at the right sort of age. And Laura, I don't know, would you want to mess with Laura's process at the moment? As there's a shorter ball, she's pulled. Oh, it just goes on the bounce to Sine. And I just get the feeling she must have started slowly there.
I think she stopped. I thought that she could have gotten there, and
it was in the air for a long, long time. It got big on Tammy Beaumont, and she tried to pull it. She just got it on the splice, and it looped to Sine Luce at mid-off. She's obviously hanging back. This is a fuller ball, and it's pitched in line with leg stump. Half-hearted appeal by Shibby Ishmael. And not out, says Anna Harris, who is just shy of her 24th birthday and standing in her 5th international match.
I would just like to point out, you said that Ishmael is most likely not going to get you on the chin. And it's a short one. I was like, just to prove umpire Simon wrong.
Yeah, you're quite right. In fact, even as I said it, I thought to myself, actually, Shibby's one of the few bowlers that I know who can actually, the few female bowlers who can bowl a snorter. And it's just that it starts from only 5 feet above the ground. That is a little bit confusing. But it certainly climbs off a leg.
During the previous game, that you could see that the South African bowlers were hitting the deck hard and they were bowling quite a heavy ball. And we would love to see what Ishmael could do, who does skid it on a bit more.
Yeah. Oh, what we didn't pick up, incidentally, as Marizan Cup is just knocked into the offside there, is that ball that's Beaumont had a bit of a flap at was in fact a free hit after a no ball. We didn't see the no ball.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why Sine wasn't overly enthusiastic about chasing it down.
I'm gonna dive. No, I'm gonna have to.
Marizan Cup is going to be bowling to Tammy Beaumont. Beaumont is on 9, England 21 without loss. Fuller ball, just angling away off the seam and defended off the back foot. Once again, showing her partner that it's swinging away. Maybe encouraging her friend Marizan as well. Of course, all of these women now know each other very, very well, having been teammates in opposition in the 100 and in the BBL. It's a very, very sort of small crop of top female players. And I'm sure that they all play each other 20 or 30 times a year, it must feel like now. Again, just angling away and defended into the offside. It is the floppy wearing, I think that was Nadine de Klerk who did the fielding and no run.
My thing is now, the way cricket has evolved is that you finding guys playing for the national team that play more with their opposition than they do with their national team.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. And sometimes, a shorter ball and just worked into the onside by Tammy Beaumont. It's a very, very slow pitch, I think, and anything short just sits up. And it's an easy for Beaumont on to 13. Nigel Long does the signalling, very, very senior English umpire. And the ECB doing what unions do all over the world, is trying to, in fixtures of a certain level, trying to pair an inexperienced umpire who's competent but inexperienced at that level with a very experienced one who can guide you through. Defended into the offside, no run.
Much like our commentary stints.
Much like our commentary. Well, you are substantially more experienced than I am this year, Ernie. So I've barely snuck in behind the mic, but I felt that I'd had enough of a break, and it was not the end of the world to come through and have another go. Cut to bowl the final ball of her over. She's gone for 14 so far, and again short, again hit hard, just in front of square, past a diving Nadine de Klerk, who's on the square, so that must have hurt a little bit as she hit the ground, but easily carved away for Beaumont is on to 17 off 16, and England have galloped off to a great start, 29 without loss after 4.
Marathon Cup being very expensive, currently going at 9 and over. Ooh. Is not good at all. It's going at 9 and over compared to Shabir Ishmael is going at 3.5. So maybe a bowling change from Captain Sinelus needs to come into action now.
Yeah, well, I think the concern is that the anything short of a length with at pace is just sitting up, and so maybe they need to get someone like is Tumi in the 11 today. Who can just bowl some wobblers. But it is going to be Shibby to continue, and she starts with a bouncer that Emma Lamb just ducks underneath and allows to go through to Trish Shetty, and no run.
Yeah. I'm just checking if Tumi is playing. Can't find it now on the playing. There we go, playing.
Shibby is going to start her run-up again. We are playing in Bristol, by the way, down in the southeast of England, chopped into the offside, and it goes on the bounce through to Laura Wolfart, who does the fielding. No run, England 29 without loss.
Tumi isn't playing. I think Shabir Ishmael came in for Tumi Sekakune.
Okay. The hero. I said Bristol was in the southeast. It is not at all. It is in the it is in the west. It is just south of. I had it confused with Brighton. As this is back of a leg and defended into the offside, no run. So you know that if you imagine, I always thought of England as looking like Maggie Thatcher squatting.
Oh no.
So just where her legs reach her tummy, that is where Bristol is.
Oh, no. Oh. I'm not going to unsee it now.
Yeah. So Maggie Thatcher had a very particular hairstyle, and so the east of Scotland is the hairstyle. As this is again defended into the offside and no run. And then she's her Cornwall or her legs that are sticking out into the Atlantic. I'm not quite sure whether Wales. I think Wales is her knitting. I don't think I'm going to be as uncharitable as to say it's her book.
Yeah, Wales is a knitting. The coal mining.
Yeah.
I love that Bristol's in the midwestern side of coal mining. Yeah, those during a rain as
defended into the offside, no run.
Because during her reign as prime minister, there were coal strikes in the Midwest, and so they were those useless coal miners. So now everybody's useless.
Yeah, by my calculations, there were coal strikes in Maggie Thatcher's armpit. So this is indeed Bristol, which is not Brighton, but is more or less the same. Yeah, I just realized the other day how poor my knowledge of British geography is. I thought for a moment this was Corton ball, but it wasn't. It was a bump ball, defended hard into the pitch, and Ishmael takes an easy catch, one hand, one bounce, throws it into the air, and has a bit of giggle with the umpire. That is the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 29 without loss. Maiden. We were so busy talking rubbish. In fact, are we still on it? Yes. I think I've lost Anise, but we will carry on as England are 29 without loss after 5. Beaumont is there on 17. Lamb is there on Emma Lamb is there on 6, and Kaka is going to be the change in bowling. Otto is going to join me briefly while we sort out what happened with Anise. Sorry, Otto, I didn't actually sign in, so I'm not able to bring Anise back on. But we had spoken about the need to have a change in bowling, with Marizan taking a bit of tap, and it is going to be Ayabonga Kaka, who comes in right arm over as well, far too straight, in fact, angling down the leg side, and is just worked off her hips by Tammy Beaumont, and they jog through for a single. Beaumont onto 18. England gets to the 30 mark.
Hello, Simon. You well?
Yes, very, very well, thanks, Otto, and lovely to see you again. I think the last time you and I spoke, we were probably at a stadium somewhere.
Yes, indeed. Anise is back, by the way.
Sorry, I thought.
Fantastic.
Yeah. In the middle of my Margaret Thatcher analogy.
You've just missed the one ball, which is defended into the offside, and a no run by Emma Lamb. Ayabonga Kaka is bowling. Couple of comments coming in on our Facebook and YouTube feed. Hamid Al-Jogi saying, please send the link where we can see this match live on Facebook. I'm afraid we are radio only on the side. We can't bring you the pictures for various boring legal reasons. It's worked into the onside, and the fielding is done by Shibi Ishmael, who jogs around with her fancy sunglasses on, and they jog through for 2. 32 without loss.
I am actually looking for. We were talking about me being a bit more experienced than you on the radio side of things. Now we have a debutante today. Later.
Oh, fantastic. I look forward to hearing about that in a moment as Lamb rocks back. She's going to beat Mlaba, who is at fine leg, and it just easily cut away. And it's the same problem with Ayabonga Kaka that we had with Marizan Cup. The second she is short of a length, that ball just sits up and asks to be hit.
Just offering too much width. But like you said, anything short of a length just sits up. The pitch is so slow, and a bit of moisture underneath, just killing all the pace in the ball.
Absolutely. Who is that debutante?
Leah.
Oh, Leah. Okay, fantastic. Worked into the offsides and collected in the covers by Nadine de Klerk, and a no run. Yeah, Leah's been a friend of the pod, as they say. What a friend of the commentary team for years and years and years. Possibly going to become the first German cricket commentator ever, I would have thought.
Okay, wait. We're going to have to look at that. Otherwise, we're going to have to give a props for that.
Again, cut away, but this is a little bit finer, and so straight to Mlaba, who does the fielding and sends it back. I hope she's got a thick German accent. That'll be wonderful.
No! I think that's why they kept you away from
really looking. Yeah, we're not. Don't mention faulty towers.
Oh no!
So she's Lydex Lair on Twitter, and definitely worth a follow. She's full of opinions. Just a reminder, you can tweet us at Gorilla SA. Please do, GUERILLASA, Gorilla SA, and we will happily read out your tweets on air. You can also follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. Actually, YouTube is the one we want you to subscribe on. Google One World Sports Radio on YouTube, and that's where our feed is. Right, is this good? Oh, well, this is odd. So this is Marizan Cup has really just been changed ends. And she's now going to bowl her third over. and short, and it's a little bit quicker maybe. And Lamb gets up high and just drops it into the onside, and they go through for a single. England 38 without loss now after 6.1.
A good omen that as Marizon Cup was running in, the sun just burst through the clouds like, ah! Like shining down. Is this a sign? Oh, I thought.
Again, short and easily pulled by a Bowman who actually needed to get quite low because it didn't really get up very, very well. But not troubling either of these batsmen at all at the moment. And South Africa need to rethink this length that they're bowling. Easily pulled away for 4, and that takes Bowman through to 22.
More of the same, short of a length, setting up and swatted away. I thought they showed a picture of a couple of ladies in the crowd, and I think they were scouts. But it was so quick. I thought they were wearing watermelon hats, but it was just their green berets.
Oh yes, yeah. Are they called brownies still these days, or Girl Guides, or are they called scouts? As again, a shorter ball, again worked into the onside, much finer. In fact, finer than fine leg. And another 4 to Bowman. She goes on to 26. England go on to 46. And South Africa need to come up with a plan.
That one just dropped short, but going down leg side as well. Bowman just easily just helps it along the way. And it beats fine leg that was coming around. I'm not sure. I think there's a difference between the Girl Scouts and brownies and guys. I think there's a difference.
Yeah, so I mean, back in the 80s, brownies were the equivalent of cubs, and girl guides were the equivalent of scouts. But I think it's all been made, what do we call it, co-ed now? Yeah. That everyone is just one thing, but who knows? They all definitely seem to be, weirdly, without any sort of cultural thought about this at all. I looked at them and in the back of my mind just thought, oh, it's a funeral society, and moved on with my life. But of course, I doubt that the local Bristol chapter of the ZCC Funeral Society has come through. But you never know. As this is chopped into the offside, and they come through for did they come through for a single there? No, they didn't. Does England stay on 46 without loss?
Just Leah on YouTube saying that she can absolutely do a thick German accent, and she's pretty sure she's not the first German to commentate on cricket.
I'm pretty sure she probably is. So I hope she's going to do some research and tell us about the fine history of German cricket commentary.
Well, she is on stats today.
That is the end of that over, and England 46 without loss after 7, a run rate of 6.5 at the moment. Bowman is there on 26, Lamb is on 14, and we have a tweet, which I think I've heard mentioned on Guerrilla Cricket UK, this account, but I've never seen it in the wild before. It's GC Radio, Naked Fun Porn Bot, saying Bristol is Margaret Thatcher's Bradman. Yes, that's pretty much exactly what I was considering it to be, with no offense whatsoever to Sir Donald or to the Baroness, or indeed to Bristol. In fact, of those 3, I think Bristol is the one that most deserves the apology. Fuller ball from Ayabonga Kaka, defended off the front foot by Lamb, and no run.
Only one of them is still on the planet. Oh no. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one of the things that took me quite a while to get used to, is the antipathy towards Donald Bradman from the Guerrilla Cricket UK guys. But I think he just had some rather old-fashioned opinions in his later years. As Kaka strays down the leg side here, it is given as a wide by Nigel Long, along with 2 L's to rhyme with llama, and England go on to 47 without loss.
As we all do have weird opinions when we're older.
Some are more odorous than others, though, I think.
Yeah.
The third ball of the over is defended into the offside, and no run.
I don't think the llama's doing the trick here at the start, but hopefully she'll stick around and bring some good luck to the Proteas.
Indeed. I really like this new England kit, by the way. The training kit, this grey, looks really, really spiffy. The men I noticed started wearing it, I think, about a month or 6 weeks ago. Worked into the onside by Emma Lamb. They come through for a single. England go to 48. Lamb is on 15. Bowman has had a rocketing start, 26. She's hit anything short away for 4. And England will be very, very happy with us so far.
Yeah, fantastic start by them. 5 overs in, going at 6.4. On course for a big one for the South Africans to chase.
Bonga just seaming this in from outside the off. It was short, and Bowman tried to pull her around, but I think maybe this time slightly beaten for pace, and it gets through her and wraps her on the ribcage. She didn't look sore, but she looked irritated.
Yeah,
that she had missed out
a long way too. That one deviated a long way off the track. So maybe the track isn't dead. It's just a better length will get you results.
Yeah, I think that's what saved Kaka. And again, she's swinging it in and wraps Bowman on the pads. She's actually getting too much movement to make that even worth a shot. And remember, Bowman is batting outside her crease as well. So you've really got to get her back to rights to be worth appealing if you're swinging it in.
But now the trick is not to go the other way and bowl it too far outside off, thinking that it's going to swing in that much all the time.
No, exactly. Slightly further outside off this time, but nicely in that channel and just defended by Bowman. She gets the inside half of the bat. It goes on the bounce through to, I think that was Audrey Steyn, who was fielding at square leg. That is the end of Ayabonga Kaka's second over. She's 0 for 10 off her 2. Which is better than average for the South African innings. We are going to see Marizanne come in for her 4th over of the innings. She's 0 for 27 at the moment, taking a bit of a pounding from Tammy Beaumont.
There was only 2 runs off of that over. There was a good comeback over from Ayabonga Kaka.
No, it was indeed decent. And Shibi Ishmael walks across and hands the ball personally to Marizanne Kaka, who ties her hair up in that traditional bun of hers and comes in past Anna Harris. And it is just driven beautifully. Takes it at the top of the bounce, stands tall and drives it, threads it between point and cover. Really, really good cricket. Not too much power in the shot, and so Nadine de Klerk is able to chase it down and gets it just before the boundary. And there are... I see. There's 50-run partnership up. Have you got the stats easy to hand?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you get those in a moment as Marizanne is defended into the offside by Emma Lamb and no run.
Yeah, that first 50 came off of... Oh, my maths is horrible today. 50.
8.1 overs.
Yeah, 8.1. Yeah. So going at just over 6. So yeah, it's been very, very, very good batting so far. I'm just so sorry about my maths failing me at this moment. But yeah, 50 was 26 to Tammy Beaumont, 17 to Emma Lamb, and 7 to the good old extras.
50 off 49, and then it was 50 off 50, and now it's 50 off 51. So we're seeing the run rate plunging down to 5.88 now. Pressure is on England. Will they be able to withstand it? Another full ball and driven. She doesn't really get very much of it, and it is through to Chloe Tryon, who's at that catch and cover position, and no run. Still on 50. They've now had 3 dots in a row, which is has been fairly unique for this innings. There was the one maiden we saw bowled by Shibi Ishmael earlier on in the day. Here comes Marizanne Kapa again and driven beautifully square past a diving, I think it was probably Laura Wolfart at point, and it rockets away to the boundary at point. Lamb is on 21 now, and England move along to 54.
Just too much width offered, and I think what I feel is that her plan is to bowl straight on the stumps as close as possible, and then offer width, so in the hopes that she's going to flash at it and get a nick. But Beaumont's just getting on top of it and just playing it beautifully.
Driven into the offside, Chloe Tryon does the fielding, and England remain on 54 without loss. That is the end of 9 overs now. Run rate bang on runner ball. Beaumont is on 26 off 25. Lamb is on 21 off 30. comparatively pedestrian. Plenty of extras as well. 7 extras at the moment. England off to a flyer.
Yeah, but like I was saying, so there was Lamb that just hit the boundary before. It's the hoping for that breaking concentration where you offer something wide and juicy and the eyes light up and the batter just has a swing at it and gets the edge. But I think these two are too set to fall for that right now. And
I think there's
really built up enough for that as well.
A shorter ball and just pulled away by Beaumont. Didn't get massive amounts of it, actually. I thought she'd hit a lot harder than she had. They scamper back for 2. Great running. And Trisha Chetty does it collects at the striker's end, but they get back no problem. Beaumont goes to 28, 56 without loss.
Shamim Ismail showing that her ankle is fine because she made hard yards there very quickly.
Yeah, she did indeed. So Kaka just a little bit too short there. She comes in again, one of the very, very senior players in the Gauteng. Oh, very, very full loopy ball in the I don't know, almost a wide actually. It was that far out. And Beaumont really threw a bat at it, but played over the top of it, and it goes on the bounce through to a Chetty, no run.
Message on YouTube. Leah says Dan Weston, not that one, is a former German cricketer that founded the European Cricket League during which he commentates. He's from Perth though. Doesn't count.
No. We need a proper German from Germany. That's all that entails. I mean, Stephen Fry has a lovely German accent.
Yes,
and I think getting him in as a cricket commentator, but as a German MCC president, as this works into the onside, they come through. There is a bit of a shy at the striker's end, and the ball is deflected. They think about coming back for a second, but they turn it down, and Anna Harris will jog through to reset the castle. It was Audrey Steyn coming through from square leg to do that fielding.
Something that just happened and has become the norm, and I haven't really been thinking about it. I thought it was only happened in T20s, but when were new balls from both sides introduced in the 50 over game?
It was there for many, many years in the late 90s, 2000s. And then it went away a bit, and I think it came back again.
Yeah.
No, I think it's actually always been in place. As this is defended as the offside and no run.
Because it's when did they do it again? What? Because I know there was a stage where they'd have to replace a whole lot of replace the balls often, but I didn't know that they had new balls from each end.
Was this just asked you, or are you asking me the question?
No, I'm asking.
Defended off the back foot. No, I think it's always been there. So there's no run there. Is that the end of the 10th over, or we've got one more to come? I think we've got one more to come. 9.5 bowled, 58 without loss. It's. I think remember them introducing it. And that was, I don't know. I mean, that was almost 20 years ago, if not more. And I don't think it's ever been taken away since then. I think it's been the standard. Another full ball and just swinging in slightly, and no run. That is the end of the 10th over. 58 without loss, and Beaumont is on 29. Lamb is on 21. So far, it's all England. It's been. I don't know what happened through COVID, but the quality of cricket ball, there's certainly the elite Duke that the guys have been playing with in England. Yeah. People have been moaning about that, even more than usual, Stuart Broad. But I mean, the balls that we've been using at local league level, at local club level, have also been very, very shoddy. So I'm not sure whether the cows got a little bit ill as well, or lonely or something, that the leather's just not up to.
They're just treating it differently because maybe they finally realize, well, the ball doesn't have to last 50 overs; it only needs to last 25. So maybe they're just treating it differently. Oh, that's the end of the power play too.
It is indeed the end of the power play, and Ishmael is going to come back for another spell. I'm quite surprised by these bowling changes. That they took Mirazan off and just changed her end. They are doing the same with Ishmael. And I just wonder whether we shouldn't maybe get some spin on just to see whether that's not going to be a little bit more useful. Back of the length, played into the offsides, and Chloe Tran does the fielding, no run.
We still got we still have a couple of bowlers to go through in this team. So Nadine de Klerk obviously, and Glover for the spin, but Sine loose as well. We'll probably bowl some leg spin.
Wait into the onside, and they just come through for a single and no run. And they come through for a single and no run. What am I talking about? They come through for a single, and that takes them through to 59. I think that that Sinead's got a real confidence problem with her bowling at the moment. So she's seems to have been very unkeen to bowl. She bowled herself for a couple of overs in the test and travelled a little bit back of a length and cut away past the diving left hand of Laura Wolfart. That runs away for the local Bristol Funeral Society, signalling with enthusiasm, and and England move on to 63.
I think that it was a fantastic shot, first of all, but I think that de Klerk is going to struggle because she bowls with quite a heavy ball as well, so she really bangs it in.
Yeah, again a shorter ball, and Lamb just gets underneath it a little bit, and it flies away on the bounce down to third man, who collects and sends it back in. They come through for a single. She goes to 26. Bowman is there on 30. And England 64 without loss.
Goodall bowled during the World Cup. Laura Goodall bowled during the World Cup. Give her a trundle if we see that spin is working. We try and have a go.
Yeah, I'm always surprised by how quickly Nadine does actually bowl. I tend to think of her as a dibbly doubler, but she's not. She's able to get a bit of pace, which is going to work against her on this pitch, I think. Although I think maybe the problem is a length thing rather than than anything else. Yeah.
Werner Erasmus comes to my rescue and says they only started using 2 new balls to start with against since 2011. He can still remember Charlotte Langeveld's spell of reverse swing bowling to take a hat-trick against the West Indies. I missed that. I missed it being 1 ball. I remember that spell. That was a fantastic spell bowling.
Pulled away in front of square. There is a diving attempt by Audrey Steyn. It's going to trickle. And Sinead Luce does actually just manage to pull it in. And they come through for 2, I think it is.
Yeah.
Lamb goes to, it might have even been 3, actually. Bowman onto 33, Lamb onto 26, and England 67 now without loss.
Better watch how I say this. The South African attack looks like it's really lacking the penetration needed to be successful today.
They need to. I think they just need to try and change things up a little bit. The pace has not worked. And
the length has not worked.
And so let's just bring some spin on. We're out of the power play now. I would have thought this 11th over would have been the perfect time to give a bit of swing a go, but it will come, I'm sure.
I just hope that it doesn't come too late or you're bowling out. It is going to be Abonga Kaka to continue, and she's too full. Worked into the onside. Marizan has to run from mid-wicket and collect it. And I'm all over the place today. They come through 4-2, Bowman's to 35, and England 69 without loss. Fair crowd out today. There's representatives of the Barmy Army with their flag in place. They look like serious members of the Barmy Army.
They do indeed,
They're not serious members of the Barmy Army.
Full ball by Kaka, and just takes the outside half of the bat. and trickles down to third man where they come through 4-2. I thought maybe that might have even actually been an inside edge onto the pad, but it went too far for it to have taken that route. And they come through for another 2, 37 for Beaumont and 71 for England.
Just keep at it, just keep plugging right there. That's a fantastic length to bowl, just digging it out of the block hole. They can't really hit you too much there.
Yeah. Bowls that line again and defended off the front foot by Beaumont. Ayabonga Kaka does the fielding of her own bowling, and finally a bit of a dot ball, a chance to maybe build a tiny little bit of pressure.
That's all that's needed. Oh, the sunblock is coming out. Oh,
yeah. Well, it is very, very hot in the UK at the moment. So I've been chatting to some folks in London who've been complaining about the heat, and sort of proper heat. It's not just the UK complaining about it. It is temperatures in well north of the 30s. This is a looping slower ball, and Beaumont really doesn't get any of it, and it's flubbed through to mid-off, where the fielding is not particularly clean either. Not great cricket all round at all. Well, except for Ayabonga, I think that it was a good
change of pace.
A good change of pace there, and Beaumont coming down the wicket now, trying to make something happen. But Kaka is up to it and just drops the length a little bit, and it's worked into the onside, no run.
Very good over so far from Ayabonga Kaka. I'm sorry if I just jinxed her, but it is looking very good so far.
Yeah, she's underrated, I think. Coming in as first change behind the greats of Marizan Cup and Shibi Ishmael, and yet she's an incredibly experienced batter, full of ball, forward defensive, and no run, and plays a strong leadership role in the change room as well, particularly with some of the young girls coming in, who need a good sort of sage mother hen to look after them. She plays that role, which is great to see. That is the end of the over. Good over by Kaka. She's gone for just 18 now off 4, which is very, very good bowling in the context of the game. And I think if she can continue to bring it back, and South Africa can start plugging the gaps from the other end, we might be able to build a little bit of pressure. As it is going to be Shibi Ishmael to continue. I think South Africa just desperately hoping to get a bit of a breakthrough, which is why they're keeping Ishmael on. There's still a slip in place as well, but this is just too full and just slapped away through the offside by Emma Lamb, and that's going to run away for England 75 without loss. Now Lamb goes into her 30s, 30 exactly, in fact. Not a great ball to start.
Yeah, Shibi Ishmael been on too long now. I know they took off for a couple of overs, but I think she's been a bit overbowled. You played your hand too much, Cap. It's time for a bit of a more drastic change.
It is indeed. Here she comes in again, right arm over past the umpire, and just worked into the offside. Laura Volfert does the fielding, sends it back to Trisha Chetty, and no run.
Yeah, that was.
Hello, and welcome to Linux Leah.
Hello, everyone. Hey.
Guten Tag, wie geht es da?
Es geht mir gut, vielen Dank.
It's good, nichts klar.
Yeah, hello everyone. Greetings from a rather cloudy Hanover today. Not the first German cricket commentator, but probably among the first that were born here.
Absolutely love it. So does that mean we are at the end of a shift change here, Otto?
3 balls.
3 balls. Oh, okay. So England is 75 without loss. You haven't missed much. They've just been working the ball around, and it is Ishmael to bowl the final half of her over. There's a wide slip in place, really a gully actually, quite deep gully, but this is pushed into the offside. It beats a diving cover, and Nadine de Klerk comes around at sweeper to collect it. They go through for 4-2. Beaumont is on to 37. England on to 76. And the run rate stays at exactly a runner ball, which, if they continue like that, anything over 250 in women's ODIs is a massive, massive score.
Yeah, we found out last time that South Africa were about 100 too short.
Worked into the onside, and they come through for a single, and they go through to 77 now without loss. Ishbel's north for 22 off nearly 5 overs now, which is actually better than I thought she was. It really has only been Marizon Cup who's been super expensive.
Yeah, Erasmus just correcting me, saying, by the way, Anis, Laura Goodall has never bowled in professional cricket. I might be thinking of Chloe Churn. Yes,
I think you might be. Yes, yeah. I didn't watch enough of the test to know whether possibly she'd had a bit of a snuck one in. That is defended into the offside. That is the end of our time. A very, very warm welcome to Leah. Thank you very much for Anis. Thanks to Otto for doing all of the button pressing and so on. I'll be back a little bit later. I think I'm on round about the 30th of over, so I'll chat then. Cheers.
Take some wickets first, please.
Yes.
Mhm.
I do my very best. I will
Awesome.
jinx England so hard.
Yes. Yes.
Right, so England rocketing along, 77 without loss, 13 overs gone. Leah, what do you think about the match situation so far as we see Nadine de Klerk getting the ball? She will be replacing, I think it was Kaka bowling from the other end, but I'm not sure. But Nadine de Klerk into the attack, 20 matches, 20 wickets, average of 27 around there. Decent bowler for South Africa.
Oh
But
yes.
the opening pair here for England really doing a good job for them as we see Nadine de Klerk right arm over the wicket, and this one is just stroked very nicely to the sweeper on the offside. Bit of a fumble in the field, but there's only a single, 78 without loss.
Yes, Emma Lamb is right now averaging over 66 in women's ODIs. She has a high score of 102, so it would be really helpful to get her out relatively cheaply here, I think. The problem in the last game was that the South African batters couldn't get a really good partnership going, I think. I think they need
Lamb
to
just
Lamb.
Goes off the front foot and absolutely wallops this one over long off for a 4-1 bounce over the boundary rope. What a shot by Emma Lamb there. Just into position in the slot, in the arc, out the park by Emma Lamb as Nadine de Klerk comes in once again to Emma Lamb, this time defended. A thickish outside edge, backward point. Laura Wolfhard runs around there. They take a single, so the score after that boundary and the single goes to 83 without loss, 13.3 overs gone. No sign of a wicket at this point. No. The South African bowlers just feeding the England batters here a little bit. And now Tammy Beaumont facing Nadine de Klerk outside off stump and driven straight to backward point, no run. A little bit of a fumble, but it went so quickly to the fielder, there's no chance of a run there.
Yeah,
glorious day in Bristol.
Oh yes. But the heat wave was also apparent yesterday. The mothership were moaning a bit about the temperatures in London.
Nadine de Klerk to Beaumont, defends, and back to the bowler who scrambles to the offside, no run. Yeah, and we always have a bit of a laugh here in South Africa when people talk about a 30-degree heat wave. But of course, the humidity, the heat is very, very different when you're not 1,400 meters above sea level, like we are here in Gauteng. As Nadine de Klerk goes past the umpire, right arm over to the right-handed Beaumont, who just cuts this one very nicely, straight to the fielder once again at backward point. End of the 14th over, 83 without loss.
So de Klerk is going at, let me see, at 6 at the moment. So England have not been able to accelerate too much, I think, since the power play, which is a good sign for South Africa. Maybe bring on a spinner to keep the run rate down and bowl economically during the middle overs. That would be my suggestion.
Yes, and you called it. Mlaba is into the attack. Nkululeko Mlaba measuring out her steps, not really a run-up. 10 matches, 4 wickets, average of 62, economy of 4.5, best of 2 for 41 in ODIs. And she is a left arm round the wicket, looping ball to Emma Lamb, a bit too full, strokes it out to the cover sweeper for a single, 84 without loss.
Yes, and we have a tweet from Josie Oak. Afternoon, I'm in the UK, which is warmer than Joburg, and the electricity stays on. You're doomed.
Yes, thank you, Josie Oak. Woi woi pom pom. And we have a comment on YouTube as well. As Mlaba goes again to Beaumont. This one is defended to the onside for no run. So he says, why has Leah got her hair tied up? I was hoping to see flowing locks.
I do not have locks. Pretty straight, boring European hair. I'm sorry.
Third ball goes straight to backward point for no run. Mlaba in again, round the wicket, left-handed. Fuller this time, again, a nice stroke by Tammy Beaumont. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, back to the bowler now for a single, 85 without loss.
Yes, and don't forget, listeners, you can reach us through the YouTube comment section. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR or Gorilla SA on Twitter. If you have some money, that you would like to invest into the show, you can do that on Patreon. I'll post the links into the YouTube stream. Just a second.
Emma Lamb sends a ball down to long on for a single, and Tammy Beaumont taps this one back to the bowler. Last delivery of the 15th over. The score is 86 without loss. Yes, thank you for mentioning that, Leah. We get so wrapped up in the commentary, we forget to put the hat on the floor while we're playing, while we're busking next to the street. Yeah, so you can support us. You can, of course, also advertise on the station, and just by listening, you're already supporting us. So thank you very much for that, everybody who's listening to us. Tell us where you're from. Tell us who you're supporting in this match. Leia, who are you backing in this game as the 16th over starts?
I'm actually supporting
to Emma Lamb, and she defends this one to point for no run.
I actually support South Africa because I like England losing, except in the Ashes.
Yeah, that's always a difficult one, the Ashes. Who do you want to see lose more, the Aussies or the Poms? So Nadine de Klerk to Emma Lamb, who just magnificently drives this one, beats the cover sweeper through to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 runs. What a shot there. Emma Lamb, all class, all the way off the front foot. And it went a little bit through the air, through cover, but there's nobody there. It would have been over the head of most cover fielders, I imagine, and the sweeper couldn't cut that off. De Klerk in again, tighter line on off stump this time, defended by Lamb, and back to the bowler, no run. Now the score is 90 without loss. 3 balls to go in the 16th over.
Yes, and with that, Emma Lamb's strike rate has also reached the 90s again. So she's going along at quite a clip.
This one is on the leg stump line by Nadine de Klerk, and Trisha Chetty has to run back as they take a single, as the wicketkeeper fields this ball, and it's also signaled a wide by umpire Nigel Long. 92 it should be now, without loss.
Oh dear, oh dear.
No.
Well, I think keeping them to under 250 would be a pretty respectable bowling performance against this England team.
A very nice line once again by Nadine de Klerk on off stump, defended by Beaumont, back to the bowler, no run. Yes, yeah, it's looking like England just picked up where they left off on Monday.
Yes.
With a very good strike rate, not looking troubled by the South African bowling attack at all. Trisha Chetty now standing up to the stumps as Nadine de Klerk goes into the off stump. Good length, good defensive shot by Beaumont, no run. And it's, in fact, 91 without loss at the moment. Okay, so I've got my laptop back. I froze a little bit. I was trying to get our crowd noise going, but expecting too much as Nadine de Klerk goes into Tammy Beaumont. This one is wide outside off stump, slapped to the sweeper on the point boundary for a single. End of the 16th over, 93 without loss.
England going at it at 5.81 runs and over at the moment. Mlaba has bowled a very good over, just 3 runs from it, making her the most economic bowler in South Africa's lineup thus far. I think
Indeed.
spin is indeed the way to go. It could also be the secret weapon, because English batsmen definitely don't face that much spin.
Yes, and as Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, famously said, if it bounces, it will turn. If there's something in the wicket for the seamers, there will be something in the wicket for the spinners as well.
Yes.
Just had a look at the body language of Sunay Lees earlier, sort of biting her lips, and there's a break in play now, a drinks break for the players, so we can have a little bit of a chin wag about what's going on. But really, the South African bowlers have been feeding these 2 openers for England a little bit, as I mentioned before, not really looking dangerous at all, the South African bowlers, and that will be a concern for Sunay Lees. And she did look a little bit unsure of herself, a bit of a biting of the lips, and just she's not a very robust, outspoken person like Danai van Niekerk. She's very much a quieter person in public, and we see a replay of the chat, or we see the ladies chatting. They're having a huddle on the field, and Sunay is looking quite animated, so definitely not getting what she wants from her bowling attack at the moment, and probably telling them as much right now. Good to see that she's being a bit forceful in the huddle there. She's not the shrinking violet when it comes to the team chat. So that's looking good from South Africa's point of view. There were a couple of half chances, some catches dropping short, some fumbles in the field, just not everything 100% sharp here from the South African ladies. But let's take a moment. Leah, tell us about yourself. When did you start watching cricket, and how the hell did you become a cricket fan in Germany?
It actually started when I was a kid. There was a kind of rusk in Germany that had a bucolic English manner scene on the packaging, and I was fascinated by it because it depicted people playing cricket in front of this English manner. I didn't know what it was at the time. I looked it up. I was fascinated. But then not much came of it until in 2002 when I went to university and I had access to all the English daily papers, and they had the cricket on the back page. So I would read up the scorecards and the reports in the library, and then 2005 happened. The Ashes 2005, and of course it was the biggest thing in the sports pages of every British paper. After that, there was a time in, I guess, 2009-ish when the IPL was actually broadcast live on YouTube. So I was able to watch that on YouTube. Yeah, and I was absolutely hooked by that point. And well, I chose to support India because there was no real German national team to speak of back in those days. And India had Sachin and Rahul Dravid and players like that. So they were really easy to like for a neutral fan, if you will.
Wow, that's so interesting. Malaba is round the wicket to Tammy Beaumont. This one pitches on about middle and leg, and there's an appeal for LBW as it strikes Tammy Beaumont's shoe. The umpire says not out, but Sunay Lisa sent it upstairs, and they're having a look right now. So is this the breakthrough that South Africa has been hoping for? There's no bat. As we see the replay, Beaumont missing that shot, and it hit her just above the shoe, on the just above the shoe on her shin. And we'll wait for ball tracking. That one looked to me like it might be going down leg, as it pitches just about in line with leg stump, and the ball tracker says that it would have been missing leg stump. So that is the review lost for South Africa. The score is still a 93 without loss. Beaumont on 41 and Emma Lamb on 42. And this is 5.75 run rate so far for South Africa as Malaba gets ready to bowl the next delivery. So just through newspapers, that is amazing.
Basically, yes.
Follow
yes,
Cricket Fire newspaper as Malaba comes round the wicket left-handed to Tammy Beaumont, who goes down the wicket half a step and flicks this down to long on for a single.
Yes,
and we have a fan from India, Amit Jaiswar. Hello there, watching from India. Thank you very much, Amit. As Malaba goes round the wicket once again, defended this time on off stump by Emma Lamb. There's no run. So with spinner bowling, we have a little less time to chat in between deliveries. But that is absolutely fascinating. As Emma Lamb strokes this one, tries to play it into mid-wicket kind of area, but it gets a thick inside edge to backward square leg for a single. And the score now is 95 without loss. It's quite rare to speak to people in the countries that don't play Test cricket to find any kind of cricket fans, as Beaumont sends this one down along the ground to long on for a single, 96 without loss. And now Malaba comes in for the final delivery of the 17th over. It's defended to backward point for no run. I remember having to describe to a baseball fan from somewhere in middle America why it's a good thing to let the ball bounce when you're bowling in a cricket match, because of course they're just used to having the ball swing through the air, or spinning the ball through the air. So I had to, describe the seam and so on. But, it's so good to have you with us, Leah.
Yeah.
And thank you for all the support down since we started Guerrilla, or since Simon started Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. You've been there since day one, I think, and it's so nice to be on air with you right now. As
if not from day one,
Dean de Klerk.
Then
continues
from very early.
On leg stump, flicked out to square leg for no run. Tammy Beaumont still there, and she is on 43. Could just about make out the numbers there on the TV. Start of the 18th over, 96 without loss. So let me get the one up there in front of my face. So
yes,
scores and such.
On Twitter, Pom is now insulting Ravi or teasing him a bit about his lack of hair.
Single taken there by Beaumont into the covers, and Emma Lamb will face the next delivery from Nadine de Klerk.
I'm just looking at this review. That was optimistic. It was pitching just in line with leg stump.
That next delivery goes to square leg, worked off the pads by Emma Lamb, and they'll take 2 runs there. England move on to 97. It was a bit of a cross the line, pull shot actually, and it went flying over mid-wicket, but the fielder at mid-wicket, running back, managed to haul it in before it reached the boundary. As Nadine de Klerk comes in with England on 99. This one is cut and straight to backward point, straight back into the hands of the keeper, Trisha Chetty. No run there and no wickets yet for South Africa, critically. So England, their run rate now is around 5.5.
Yes.
So still on target for that 250 score, maybe a little bit more. As de Klerk comes into Emma Lamb, full on off stump, just blocked out to the covers, and they take a quick single as the ball comes back to Trisha Chetty with Tammy Beaumont crossing the crease line as the keeper collects. 100 up for England, and give us the stats there, will you please, Leah?
Yes. We have England 100 runs after 17.5 overs. Tammy Beaumont on 44 from 55. Emma Lamb on 46 from 53. The current bowling figures for South Africa are...
That one blocked by Beaumont for no run.
We have Ismail, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, no wickets. Marizan Kapp has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, conceded 33 runs and taken no wickets. Kaka has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, also no wickets. De Klerk, 3 overs, 17 runs, and no wickets. And Mlaba, 2 overs, 6 runs. Conceded.
Yeah, so that's cover your ears if you're a South African fan. England look like they are well on top in the series. So far, they are on top in this game as Mlaba aboard run-up. And that would have been the start of the 19th over. She comes in again around the wicket to Tammy Beaumont, who just cuts to Emma Lamb, cuts this one past backward point, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. Good shot there by Emma Lamb. Short, wide, punished, 4 runs. And she gets to her 50. And congratulations there from her opening partner, Tammy Beaumont, as Emma Lamb raises her back to the change room and the rest of the Bristol crowd. Well done, Emma Lamb. 50 runs. Give us the stats there.
Yeah, this is 50 runs off 54 deliveries at a strike rate of 92.72, and it is her first 50 in ODI cricket, but her second 50-plus score because she has 100 in ODI cricket.
Nice. That's ominous signs for South Africa as Lamb gets a single off the next delivery, and Beaumont swats the third delivery down to fine leg or backward square leg for no run. And this time she gets a thick inside edge, Tammy Beaumont, to backward square leg. They take another single. That's 106 without loss now. 2 balls to go in the 19th over.
Yes.
Yes, so well done, Emma Lamb. And if she gets to 50, she gets to 100. So hopefully South Africa can stop that trend as Mlaba to Lamb gets this one onto sort of a leg stumpish line and defended, no run.
Yes, she has always gone to 100 when she got 50, but don't worry too much. She has only played 4 matches.
So this one goes down to the fine leg boundary for a single. The score is 107 without loss, 19 overs gone. And this interested hand job says quality background banner, Leah. So there you go. You've
Thanks,
got a fan.
Mark. Thanks, Mark.
Is that Mog?
That is Mark. Yes. That's the name of his band.
Oh,
that's the name of his band.
I love it. and judging by the color of his jingles that he's written for GC UK, I can only imagine what his band sounds like. He's got a very nice voice, and I'm Mog. Please send us your YouTube channel link or your Spotify channel link. So I'm quite a rock and roll fan myself. A few heavy metal bands spurted in between there, but it's Nadine de Klerk continuing. This one is just thumped through deep mid wicket by Emma Lamb across the line, forward of square pull shot there, and it's 4 runs. And we see the English fans rejoicing at that with their berets on. I wonder what those berets are actually.
No, they look like military berets. No.
Very bright green. Must be some kind of club or something. This one is cut off the back foot by Lamb, and it will beat the fielder running around from third man to the backward point boundary for four more runs for England. And the score now
is
I'll tell you in a moment.
For no loss.
115 without loss.
Yes. So, and England are on track for 300 here.
Oh, that'll be devastating for the South African ladies. This one is worked into the onside, and there's a chance of a run out as they take a quick single, but the throw is missed. The backup is good though, but they go through for a quick single. 116 now without loss. 3 balls to go, 20th.
Yes. Always remember, listeners, you can tweet in at OneWorldSR on Twitter or at GorillaSA. You can support the show on Patreon at patreon.com/OneWorldSportsRadio.
One World SR. Yeah.
One World SR, yes. Excuse me, sorry. Tweet us in. Tweet at us or get into the YouTube chat. Well, we'd like to hear from you.
Now, this one was a ball that went straight to the fielder at fine leg, I think, off the bowling of de Klerk into Shabnim Ismail's thigh. And it squirted out, and they took a run or two there. So the score now 118 without loss. So that must have been a 2 balls to go in the 20th over. Nadine de Klerk looking very focused as she comes in right arm over the wicket to Tammy Beaumont. This one is outside off stump. Beaumont goes forward to try and drive it, but it goes through to the keeper. Attempted stumping there, but Beaumont's foot never left the ground. And there's no run there.
Yes, let me say hi to Warren, who seems to be listening in and just tweeted in that I'm on the mic. Yes, I am, Warren. Hi, welcome.
Nadine de Klerk into Beaumont. Shortish length. Cut shot attempted there off the back foot by Tammy Beaumont straight to point. Beaumont on 47 and England 118 without loss. So now I see the commentators are showing off the beret that the ladies in the crowd are also wearing. So that must be some kind of action group or some kind of cause that they are supporting there. So if you know, please let us know. And that will be really interesting to see. And it's the same group of ladies there that were celebrating the boundaries. They seem to be having a whale of a time as there's some good weather, as I mentioned before, in England. Mlaba continues left arm around the wicket to Emma Lamb, just strokes this gently out to extra cover for a single. And 120 up, if I'm not mistaken. 119 without loss is the score on the scorecard at the moment, but should be updated. No, it's 119 without loss. So Beaumont sends this one down to long on for a single, easy single there, and now it's 120 without loss. This must be just nightmarish for the South African ladies, not being able to take a wicket as Mlaba comes round the wicket, and Emma Lamb sends this one to square leg, sweep shot, and they take another easy single. Third delivery of the 21st over has just been bowled, 121 without loss. Run rate 5.9. Beaumont now on 48. She will be facing the next delivery of Mlaba, who comes in now. Rocks onto the back foot, sends this one through cover to the sweeper for yet another single. And Beaumont on to 49. Lamb on 63 of 62. And it looks like South Africa will be chasing a big one here. Mlaba into Lamb. Forward defensive shot. No run. 122 without loss. Last ball to come of 21st over. Mlaba around the wicket, left-handed. And it's a very nice looking pull shot. And it beats the fielders on the boundary, on the mid-wicket boundary. Lamb goes on to 67. England on to 126 without loss. 21 overs gone. And run rate now up to 6.
Yes, again.
So, Leah, you said 300 is on the cards here.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to have to agree with you.
I just listened to the commentators talking about the Green Berets, and apparently, from what I heard, it's a cricket club, and you get patches depending on achievements in the game, or if you drop the catch or stuff like that, you get. That's why they all have different patches on the berets. It's apparently.
I see.
An amateur team that travels around and plays matches for charity or something like that.
Oh, wonderful. So Beaumont will be facing Chloe Tryon, who is replacing Nadine de Klerk. From which end, I'm not sure. And Tryon is going to go right arm around the wicket. 96 matches, 41 wickets, average of 40.6, economy 4.1. Oh, no, she's left arm, excuse me. This one onto the leg stump. It's just worked down to square leg for no run. So you do have a feed there, and that's Beaumont's 50.
Yes.
50 of 64 deliveries. Well done, Tammy Beaumont. What a job she's done, along with Emma Lamb here, to open the batting for England. So if you can just excuse me for about 30 seconds or so, I just need to take care of something this side, and I'll be right back.
Right, I'm a bit behind. Tryon is. I guess I'm about 20 seconds behind you, Otto. So Tryon coming in, and it's a wicket. It's a wicket. Emma Lamb is out for 67 of 64 balls. Chloe Tryon takes the wicket. It was caught by Mlaba. And Chloe Tryon has figures of not 0.2 overs, 1 wicket, 1 run at an economy of 3. And that is the breakthrough South Africa needed. They needed to break this opening partnership, and they got rid of the more dangerous part of the opening partnership, I think. Let's see who is coming in for Emma Lamb. Sophia Dunkley next in, according to the scorecard. Right-handed batsman. So we have 2 right-handers at the crease now after that wicket.
Oh, well done.
Yes. Chloe Tryon got a top edge. It ballooned up and was taken by Mlaba at fine leg, I would say, if I saw it correctly. So yes, and I think she was the more dangerous batsman of the 2 of the opening partnership. And now we have Sophia Dunkley, 21 matches, high score of 73 and an average of 29.75.
As I'm watching the 5th delivery now of the 22nd over. That's a dot ball to Sophia Dunkley. She's faced 3 now already from Chloe Tryon. Thank you for holding the fort, Leah. And the final delivery of the 22nd over. As Tryon is on 1 for 1. And this one comes back into the right-handed Dunkley. She cuts this off her stumps out to the cover sweeper for a single. 128 for 1. 22 overs gone. Thank goodness, from a South African point of view, England wouldn't be too dissatisfied with that. It was a ball that went down the leg side, and Emma Lamb is going to be kicking herself until the start of the next match. It was full outside leg. She could have just left that ball. It got a top edge, and it went straight down the throat of the lady in the circle at fine leg, and a good easy catch there. So Marizon Cup replacing Nadine de Klerk, as England are 128 for 1. Now the South African ladies need to fight back. They need to get at least 3 or 4 more wickets before the start of the 40th over. I would think.
Yes.
Maybe they can get a score to chase of around 250, maybe less if they work really hard here. As Cup comes into the new batter at the crease, Dunkley, who just guides this one to square leg for a single, and it's 129 for 1.
Yes, yes, and as I said, Chloe Tryon now has 1 wicket for 2 runs in 1 over bowled at an economy of 2, just at the right time. Spin coming in to keep the run rate down. That's the most important thing right now. It leads to errors by the batsman, I think.
Second delivery of that 23rd over was a dot ball to Tammy Beaumont, who faces up to Marizon Cup once again. And GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says Linus Leah is a wicket-taking wonder.
I've just seen that. Yes, thanks, Pornbot.
another dot ball from Marizon Cup to Tammy Beaumont, who's on 50 off 66. Dunkley with her on 2 off 5. 22.3 overs gone. 129 for 1.
Andrew Wright on YouTube said, sadly can't get the breakthrough. That did not age that well.
This one is cut straight to backward point by Tammy Beaumont, and there's no run. Yeah, as you mentioned, Leah, Emma Lamb was the wicket that South Africa would have wanted the most. Tammy Beaumont is a very good player, but she's not had the same kind of strike rate as Cup comes in over the wicket to the right-hander, outside off stump, fullish length, driven to the cover fielder, sweeper, and they take a single, 130 for 1.
Yeah, I can't understand why Cup doesn't have a slip if she bowls this wide outside the off stump. I think you can still use slips in ODIs. At least one.
Beaumont drives this one straight to extra cover. End of the over. 23 overs gone. 130 for 1.
Yes. Sophia Dunkley on 2 of 5 and Tammy Beaumont on 51 of 68. Chloe Tryon to continue for South Africa, I think.
Oh, yes, please. More of Chloe Tryon. We need like another 4 overs like this. Even if she doesn't take a lot of wickets, just to slow the game down, just to stop the game. That's what South Africa needs at the moment. As we see Chloe Tryon, left arm, round the wicket to Tammy Beaumont. This one is full on leg stump, flicked past the fielder at mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket. And that's the plan that almost worked for Sunay Lees and South Africa. They take a single down to long on, 131 for 1. That fielder was right there. Sophia Dunkley facing Tryon now on middle and off this time, and just defended into the ground to Marizon Cup, standing at that catching mid-wicket, 131 for 1.
Yes, and they brought the run
Tryon
rate down.
in again. She comes half a step down the wicket. Does Sophia Dunkley and gets a inside half of the bat as she tries to play the on drive, and it goes to mid-wicket for no run. Dunkley facing Tryon again on leg stump, and this one just slides down leg. Did that hit something? No, says Nigel Long. That's a wide. Chloe Tryon trying to convince the umpire that he made a mistake. He just smiles and says, nope. Let's Tryon in again to Dunkley, and she takes another half a step down the wicket. Plays this one sweetly timed straight to long on for a single. 2 balls to go in the 24th over, 133 for 1. Okay, so Leo, we've taken 1 wicket. We need at least 2 more before the next commentary stint starts. Beaumont also tries to step down the wicket. This one is played to that catching mid-wicket, straight to Marizon Cup. No run, 52 for Beaumont. Tryon round the wicket. Another one that's on that middle and leg stump line by Chloe Tryon, the orthodox left arm spinner, pitches it on middle and leg and tries to straighten that ball. There's no run there. 24 overs gone, 133 for 1. Beaumont on 52 of 71, Dunkley 3 of 9.
Yes, generally it helps if I compliment a batsman's batting. It generally dooms them. So, well, Beaumont looking very, very good at the moment. Very classical and absolutely set. Dunkley looking like she might accelerate the innings. And now get ready for a hat trick.
Thank you. There we go. Nice work there. So Marizon Cup looks to continue. She is going to be bowling her 6th over. She's bowled 5 so far for 35 without taking a wicket. It looks like a really nice day to be outside there in Bristol. The crowd is, it's not packed, but it's not an empty stadium either. So there might be some ambiance, some atmosphere for the ladies to enjoy as they play this second ODI of 3. The next one will be on Monday. And as Leah has mentioned patreon.com/OneWorldSR as Marizon Cup goes over the wicket to Sophia Dunkley on leg stump, driven to mid-on for no run. And yes, once again, just by listening, you are supporting us. So we do thank you for that. Follow us at Gorilla SA on Twitter, at One World SR on Twitter, One World Sports Radio on YouTube, and then on Facebook as well, the same, One World Sports Radio. As cup goes into the leg stump of Sophia Dunkley, who whips this off her pads down to fine leg, and they'll just get a single as Shabnim Ismail fields there. 134 for 1. 2 balls gone in the 25th. Run rate back down to 5.5, but it's still ominous signs here for South Africa. It looks like a decent batting wicket. There was some movement from Shabnim Ismail as cup goes into Beaumont, who steps down the wicket, and it's dropped. It's dropped at mid-on by Nonkululeko Mlaba. She looks up at the sky. She can't believe it. She's got a wry smile on her face. She knows that was an important, that would have been a great breakthrough for South Africa. And on the wrong side of Marizon Cup. And that's not going to be a nice atmosphere. Just went to the right of Mlaba, and it just bobbled out of her hands, through her hands. They took a single there. Dunkley blocks the next delivery. 135 for 1, and Mlaba looks really disappointed. Oh, man, that would have been great for South Africa. Got the inside half of the bat as Tammy Beaumont tries to drive it straight. Oh, that is absolutely gut-wrenching for South Africa. As we have Simon back. This one beats the inside edge of Sophia Dunkley. Tries to cut that one down into the ground, and that goes through to the keeper for no run. 135 for 1. Should have been 134 for 2. And Mlaba knows it. Beaumont knows it. She's also looking a bit thoughtful, not really smiling at the moment. This cup goes full of a length and into the middle and off stump of Dunkley for the final delivery. 135 for 1. 25 overs gone. Dunkley is on 4 off. How many deliveries has she faced now?
Dunkley has faced 14.
14.
14, yes. And 4 of 14.
Yeah, that would have been such an important breakthrough for Marizon Cup and South Africa and Nonkululeko Mlaba. Oh
yeah, that was poor by Nonkululeko. She absolutely should have got hold of that. It just looked like she got her legs in the wrong position. You know, it sort of landed up. She needed a couple of steps across, and she would have taken it in the breadbasket, and then wobbled a bit. So I don't know if she was drifting there at mid-on or what was going on. But it was not great cricket. I was a bit disappointed there.
Yeah, she got both hands to it, but when it struck her hands were behind her shoulders, so it was a bit awkward there. Chloe Tryon into Tammy Beaumont, who cuts this one into the ground. Just hops up for Trisha Chetty to collect, and there's no run. 135 for 1.
Trisha standing up without her helmet on. It is there, so I don't know whether she's just forgotten to put it on, although she must have had to put it there deliberately.
Full ball outside leg stump and just worked around. And that will be a leg bye for England. Beaumont remains on 53 of 74. Dunkley now facing Chloe Tryon 4 of 14. 136 for 1. Let's try and round the wicket, left arm. And this one is just stroked very nicely by Dunkley down to long on for a single. 137 for 1.
South Africa's done well here to bring the run rate back. It's 5.3 now, 5.4 and over.
Yes.
Tryon round the wicket, and Beaumont steps down the wicket, smashes this one into Chloe Tryon, who tries to stop it. She got something on it, but mid-on running around, cutting it off at long off, or long on running around, cut it off at the long off boundary. and they'll just take a single there.
Yeah, I mean, she's very, very good in the outfield. Is Shabi. I think I've seen her drop one catch in her entire career, but that was in the World Cup at an important time.
Outside off stump, driven off the back foot by Dunkley, and cleaned up by the extra cover sweeper. 139 for one. One ball to go in the 26th.
A large part of this slowing of the run rate seems to be Dunkley, who's only scored that 6 off 16 as Bowman just knocks this into the onside, and it runs down to Ishmael for one at deep mid on. Thanks very much to Leah and to Otto. You guys stay well. Leah, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. Lovely to see you, mate, and I hope that we will see you often.
It would be my pleasure. I guess I'll be back during the end of the innings at the death, as they say. All right.
And you are welcome to hang around, but take a break if you need to, and I'll be back with you from the 40th over.
All right.
Excellent. Cheers, Otto.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Cheers, guys. Anis, I did ball by ball the first round. Do you want to have a go doing a play by play now?
Sure thing. That will be me.
Excellent. I'll leave Nonkululeko Mlaba in your safe hands.
Yeah, she comes in now. This one looped up on middle and off and just smoked down the ground on the bounce. Senelus gets a bit of a hand to it and just blocks it down to a mid on for where they come through for a single. Score moves on to 141 for one. South Africa seem to be on the road to a hiding again. It seems like those last 10 are going to be so painful.
Indeed. Look, I think they have slowed the run rate down.
Is a flat back.
Yeah. I mean, they have slowed the run rate down from when you and I were on earlier, when they were going along very, very easily at a runner ball,
which is very, very good. As Mlaba pulls up now, dead ball called by the umpire. She comes in now. There she goes, and this one is looped up. Oh, this one looked as if it went through everything. Batter, keeper, stumps. Oh, that must have been so close. Just
missed absolutely everything. A scrambled seam went straight on. What happened was Dunkley got a good, solid inside edge on that, which saved her. But I agree with you. I thought that had gone straight through and hit the top of the leg.
Gee, she got an inside edge and went between the legs as this is the ball of the over is defended to a short mid wicket for no run.
Mlaba's an interesting bowler because she doesn't really rip it that much.
And inside edge went through her legs, beat everybody.
But she's a tricky customer. I think she's one of those spinners who, particularly if she's scrambling the seam like that, is probably not 100% sure what it's going to do down the other end of the pitch either. And so the batter has no chance. So there's a bit of running repairs here. Do you know what I think's happened? Tammy Bowman's cramping in her forearm. And so Trisha Chetty has just taken her gloves off to just help her out here. It happens if you're very tense as a batter. You start getting that cramp. Interestingly, Stokes, when asked what advice he had given the England side, had said the only piece of advice he gave them was grip your bat loosely. He reckons that changes the entire attitude of your batting. And clearly, Tammy Bowman not part of that team meeting.
Comes in now to Tammy Bowman, and she works this one down to long on.
Marizan Cup just tumbling over as she does the fielding there.
Score moves on to you could bit of a dive over the ball. Yeah, you're right. As Mlaba comes in for the last ball of the over, this one is looped up again on middle and off, and it's just worked down again to a long on for a single. As the throw comes in and they come through, the score goes on to 144 for one after 27. Just again, I thought that. Oh, did she dislocate her hand and try to play the doctor like I know in at club level, Mr. Wicketkeeper knows everything. So he'll come down and you just need to cut this.
I mean, I was going to be quite critical because it's one of my pet hates as an umpire is when, often the batter needs their shoelaces tied.
Yeah.
And they'll often ask someone else to do it so they don't have to take all their gloves off. But invariably, they ask the bloody wicketkeeper, who has more gloves than the batter does. And you land up this ridiculous situation where the keeper's taking all of their kit off so that they can do the laces. It always irritates me. But it's quite difficult to it's just start complaining about that as an umpire without sounding a little bit churlish. Anyway, the physio is on. And he's paying some attention to Tammy Bowman, a chance to show off her sky blue nails. What do you call that when you've had manicure?
Manicure, yeah. Manicure fingers, pedicures is toes.
Yeah, it's like stalactites and stalagmites. Although weirdly the other way around, because the M is on the bottom with stalagmites.
Yes.
So it's a manicure with lovely light blue nails. To match the trim of her kit. I wonder whether she's got dark blue nails on the other hand. Can we see? Are they currently carrying the gloves? Because that'd be fantastic. She's waving her hand around and smiling and laughing with the South Africans. It is going to be Chloe Tryon to continue.
As Tryon comes in now. This one is swatted to middle where they take its cheeky single and get there in the end safely. 145 for one. Here's a question. What do you think of England wearing the dark navy blue as opposed to the light sky blue when pajama cricket started? As Tryon comes in again on middle stump this time. Beaumont gives herself some room and works it off of middle stump into the offside where it's cleaned up by the sweeper on the boundary. The score moves on to 146 for one. They come through for the single.
Yeah, so there's two sides to this. On the one part of me wants all of the colours to have stayed exactly what they were in 1992.
Yes. Me too. It's just dropped a bit short by Chloe Tryon, and it is pulled swept to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single.
And that includes Gauteng being yellow and the Eastern Cape being bright red and KZN being green.
Yes.
But no one has listened to me on that at all.
It's this one. Chloe Tryon floats this one up and it's hauled out straight to that person, that lady, Shamim Ismail, who never drops a catch except in World Cups. But on. And Beaumont is gone for 58. The score is 147 for two. Just looped this one up, there to be hit, and it was hit, just couldn't get enough underneath it. I think that's the forearm cramp that got the best of her there.
She got nothing on that, and I think you're right. I think probably her grip just wasn't where it should have been. So she is gone. She scored 58 off 80 balls, and that is the end of her. She was caught by Shabir Ishmael and bowled by Chloe Tryon, and it was a very, very weak dismissal in the end after what looked like it could be potentially a huge innings, but I think she was struggling with cramp towards the end of that. And South Africa now have 2 wickets, and England are sitting on 147 for 2.
Yeah, I think like as we were saying that she just decided to hit out instead of going off, because there was nothing there, and normally she does hit it with quite a bit more oomph. I think there was nothing in her bottom hand.
It does bring Nat Shriver to the crease, which is concerning because she, of course, one of the greats of English cricket. This is a little bit like when you get India 2 down and the Virat Kohli of 2017 walks to the crease.
Yeah.
When he comes out now,
that's fine. Don't worry.
Broad and the boys are just licking their lips, aren't they?
No, it's like don't worry. It's okay. It's just Virat. It's fine.
He's one of those batters that I always love to see get out cheaply.
Because of the send-offs he gives, especially this one dropped a bit short again by Chloe Tryon, and Nat Shriver has no problem just
it was
backward square for a single.
Fairly filthy ball by Chloe Tryon. I think she was lucky to get away with that. It's being the first ball of Shiver's innings. Dunkley, who's been struggling a little bit, going along at 3 runs per over at the moment.
As she comes in, as Trion comes in now, just looping this one into very straight middle, and it is worked down at the ground by Dunkley to long on for a single. At the end of the 28th over, the score is 149 for 2, with Chloe Trion getting the breakthrough in that over.
It is indeed. She's taken both wickets. She's now got 2 for 14 off her 4. And she receives her hat back from Nigel Long, who I must say is one of those guys. You know when you can see from a guy's body language that he's a nice guy. Nigel's got that going on. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something about the way he carries his shoulders, and he just looks like a lovely chap.
He's like a nice guy there.
He's got nice guy shoulders.
Don't worry. He's a nice guy until he sticks you.
Oh, exactly.
He sticks you, like, no. I still
certainly one of the very yeah, Karen.
I thought Umpire Barry he had that nice guy vibe, but he scares me now.
Well, I mean, Barry's a fascinating guy because I knew him as a teacher back in the early 90s. And he always had a very playful persona on the pitch. He was the inventor of the Lamson Lombarda and so on. When we had him on the commentary team, he was terrifying. There were members of the guerrilla cricket universe who were scared to even tweet him in case he was scathing.
I was one of them. I was like, nah, I'll just wait. So meanwhile, in now, and this one is on a middle leg. He darted into the pads and is worked away by Dunkley to deep backward square for a single. But yeah, I was terrified of him. And then I was like, I'm not saying anything. And then he read one of my tweets. And it made me sound so stupid. I was like, nope, never again.
Yeah, I remember asking him some question or other, and he just said no. There was no debate of it or anything. I think he might have even rolled his eyes at me.
Ishmael in again. This one short of a lead, but skids on a bit, beats Shiva for pace. And she wears this one in the abdomen as it trickles to one of the fielders on the offside for no run. 150 for 2. Oh, the 150 came up.
150 for 2 after 28.2 overs.
As Sabim Ishmael in again to Nat Shiva as she works this one down to mid on for no run.
Nat Shiva is one of the grand old dames of cricket's 91 matches. She's played 148 is her highest score, an average of nearly 42.
Does that look like Dale Steyn in the background of the...
I'll have to admit my eyes were all for the debutante who's sitting on the right there. I haven't picked up what her name is yet. But I've developed a very, very small cricket crush in the last 25 overs. I'm trying to find out who she is. In fact, I'll tell you, she's whoever the debutante who's not. And this is in fact, I'll tell you who she is in a moment.
This one is outside off, and it is worked to the offside field, where it's cleaned up by extra cover for no run. As Shabib Ishmael comes in for the 5th ball of the over. Charging in now. This one is short of a length on middle and off. Played back to the bowler where there's a fake shy at the stump. Snatcher is not nonplussed at that. Yes, she's seen everything. She's been around the block for long enough not to be intimidated or put off by something like that. And one of the ladies are ordering an ice cream. It's hot outside.
Excellent. Yeah, from the Mr. Whippy that's there, it has the Flake 99 advertised on the and she's got herself a Flake 99 as well. Is it a 99 if you don't get it in a cone? I wonder if you get it in a bucket.
Yeah. No, it has to be in a cone.
That must be in a cone, surely. Yeah.
I'm a purist. I'm a purist that way. As this one is outside off and is worked to the deep extra cover boundary for a single. Score moves on to 151 for 2. A fantastic over by Shabnim Ishmael. This one?
Was indeed nice and tight. And so after 29 overs, 151 for 2. That debutant I was talking about, by the way, of course, is Lauren Bell, who played in the Test match. But at 21, she's more than half my age. So I will just put those thoughts back into where they deserve to be, and not say another word. I don't think so. Actually, I did Google this during the Test match, or at least looked at, and certainly Cricinfo doesn't indicate that there is any connection.
Oh, okay. Just check. Because there was a while there that I thought there's a McGrath that plays for Australia, and I'm like, is that Glenn McGrath's daughter? No.
Yeah, and in fact, for a while I was wondering whether Emma Lamb couldn't perhaps be Alan
Lamb. Yes.
Alan Lamb's daughter, but she's not. Her brother does play first class cricket though for Lancashire.
This one is just outside off stump, and it's worked pulled from outside off stump down the ground to long on for a single as Trine comes in for the second ball of the over. This one is straight, and it is well defended. Just kept out by a Dunkley. No run there. The score is still 152 for 2. Yeah, with all the kids coming through now, I wonder if they're going to be anyone from the new generation where you can still have that father and son, or well, you can't have father and daughter playing in the same team really at international level, but that would be so cool as this one comes in outside off stump and it's worked to deep extra cover for a single.
We'll need Chris on this, but I've got a feeling there has been a father and son pair that have played Test cricket back in the early days of the game. Maybe someone will tweet us in at Gorilla.
I think more recently than that, maybe in one of the subcontinent teams. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. As this one is just worked to mid wicket for no run, as she comes in for her second last ball of the over for the fifth ball of the over. As this one is outside off and cut to the offside boundary where it's cleaned up by the sweeper there. And they come through for a single 155 for 2 after 29.5 overs. Last ball of the over from Chloe Trine. And she comes in now, loops this one up on a middle end leg, and it is just worked down the ground to long on for the single where Nadine de Klerk cleans up. And the score is 156 for 2. I got excited there when it was too straight. I now know what Ken does. Me all the time. I apologize. Yeah, Fleck 99.
Yeah, there we go. And I've got a bit of chocolate sauce in there as well. It is dribbling on that lady's hand. That other lass has got that strawberry syrup that is such a unique taste. You only ever get it from those ice cream vans. That doesn't really taste of anything in the natural world. But always was my choice. It's the only time I go for something over the chocolate option. Please will someone tweet us in who these people in the green berets are. They had given one of those berets to someone in the commentary team. I saw them talking about it, but I haven't picked up quite who they are.
And Shabim Ishmael comes in now. This went straight a bit down leg side, but Nat Shiva misses out as it comes off of the pad. Was missing leg stump. There was no problem there as it goes to short, fine leg, but there is, but it's cleaned up by the square leg fielder, and they come through for the single 157 for 2. Yeah, who are they? Because I was like,
yeah, I mean, so we were joking about them being yeah, Banza Frog.
As Shabim Ishmael comes in now, and this was short.
A funeral society. We maybe need to explain that to our international listeners. South Africa has a banking system called a stokvel, where you give over a piece of your salary each month, and then once every however many people you've got in it, once every those many of cycles, you get all of the money. It's quite a good saving mechanism, so that you can then use that when you buy TVs and so on. But the funeral society is something similar, where you pay a little bit of money in each month, as this is just, again, left alone and through to the keeper. Something similar, but more an insurance type thing, where you pay a little bit of money each month, and then when someone in your family needs a funeral, that money is then used towards that. But it becomes a very social thing. And anyway, the funeral societies all have their own uniforms. And one of the common features of those uniforms are colored berets, and those green berets would find themselves very, very much in a South African funeral society.
This one comes in, and it's short and it's worked down. I think she might have got hit in the helmet. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So that's exactly what's happened, is that it's deflected off the helmet, and so now mandatory concussion tests now.
I thought you got better at it.
I didn't think this hit her, but it did. Okay, no,
she
clattered it.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I had this. I was umpiring with a first class umpire on Sunday. I made my international umpiring debut, I'll have you know, last Sunday.
Excuse me.
I umpired Gauteng ladies under 19 against Namibia under 19.
Oh, nicely done.
I was very, very happy with myself. Anyway, I was standing with Mazizi Gampu, who is a first-class umpire, and one of the girls got wrapped on the helmet. And I'm still very much of the school of, as long as they're standing upright, we can all just move along. But he was doing the full first-class protocol of then checking it very carefully and making sure he asked all the right questions of her. She was a bit bemused as well, because she had never been treated like an umpire. But it was good to see.
No, because I was looking at that now, thinking, but she got better than that. Where did it probably might have hit her in the grill, because it didn't hit her on the helmet part of the helmet, the cap part of the helmet. It looked like if anything, it hit in the grill. But a mandatory concussion. We know the damage that concussions can do, and we've had a couple of accidents that have not looked really good. So better safe than sorry.
No, for sure, absolutely. It's. I think this is going to become something. Certainly from the 1st of October, part of the changes in the MCC rules involve much stricter concussion protocols that we're all going to have pretty right. Although, I sometimes get
a layer. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, Karen.
I see Lara new stats lady. Thank you. It said the ladies in the berets, an amateur team that plays charity matches. You get patches for taking wickets and dropping catches. So they all have different patches on their berets.
Oh, okay, fantastic. All right, so they look quite mature to be a still currently playing team, which is awesome to see.
Yeah.
So we are having a bit of a break, and you will hear that we have background crowd ambiance, which ever since we've been remote, we've dropped it because I couldn't figure out how to make it work, and Oz has managed to sort it out in 15 minutes. So well done him.
That's true. But now we need the crowd to even flow too. So we're still just waiting for the protocol to be cleared. She wasn't particularly hard hit, so I suspect that it will. Oh, in fact, it is drinks they've taken at the same time. But on Cricket Info, they are noting that South Africa have been quite listless, and this has been a concern of mine, even through the Test match. I thought this entire tour has been weak from South Africa, and I can't quite put my finger on what is going wrong. Other than that, I know they built so much into the World Cup. Yeah, I think they're suffering from a bit of burnout now.
Well, it's been. They don't play a hell of a lot of cricket these days.
I think that's the problem too.
Yeah, maybe.
As this one is short again, and it's in the air for a long, long time, but there's no one at square leg, where it bounces just next to the umpire, and they come through for a single that is deep. A fine leg runs up to clean up and field that one. Another short ball. Shamim Ishmael is not playing around with the short ball. I think you heard what you said. Nah, she's not going to wrap anyone on the chin.
Yeah, she's having a bit of a go now. Having rattled Dunkley a little bit. I think she's now hoping to actually intimidate her slightly.
This one coming in a slower ball to Dunkley this time. Dunkley's ball, saw it probably come out of the hand. That was that premeditated, and just plays a forward defensive shot to straight back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, good bowling by Shibi Ismail. And in fact, South Africa in general, I mean, they've brought the run rate right back to 5.1 now.
They were great.
Dunkley probably largely responsible for that, 16 of 31. Shiva 5 of 10, so she's also going at just 3 runs per 6 balls faced. And I think if South Africa can just keep the pressure on here, they will start picking up wickets at regular intervals as the pace is forced. It is going to be Ayabonga Kaka to return. She hands her hat to Nigel Long, which I'm very, very sad to see because as an umpire, I've been enthusiastic about the idea that we mustn't. The one thing we need to take from COVID is that we no longer take players' hats and jerseys and whatever. Mid-off is completely capable of looking after it for you, sir.
As Ayabonga Kaka goes one short of a length and has worked down to a long on for a single. That's the spot, it seems. A lot of runs percentage down to long on, and it's a very safe shot. We still pictures of like the Afghanistan or the Bangladeshi captain, Afghanistani captain, wearing everyone like 8 caps on his head at the same time as Ayabonga Kaka comes in the second for the over, and this one worked to the leg side where there is a whole lot of open real estate, and they come through for 2 well run there as it's cleaned up by a deep mid wicket.
I mean, you see it a lot with Temba Bavuma. Always seems to have 3 hats on his head. I think partially so that he looks taller, but also because all the other players know that he's like a shelf. You know, you can just you don't have to reach up to put it on at all. And so you know, and it doesn't seem to bother the players at all. And it is a hassle for the umpires to have to look after.
This one is. Just played off the back foot, a nice defensive push into the offside, and Dunkley comes through for the single as the score moves on to 162 for 3. But taking a quick single there, so that just means that the South African in-ring field is over deep as Ayabonga Kaka comes in for the 4th ball of the over. This one on off stump and is worked to the leg side for an easy 2, where it's cleaned up by Kyle Corner. That's deep mid wicket. Kyle Corner. I keep getting deep mid wicket. Kyle Corner will feel they're coming around, and they come through for 165 for 2.
That's been one of the changes in terminology since I played in the last played in the early 90s. Is cow is now considered just a completely acceptable name for deep mid wicket. It's not quite deep mid wicket is cow, is it? It's a sort of forward deep mid wicket. You're almost you're halfway between deep mid on and deep mid wicket.
Yes. So okay, but yeah, I deep full back. No, that's forward.
Yeah.
No. Forward, yeah. Forward of square.
Forward, yeah.
Forward. As they come, the last ball of the over is worked to that fielder
at Carl, and I can absolutely tell you that the players refer to it as Carl.
Okay.
That is the end of that over from Ayabonga Kaka. It was I don't know, sort of odds even really. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runs off it, but all in singles, and two twos and 4 singles. And so Ayabonga Kaka has now bowled 5 overs for 26, going along at 5.2. But Chibi Ishmael has been very, very tight indeed. A economy rate of just 3.7. She's also gone for 26 overs, but has bowled 2 extra overs, her 7 overs. She's played 126 matches now. It's an astonishing amount.
Yeah, that is a lot.
I mean, Ayabonga Kaka's played 86. Which is more than I would have thought. She's well on her way to her 100th ODI. I would have thought she'll definitely get there. But it is going to be Nonkulu Ekumaba to continue.
Yes, Jabba comes in again. Yeah, as this one is worked to the leg side, with cleaned up at square leg, and they come through for the single. 168 for 2 now. As Mitchover is on strike. As Nkululeko comes in again. This one on a juicy one on middle, and they just asking it. She's asking it to be hit, but Shaver is showing so much patience, just working it down to long on. She's attempting it to go after is Mhlaba. As this one is floating up again, as Dunkley uses her feet, but just ends up yorking herself and digs it out. As it works to the offside for no run.
Yeah, she's one of those bowlers that she tosses it up a bit and it gets above your eye line. But from a batting point of view, it feels like the ball dips on you at the last moment. And so she's. I mean, it's a risky strategy as this is worked down the ground and they come through for a single. It's a risky strategy because if she gets her length slightly wrong, she can really travel. But for the time being, she's doing well, coming left arm around the wickets and pitching it on middle or off for the right-handers. Well, that one she doesn't. That one is squirted down leg. And Anna Harris calls.
As soon as I saw it not take it, I winced because I thought that hit Trisha Chitty in the face.
Yeah, she's standing up again without her helmet on, which is interesting. And in fact, the helmet's not even behind the stumps any longer. She's dispensed with it entirely during the drink spray.
Yeah, she doesn't want to give away 5 runs. Don't worry about my eyes. It's fine. For the team. This one is worked to a deep square leg for a single. Trusting our eyes very much. Oh, I just wince every time it goes down the leg side and she's just blinded for the second. As this one is moved up again, as Dunkley uses her feet, comes down the wicket and just plays it down to long on for a single.
Yeah,
after 33.
The helmet thing doesn't really bother me unless you're standing up to someone, like a medium pacer. But I am very surprised that after Mark Boucher's injury, that all keepers don't wear clear shades. Clear. Just sort of eye protectors. I think that was maybe it was an incredibly freak injury, but it's one that I know some of the keepers who were concurrent with Boucher immediately started wearing shades as a means of protection.
But you're right. Like you get the clear safety glasses, the goggles with the strap, but like actual they look like shade. So what? Maybe it's just having something on their face that some keepers find distracting. I know that if you don't wear glasses and you wear glasses for the first time, it's a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I've definitely found that that glasses do upset my depth perception a little bit, particularly shades. And in fact, even when I Ooh, I'll let you describe this.
Comes in, as this one is outside off and it is smoked into the ground outside off and it just beats Laura Goodall mid off.
Oh, was it into the ground? I thought this was a potential catch. No, it wasn't into the ground at all. It was a catch, yeah. And there was a. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, actually, she was never anywhere near it. It was a dive for the TV cameras so that she wouldn't be berated for not putting the effort in, but she was nowhere near it.
As this one is worked back down the ground, and it is beat. Oh, it was so innocuous. That's 2 fours in a row. This one is hit straight back down the ground and just beats Chloe Tryon, who came around from long on, and it goes straight down the ground for 4 to go with the 4 through mid off in the previous ball. Wow.
Yeah, it really didn't look like she hit it particularly hard here. It was in the air past Ayabonga Kaka, but too quick to get past her. And then it just seemed to take forever to get to the boundary, and Chloe Tryon just never showed up into shot, and then it was 4.
Yeah, I was like I was confused. I thought, okay, and then it just ended up being a boundary. It was so innocuous. As Ayabonga Kaka comes in again for the third ball of the over. This one is a slow one on leg side, and it is cleaned up by short fine leg with a bit of a fumble, but no harm, no foul. As the score moves on to 182 for 2. The first boundary, I genuinely thought she hit it into the ground because of how it just looped in the air, and it seemed like there was no power in it. But eventually, it just beat mid off, and it raced to the boundary. This one gets a leading edge to the offside over the in ring, as Shabim Ismail gives chase, and it comes through. They come through for 2, for 2. And
how on earth that carried? I mean, it looked like it was going to just loop easy as pie into the covers. She was clearly trying to work it onto the onside, but she got a lot on it. And credit to modern bats, I think, that it managed to get over the heads of Marizan and Shabi Ismail.
That's one of the selling points for modern bats, thick edge. I know that looking for a bat for my nephew, as this one just gets worked down the ground with too long off for a single. Looking for a bat for my nephew, one of the selling points for a specific brand was it has really thick edges. So I was like, okay, that's this one outside of bottom edge and it dribbles to the keeper. What do you mean by thick edges? And then they show
Dunkley definitely playing with the edge a lot today. She's having a torrid time of it. Really just struggling, and yet she's managed to scratch her way to 32. And beginning to smile and relax a little bit with it as well. So I think you might begin to see her. She has begun to open up. Neither of those fours that we saw were particularly well hit in the early part of this over. But you might find that she's beginning to get underway a little bit, and maybe that's just a little bit of confidence that she's going to need to start just throwing the bat at us and letting the dice fall where they may.
Wait, that's actually the end of the over. So it's 185 for 2 after 34. So yeah,
it is indeed. Going along at 5.5 runs and over now. Nonkulele Kumlaba to continue.
Again, this one is worked down the ground and cleaned up by Long on where Shabim Ismail is stationed, and they come through for a single. 186 for 2. Dunkley now on strike. As Mlaba comes in again, and just rushes her a bit as she manages to squeeze it out to the leg side, and they come through for a single. These singles that they're getting in the inner ring, that's starting to become a thing now. I
mean, when I see that happening, it's often because the inner ring's been, certainly at my level, the inner ring has often been painted too far out, but surely not here.
This one by Mglaba Shiva to Shiva. She sweeps it. She sweeps well, and it beats the inner ring, and it races to the boundary at deep backward square for 4. That's a fantastic sweep. But there's a deep backward square. There's a short wide leg, and a deep mid wicket, and that's it. And a middle off, as this one is worked down to long off. For the single. There's a lot of open real estate on the leg side. So straying anything too straight, it's easy runs.
Yeah, they're working the ball around very, very easily at the moment, and South Africa need to find a way just to get back into this game because having got on top for a little bit and tightened up the run rate, it is beginning to drift back into England's favour.
Yeah, but this one shorter and flatter. And it is a work to backward point for no run. And then it bowls a full toss, which just is swatted down the ground, beats the inner ring. And this one is well hit and flies to the boundary for 4. 196 for 2 after 35. Oh, just tried too much. Looped.
Yeah, it was was that Dunkley facing? I think just used her feet. And got it on the full. I think it was actually overpitched anyway. And landed up just being one that you could bludgeon through the offside. She moves on to 37 of 45. Shiva's there on 20 of 20. And after 35 overs, England 196 for 2.
Just you think of it, the ball before was a lot flatter and quicker. And Dunkley was in a bit of a spot of bother. And then just loops up a juicy full toss, a pie, as we would say, and just smokes to the offside for 4.
Yeah, it's so that brings the run rate back up to 5.6, and with only 2 wickets down now, entering into the business end of the innings, they're really going to be able to open up now And this is a team that bats deep as well.
Yeah.
And I think that South Africa should be staring down the barrel of 300 plus here.
Chloe Trier loops this one outside off stump, and there's another bottom edge. This one timed by Natcheva, and they come through for a single where Trisha Chetty cleans up from behind the wicket.
Yeah, the next two batters to come, Heather Knight, the captain, and Danny White, both of them can swing the willow.
Yeah, we saw in the previous game, Danny White Heather Knight just tore the South African bowlers apart. As Chloe Tran comes again, and this one flatter on middle end egg, tries to work it away on the leg side, but it doesn't get enough on it, and it just rolls harmlessly to a short mid wicket corner run.
Shiva on 21, Dunkley facing on 37. Trying the pick of the bowler so far, 2 for 20.
And this one outside off, and then just work to the sweeper at deep cover for a single. 198 for 2 after 35.3 overs. This one outside off again, and it beats point, and it is going to run away to the boundary, and that brings up the England 200 off 35.4 overs, 5.56 and over. Natcheva just getting them there with a beautiful square cut that beats backward point for 4.
202 for 2 at the moment. Coincidentally, that is my top ever score on Scrabble for a single move, which I achieved this morning.
Oh, nice!
Very, very proud of myself.
Uses the feet and comes down the wicket and works his way too long off. I've never played Scrabble.
Well, I think you're probably too fidgety to play Scrabble, to be honest, at least.
I haven't, but I wasn't playing it.
Yeah, no, you need to. You need to play action Scrabble if there is such a thing.
Yes, yeah. I played Wordle. I've tried Wordle before. This one is worked to the offside, and there is a no run, a 203 for 2 after 36. I have played Scrabble. I didn't do too well.
Yeah,
I know a lot of four-letter words.
Yeah, I'm a keen online player. In fact, I play a game called Word Feud, which is a knockoff of Scrabble, because Scrabble itself, they had a very, very good online system that was actually linked through Facebook. And then they gamified it. And now it's got pop-ups and cartoons and silly noises and all sorts of things. And it's being completely overrun by bots and is now impossible to play for anyone over the age of 7.5, I thought.
I'll tell my daughter.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll be keen.
Yeah.
Change of bowler, Nadine de Klerk. It should be a change of commentary as well. I'm not quite sure what's happened to our replacements, but we will gamely carrying on, as they say.
Yeah, I think we're going to be on until the 40th.
Oh, are we really?
Yeah, I think that's.
Oh, we are.
Yeah. As Nadine de Klerk is at the top of a mark. This is going to be interesting to see as she comes in a long run, and she does bowl quite a heavy ball. This one is dropped short, and there's more than enough time for Natcheva to rock her to the back foot and just work it down the leg side, beating short 5 leg for 4.
Yeah, good solid shot. That's the second you drop it short on this pitch, your history, I'm afraid, and that was very, very short indeed. And Nadine de Klerk is not going to. She's not going to trouble the batsman. And to be honest, with the keeper standing up, she certainly shouldn't be trying to do anything funny with the length either. Once again, Chetty standing up without a helmet on, which is interesting and mildly insulting to Nadine.
Yeah.
And once again, Chetty standing up without a helmet on, which is interesting and mildly insulting to Nadine.
This one is outside off, and it's worked down to the leg side actually and they pulled from well outside of stuff to the leg side. They come through for a single. The score moves on to 2-8 for 2. Yeah, no. If I was Nadine de Klerk, I'd bowl like really quickly now.
Yeah, push the keeper. I've seen guys do that at Prem level. It was hysterical.
That's what outside off stump, it just beats Dunkley outside of off stump. Giving Trisha Chetty something to think about. See, I'm quick enough. You can take a couple of steps back, relax.
Yeah. No. So I was I was umpiring, and the keeper came up to a medium pacer, and the guy said, "No, go back." And the keeper said, "No, I can handle you." So he bowled a bouncer immediately. Bloody nearly killed the keeper.
It's like, yeah, can you handle me now? Okay, I'm sorry. This is when, again, outside off stump just beats Dunkley as Trisha Chetty takes it cleanly.
Yeah, well, it was the most bizarre period of play where the batsman was completely irrelevant, and it was basically the bowler playing against the keeper.
That's happened to me too, but I've done the opposite where the keeper just decided to stand up to the wicket, so I just started bowling slower because I don't want. Just okay, I'm medium, but then like my captain goes up to me and says, "Don't you bowl quicker than something?" No, but look at him, he's steady, it's fine.
Score at the moment 209 for 2. We're one ball shy of the 37th over. And it is bowled by Nadine de Klerk.
And it is worked it down to the long on boundary. Deep mid-wicket boundary.
Chloe Tryon does the fielding. She fires it in to stop the second run. That takes England through to 210 for 2 after 37 overs. Shiver is there on 32. Dunkley is there on 39. Fairly substantial partnership this. I'll give you the numbers in a moment if I can find it. Frustratingly, they don't. You have to find the partnership on a different page of Cricinfo. Where are partnerships these days? I've taken them off the.
You're taking it off, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is frustrating.
We're on the side.
No, they're not there. But it must be north of 50 by now. Well, the last the fall of wicket was 147. So yeah, we're 63 runs this partnership worth, and trotting along not too badly. But the run rate at sort of 5.7 and beginning to ramp up.
As Chloe Tryon comes in to start her 7th over, the 38th, and it is outside off and worked to the deep deep cover boundary for a single. 211 for 2 as this one just squats a bit. But Dunkley manages to squeak it out to that same fielder sweeping on the deep cover boundary for a single. 212 for 2. Oh, they need 10 more runs.
I mean, Dunkley is making the South Africans look fantastic today, but she's still there.
Is on a middle end leg, but Dunkley gives it. Oh, Nat Shiva was facing. Gives herself some room and works it to the offside for no run. Chloe Tryon rushing through this over. This one straight down the ground. Shiva uses her feet. It doesn't get all of it, and it just cleaned up on the boundary by a deep long on where Laura Goodall cleans up, and they come through for a single. 2-3 for 2. And Chloe Tryon's flying through this over.
Yeah, no, she's certainly been hurrying it along. 2 balls still remaining in it though. 213 for 2. She's gone for 29 off her 6.4 at the moment, so 4.5 runs and over, just shy. She is going to be bowling to Sophia Dunkley.
She comes in now. This one looped up. That one is on off stump, pushed to the offside. And they managed to squeak through for a single. Chloe Tryon fields of her own bowling and then doesn't take a shy anyway. And it's then frustrated that she didn't take a shy.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what she was angry at there. I mean, she can't have been complaining at Trish not being at the stumps because Trish was standing up anyway. Yeah. So it should have just been a matter of collecting it and shying it. I don't know why she didn't have a go, because she reacted like someone had done something wrong.
And this one is on middle, and it swept well, beating square leg, and it runs to the boundary for 4. And one ball puts a damper on what would have been a great over, as England move on to 218 for 2 after 38.
Yeah, it was a good shot. That it just reaching up the pitch for it and sweeping hard. Past the diving Adri Stain at a square leg and rushed away to the boundary. And she's almost caught up with her partner now. and Nat has scored 38 off 30. Sophia Dunkley is on 41 off 53. And certainly the money on Nat Shriver to get to her 50 well ahead of her batting partner.
Yeah, to just pip her there at the end. Nat Shriver is in such great form.
Concerns a little bit for the South African bowlers that the fifth bowler shared by Mlamba and Nadine de Klerk have been a little bit expensive. I think they're just about finished now, though. I'll tell you in a moment. So Nadine has bowled 5, Mlamba's bowled 7. Yes, so they now essentially finished. Although that said, Kappa's gone for and Kaka both gone for over 6 runs and over.
This one is short of a length, outside off, and it is played to a deep deep cover, and it's cleaned up by the sweeper there, and they come through for 2. 220 for 2 after 38.1. Good throw. Have a look at it.
Nearly 2 for 2, which I know Dave Midgley always gets very, very excited about. Does his very best commentator impression.
This one is pushed down the ground, and they come through for a single 2-1 for 2. It's like a drum roll.
Richie Beto is the name I was going for. I went blank for a moment. Yeah.
Well, the score is 2 for 2-2-2. I apologize for that. As Marizon Cup comes in, and this one is outside off, and it is worked. 2 beats the fielder on the boundary as Nadine de Klerk comes around, and they come back for 2, ruining our moment. And the score is 2-2-3 for 2 after 38.3 overs.
Even Laura Wolfhard giving herself a bit of an eye roll. She knows she ruined 2-2-2 for 2 for everyone else as well by missing that. So it's 2-2-3 for 2 now. I must admit, I don't think I've ever seen Marizon Cup look this innocuous in bowling.
It's like we were saying earlier on, anything short of a length, and that's a length, just sits up and it just dies. So, but it's like she doesn't have a plan.
So she did roll her fingers over that last one, and you could see it gripped off the pitch and angled in a little bit. So I think she is aware that she needs to vary her pace a little bit, but it just hasn't been her day at all.
It's like it's like she's bowling in an action cricket net, except there's no swing. So it's just coming on, and it's a tennis ball bounce. She's getting tennis ball bounce, and these English batters are just eating it up. Score is 2-2-4 for 2 now. Wait, 2-2-3, and now, that is beaten outside off. And that's the end of the over. 2-2-4 for 2 after 39. We've got 1 over left before we should.
Yeah, Dunkley again.
Getting a bit of a change.
Riding her luck. She clearly pleased the gods at breakfast this morning, because she has been dreadful, and yet she's closing in on an ODI half century. And I think she knows she's been dreadful. She's given a wry smile quite often through the innings, and has shown that she's aware that she's struggling. But she's managed to clunk along, and is going to one lusty blow now away from a half century. And
will we say when she gets there that's a well-deserved 50, or will we say that's a suspect-looking 50? But it's
it was as suspect as anything, except she hasn't actually been dropped or anything. But she's just looked like she hasn't been able to hit it off the square. And yet has scored 44. Yeah, no, it's been a very odd innings.
It's one of those knocks where you're like, they don't look convincing at all, but they're getting runs. I don't know how to feel about this.
I mean, there's countless times where she could have got an inside edge onto leg stump. It's been that sort of innings. Anyway, Ayabonga Kaka to continue. She's batting her 7th over.
This one comes in on Midland leg, and it's just worked to the leg side for a single. It's cleaned up on the boundary by deep backward square. They showed a graphic of the ball placements with the South African seamers, and it seemed like since over 22, South Africa have been bowling a lot straighter, much like this. This one just going down the leg side though, and it beats short fine leg rather, where Mlaba has to give chase to the square to the fine leg boundary as it comes in for 3, and the score moves on to 228 for 2.
Yeah, good running there by the English ladies to get 3 there. Dunkley now goes to 47, and Shiva's going to be facing on 42. But even that shot looked like it was taken by surprise.
Shiva comes in. This one comes down the wicket and is worked to the deep square leg boundary for a single. But, Dunkley 3 away from a 50. And she's looking suspect the entire time. But I guess this is what other people say about Dean Alga.
Yeah, no, I've never seen Dean look this suspect. This has been a really the scratchiest of scratchy innings, but it's worked.
This one looped outside off stump, well wide. Could have left it and gone the wide, and it is swatted down the ground to a long off the four.
And she dragged that straighter than she should have. A ball that was full and that wide of outside off really should have been slapped a bit squarer. And again, I think just getting her timing a bit wrong.
As comes in this one, short of a length, Natchev not scared to dance down the wicket, and this one is whacked down to a cow for another single. 1 ball to come in the 40th over. The score is 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 1, 4, 2.
2, 3, 1 for 2. Yeah, so it's you were trying to make something there, but it didn't quite work.
Yeah, I didn't work. No, I didn't got it all. This one just worked out the ground. And the score moves on to 2, 3, 2, 4, 2 after 40 overs.
That is the end of us. Thank you very, very much, Anis. We will leave you in the capable hands of Otto and Leia. Thanks, everybody.
Before you leave, Simon, I hate to rain on your parade, but Richie Beno famously always pronounced it 222 for 2.
There you go.
That's it.
Golden cricket commentary by a German. Thanks. That is the highlight of my week. Cheers, guys. Stay well.
Bye-bye.
Well,
and we have 9 overs left, so England looking to go past the 250 here at least. They'll be very disappointed if they don't do that.
Yes.
And we will see Marizanne Cup carrying on the attack for South Africa. Back of a length on off stump. It just worked onto the onside by Sophia Dunkley for a single. And now it is 2-3-2 for 2.
Yes, Marizanne Cup has come back quite a bit. Her economy rate right now is 6.13, so that's much better than after the power play.
This one outside off stump, driven, and they'll come back for a second as the ball went slowly to the sweeper on the boundary. So the score now 235 for 2. Excuse me, that previous single took the score to 233 for 2. 40.2 overs. And this looks very ominous. Sophia Dunkley has her 50. So will you please give us the stats there, Leah?
Yes. She has 50. She faced 61 balls. That means her strike rate is 81.96. And it is second score of 50 or more in women's ODI cricket.
Nat Silver with her there sneaking up on the 50 mark, as well as Marizon Cup comes into Dunkley, who just plays a beautiful back foot cut shot, beats the fielders on the offside, backward of point to the boundary. She goes on to 54 of 62. It was back of a length, and Dunkley is well outside of her crease. She meets this ball at the top of the bounce and just cuts it beautifully to the backward point boundary for 4. Cup in again now to Dunkley. This one moves into the right-hander on off stump, and they take a quick single to mid-wicket where there's no fielders. 241 for 2 now, and they will definitely go past 300 from this position. Otherwise, they're going to be extremely disappointed. Siver now on strike on 47 of just 37 balls. So these ladies for England have really been handing out some cricket lessons in the test match, in this ODI series. Nat Siver, right-handed. Marizon Cup over the wicket. Slower ball it looked like. Worked on to mid-on for a single by Nat Siver. 242 for 2. So there we've got a nice one. 242 for 2. For the anoraks and the obsessive compulsives among us. I have CDO. It's almost like OCD, but the letters are in the correct, of course. You see a replay of Dunkley's 50 now. And this is a really important innings here for England, because she started off slowly. It's very much like a Rassie van der Dussen type of innings. Of course, me as a South African fan watching mostly South African cricket, where the batter starts off slowly and then just catches up with the run rate as the inning goes on. So if you get stuck for 20 or 40, it looks bad, but all's well for Dunkley as Ayabonga Kaka is into the attack. This is a full toss swept by Dunkley by Siver, excuse me, down to backward square leg. 244 for 2 now, England, and Nat Siver has her 50. Let's hear the stats for that half century.
Well, just a second.
Well, Kaka goes in again, and Siver steps down the wicket to the pitch of the ball, just over the head of Chloe Try on that long on. She gets a 6. 56 now for Nat Siver. 250 up for England. 250 for 2. 2 balls gone in the 42nd over, and South Africa are going to be chasing a mammoth total here.
Yes, and Nat Siver got her half century in just 40 balls at a strike rate of 150. And to the Sophia Dunkley innings, if she really kicks on now, it will be a bit like that Rahul Tewatia innings in the IPL 2 seasons back, when everyone thought he played a match-losing knock and then accelerated so much that he ended up with a strike rate of around 160 in the end and won them the match.
This time Dunkley just dinks it down to backward square leg for a single. 252 now for 2. 2 balls to go in the 42nd over. Nat Siver now 57 or 41 balls with 4 fours and a magnificent 6. She faces Kaka. She comes down the wicket, gets a leading edge, but it doesn't carry anywhere. Just bobbles down into the wicket, back to the bowler. No run. 252 for 2. So with 8 wickets in hand, these two ladies, they realize that they've got the upper hand. They can really put the foot to neck for England here. And they're going to try and accelerate, stepping down the wicket at every opportunity. Kaka into the leg stump of Nat Siver, who just gently sweeps this down to backward square leg for 4 runs, beating fine leg and the sweeper on the leg side boundary. Just an easy swing of the bat there for Nat Siver, and it's a beautiful shot.
It truly is. It truly is.
Much as it pains me to say it as a South African fan, but there you go. So we're seeing some replays here of Siver on 61 or 43. And that's really the perfect ODI innings. If you can get your eye in, sort out the bowlers, look to attack the weak points in the bowling lineup, and then just build your innings and just keep accelerating, keeping the momentum on your side and just making the bowlers pay for their mistakes, making the fielders run around and chase leather. That's it's an exquisite display of cricketing skills here by the English team so far. 6.1 is the run rate now. 42 overs gone. 256 for 2. Ismail into the attack. And she has replaced the Marizan Cup. If I'm not mistaken, she's got 3 overs left. So there's 8 overs to go in the innings. Ismail will be bowled out before the match ends. Lees has no option really here. And this one is lofted by Sophia Dunkley. What a shot. Over deep mid-wicket. Just as easy as you like. Full swing of the bat. And the ball sails over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just wide of long on. And that is... it looked like Shabnim Ismail tried to bowl a slower delivery. Sophia Dunkley just stands and delivers. This one is wide outside, off stump, and spanked by Dunkley down to the point boundary for 4. Now South Africa are being hurt badly by these two ladies for England. And what a magnificent shot onto the back foot.
Yeah, and with that shot, Dunkley got to 100 strike rate. So
yes,
going along at 6 and over.
That one she left alone, bounces over her stumps through to the keeper. Shabnim Ismail bowling short of a length, bounced over the stumps of Sophia Dunkley through to the keeper for no run. 266 for 2, 3 balls to go in the 43rd. So South Africa need wickets because it doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop these two batters unless they get them back into the pavilion, back into the change room. Shabnim Ismail trying the slower deliveries, the cross seam deliveries. This one is very short and very wide and very much punched off the back foot by Sophia Dunkley for 4 more. 266 for 2. That was just dismissive. That was just, what the hell are you? You're insulting me with that delivery. It just got smashed. We'll see if it's a 4 or a 6. That was very close to the rope, bounced just beyond the rope. It looks like. We'll have a look here and give you an update as soon as we've got confirmation. Yes, that bounced past the boundary rope. 6 runs.
Yes.
6 runs. For Sophia Dunkley, confirmed by the umpire, Anna Harris, and the security guards helping the South African fielders to do their fielding in the stands, where the ball is lost in between the seats. 6.38 run rate now. And Sunay Lees must be really just searching for answers here at the moment. Who's going to be the one to get some wickets for South Africa? Who's going to be the one to put some brakes on this England innings, because it's already a monster of a target with 7 overs and 2 balls to go. So 44 balls to go. 272 for 2.
Yes. It would be interesting. It would be interesting to see if Sune actually tries spinners at the death, it might actually work.
That would be brave. Yeah, that would be brave because the seamers certainly are not working. That one goes into the leg stump of Dunkley on 72 now of 69 to fine leg inside the circle for no run. So Dunkley has raced past Siver. She's gone to 72 of 69 balls now. 272 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 43rd over. Where to from here for the South African ladies? They've got to fight back today because if they don't, and we see the projected score, 10 and over will put England onto 344. That must be some kind of record. Shabnim Ismail into Dunkley. Very nice length. Tighter line on off stump. Defended back to the bowler. No run there. 43 overs gone. 272 for 2. Where to from here for the momentum Proteas?
Well, it's definitely.
I'm speechless.
Yes, it's an imposing total already. But never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. They might get off to a flyer as well.
Yeah, that's the only hope now. And South Africa just need to keep believing that they're still in this match. We see Sunay Lee's biting her lip once again, looking very, very nervous. And 272 for 2. So let's hope that the South Africans have got some idea of how they're going to chase this down. Nadine de Klerk into the attack, past the umpire, wide outside off stump, swing and a miss by Nat Siver through to the keeper, no run. 272 for 2 is still the score. Start of 44th over.
44th, yes.
Siver facing on 61 or 44. De Klerk is bowling her 6th over. She has conceded 35 runs so far. In again, and this is a fuller delivery driven to long off. Shabnim Ismail runs in, restricts them to 1. Dunkley on strike now for England. 273 for 2. Dunkley 72 of 70. So Nadine de Klerk looks like she's concentrating, very focused. Starts a runner, past the umpire, and full on middle and off stump, straight to mid off by Sophia Dunkley, no run. This is going to be an imposing total either way, so we'll see if we can pick up what the record scores are at this ground in women's cricket. It's often deceiving to compare the ladies to the men's game in terms of runs, and this one is driven straight back to the bowler. Nadine de Klerk just couldn't get anything on it, not enough. It looks like she might have been hurt by this ball that goes racing away to long off for 4. It's 277 for 2. And Nadine de Klerk's right hand is hanging as she shakes her forearm. And we see a replay here. I'm not sure exactly where that ball struck her, but it struck her just above the palm, just above the thumb, in that wrist, thumb area. Yes, she's gripping her thumb. She's got the physio there. That was absolutely smoked back to Nadine de Klerk on her follow through. She got the right hand to it, but it must have done some damage there because she's immediately curled into a ball on the ground. Now she's got some libation as the physio is putting the ice spray onto her wrist and her thumb. She's wincing a little bit, seems to be nodding. We'll see a replay. Oh, and that one went straight through her hands, and it looks like it struck her on the base of her thumb. Yes, just on the base of the thumb, right where your thumb grows out of your wrist. And she's just trying to get some kind of control of her hand, because it's a right hand, it's a bowling hand. And it's looking like a very difficult situation now for Nadine de Klerk. Is she going to be able to grip the ball properly? See another slow-mo replay here. Oh, that is just absolutely painful, but it was bashed by Sophia Dunkley back to the bowler. Shaking her hand, trying to grip the ball is Nadine de Klerk. She probably doesn't have enough information about her thumb to grip a cricket ball in a bowling action. Let's see. She comes in now over the wicket, and it's wide outside, off stump, full and wide, and it's wide of the keeper as well. The fielder from Gully has to run around to collect that. It's just a single, 279 for 2, but Nadine de Klerk in real trouble here. She's a fighter. She doesn't want to give up. Horrible situation here for Klerk. Run rate now 6.39 after England won toss and put themselves into bat. She comes past the umpire. Now this one is a better line. Very slow ball, but it's straight to the fielder at long on. And they take a single. And now Nadine de Klerk fielding the ball as it goes past her. Trying to field the ball as it goes past her. And Sophia Dunkley now has her highest ODI career score of 76 not out in this match.
Yes.
The previous one was against India. It was 72, if I remember correctly. This one is to the mid-wicket boundary for a single, straight to the fielder by Nat Siver. After they took single there, 44 overs gone, 281 for 2.
And to give you a positive comparison between the women's game and the men's game, Nat Siver in this match is scoring at a faster clip than Ajinkya Rahane scored over his career in T20s. Nat Siver is going along at 136.95, and Rahane's T20 career strike rate is 119.55.
So the marker has been laid down here by the English women. Yes. It is a batting wicket, 6.39 run rate, 6 overs to go, 281 for 2. Siver, 63 of 46, as you mentioned, Leo.
Yeah.
Dunkley, 77 of 73. Shabnim Ismail, 8 overs, none for 42, is going to be bowling to Sophia Dunkley. Anchoring the innings in the context here, just over a runner ball. Ismail over the wicket to Dunkley on leg stump and driven out to the onside to deep mid wicket. And they come back for the second, safely through are these two ladies for England. And it's 283 for 2 now. First ball of the 45th over has just been bowled. Werner Erasmus shares 5 scores over 400 in women's cricket. New Zealand made 3 of those themselves in 2018, including the highest of 491, which is the highest overall as Shamlim Ismail comes in again, driven and just evades the fielder at mid-off, goes through the air about 3-4 meters to the right of the fielder at mid-off, down to the long-off boundary for 4, 287 for 3. And he says, until the English men's side made 498 last month.
Yes, but it was against the Netherlands.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, it was against an associate member, but I remember them. I remember them putting up a massive score against Australia in an ODI series just preceding or shortly after the last Ashes in England.
Ismail into the length stump. of Sophia Dunkley, who flicks this out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 288 for 2. 3 balls to go in the 45th over. So we've got 33 deliveries to 33 deliveries to go in this match. Run rate now 6.47. And so only 2 wickets down, excuse me, as onto the leg stump of Nat Siver goes Shabnim Ismail. It slides down leg stump. Siver tries to lap it around the corner down to the boundary, but it goes to the keeper down the leg side for a wide. Oh, trying everything here are the South Africans, and the English ladies just have the answer for everything at the moment. So let's hope from a South African point of view that the South African batters have the same experience as Ismail goes onto the leg stump and bowls Nat Siver for 63. Third wicket goes down for England, 289 for 3. Shabnim Ismail has her first wicket of the match just after she reaches her 50 as a bowler.
Yes.
Which is never ideal in ODIs.
No.
So let's have the stats there for Nat Siver.
Yes. So Nat Siver made 63 runs of 46 balls. She struck 5 fours, 1 6. And the strike rate won't. The strike rate is around 135.
35, yeah.
135.
Wow. That brings England's captain to the wicket, Heather Knight, joining Sophia Dunkley, who's on 84 of 75. 289 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 45th over. So 32 balls to go. 6.47 run rate for England here. And now it's just, with 7 wickets in hand, they can just go full out attack. Even if they hang up their gloves right now, they'll still fancy defending this total, the English ladies. They've got a mean bowling attack, even with Catherine Brunt out of the side. There's some real menace in their bowling. This one is full on leg stump appeal for LBW by Shabnim Ismail. The ball bobbles out to square leg. Shabnim Ismail brings out the teapot as they come back for the second run. And that is 289 for 3 now for England.
Well, I mean,
might have an update to the score here. No, it's 289 for 3.
Even their number 9 averages over 20 in ODIs. So they really bet deep.
Yeah, and now they're looking to go close to 350. As Vanner Erasmus, I just realized those 3 scores of over 400 for New Zealand all came in one series versus Ireland. Okay, so there's some context there.
Yeah.
And that was the, these are all ladies' stats. Of course, Shabnim Ismail has finished her 9th over. And we see a replay there. Nat Siver trying to play that leg side lap shot. And Shabnim Ismail finding the middle stump through the legs of Nat Siver there. So well done to Shabnim Ismail, and well done to Nat Siver. That was a really impressive batting. 291 for 3, 5 overs to go. Run rate now achieved for England 6.47. This is going to be. This is magnificent batting by England so far. Nadine de Klerk will be going to Sophia Dunkley, who's 16 runs away from the 100 on the leg stump. Goes de Klerk, flicked off her feet. And down to deep mid-wicket for a single. Goes to Sophia Dunkley's shot, 292 for 3. Sure, this is... like I said, cricket lessons being dished out here. Heather Knight, the England captain, will face her first delivery, and she faces Nadine de Klerk now on midland leg, flicks it off her pads, and into the deep mid-wicket area where it's fielded for a single. So that will be 293 for 3 now in the 46th over. Heather Knight off the mark after facing 3 deliveries. Dunkley now back on strike, 85 off 77. De Klerk has got 46 runs conceded. She goes full and onto the middle and off stump. Cheeky single as the bowler had to field this ball on the onside, 294 for 3. 27 balls to go in the innings. 45.3 overs gone. 6.46 run rate for England. This is really going to take a lot from the South African ladies to get up and chase this.
Yes.
To Knight. Oh, and there's a defensive shot by Knight. Fumble by the keeper, but there's no run. 294 for 3.
I have an interesting tweet from Ravinair, which I will get to after the over.
Thank you very much once again, everybody, for listening. Gorilla Cricket South Africa on One World Sports Radio. Never mind if you don't have a TV, you can just listen. And this one by Van Niekerk by De Klerk, is full on leg stump and flicked out to long on for a single. 295 for 3. And Heather Knight gets off strike. She gets her second run. 1 ball to go in the 46th, and then we'll hear what Ravinair has to say. And De Klerk into Dunkley. She plays a beautiful looking shot down to long on for a single. 296 for 3. 46 overs gone. What does Mr. Nair have to say?
Ravi wonders when the last time all 4, the first 4 batters all got scores of 50 plus in a women's ODI. I can't really answer that right now, but I think it is a pretty rare occurrence.
Yes, especially 2 top-tier nations playing against each other. That would be some interesting research assignments there. For yourself, Leah, and anybody else who wants to help us out with that stat. Do some digging and see what you can come up with. So we're nearing the death of the innings. And England well in control here. It will take a mammoth effort from South Africa. The weather looks really good. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's some what my wife would call Simpson clouds in the distance. As Shabnim Ismail goes onto the leg stump of Sophia Dunkley, who works this one out to the onside for a single. 297 for 3. And it will still be, there will still be some sun about when South Africa chase, when they start their chase. It is a day-night match, but it is summer in England. So maybe the last 25, 30 overs of the match will be under lights in the darkness as Ismail comes in again. This one is short of a length, slower ball, fumbled by Sunay Lees at fine leg inside the ring. And they take another easy single. Dunkley now on 88 of 80. Knight moves to 3. So Shabnim Ismail is trying everything in the book here. Heather Knight stepping across her off stump and flicking that out or helping it around the corner with that pull shot to fine leg. This one is on leg stump, outside the line of leg stump, smacked down to long on for a single. Dunkley admonishing herself there. She knows that it's hit or hit out. They've got to attack now as much as possible, because if this is as good a pitch as they make it look like, these English players will know that it might be easy for South Africa to chase this. Ismail on to the middle and leg stump. It's a thick outside edge off the bat of Heather Knight. Evades third man inside the circle, goes down to the third man down for 300 up for England after 46.4 overs. 6.49 run rate.
Yes.
Oh.
46.3 overs at a run rate of 6.43. And we have the Armchair Cricket podcast on board. Lovely to hear myself on summarizing duties. No doubt South Africa have their task cut out. And Ajit hopes I can inspire South Africa to a win. I'll do my best, Ajit. I can't promise anything.
Look, we've got the talent for sure.
Yes.
The South African ladies do have the talent. On this tour of England, they've been sort of starting and stopping, sputtering along as Ismail comes into Heather Knight short and pulled, not quite timed there, out to square leg, and the ball goes in between two fielders. Only a single this time as Dunkley comes through for the single. 305 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 47th over. Oh, this is absolute torture for South African fans like myself. We'll see if the South African ladies can chase this down. This will be something. If they can make this happen, they will be bubbling and dancing all night, all through the night. Good luck keeping the South Africans calm if they chase this down. This one is driven straight down the ground, fielded as they come back for 2 on the long on boundary, and it's 307 for 3. 3 overs to go, 18 balls, 307 for 3, 6.53 run rate. Knight on 8 of 6, Dunkley on 91 of 82. She's 9 runs away. Oh no, that's not the end of the 47th. There was a no ball by Shabnim Ismail. That's rare to see. Putting in the extra effort and overstepping very short distance, but living on the edge and just tripping over it there is Shabnim Ismail with the back of her foot just missing the paint by a hair's breadth. Ismail into Dunkley, who smashes this out to deep mid wicket. There's fielders there, both of them converging on the ball. Laura Wolford picks it up as it was parried back off the boundary by Chloe Tryon. 310 up for England, 310 for 3, 3 overs to go, 18 balls. Run rate now 6.6 as they came back for 2. Dunkley on 93, 7 runs to go to her 100. Hope that's a heavy jinx for the English lady there.
Yes.
As a South African fan, very much green-colored grasses here. Let us know where you're watching from. Who do you think is going to win this game? Given their recent form, the South African ladies will not be very positive about chasing this down. It looks like that Dean de Klerk has recovered from the smack on the hand that she got from fielding off her own bowling in the previous over, and she's in now. To the English captain, Heather Knight. Right arm over the wicket to the right-hander on off stump and middle stump, and just worked out to mid-on by Knight for a single, 311 for 3. And I'm starting to wonder how many times the South African ladies have scored over 300, never mind chased it down. But it really looks like a very nice place to bat at the moment. And de Klerk is in to Dunkley, who smashes this straight to extra cover. Was that a chance of a catch? And they will come back for a second. There's an appeal for a run out. And is Heather Knight safely there? Dunkley moves on to 95 provisionally, 313 for 3. We'll see if Heather Knight made it back to the non-striker's end, where there was a throw into the stumps, as de Klerk made some really nice work of collecting that ball that bounced just in front of her hands, and Heather Knight is safely home Relax, England fans. That is not another wicket for South Africa. Heather Knight safe at the non-strikers end. 2 runs off that last delivery. De Klerk into Dunkley, who smokes this one to mid-wicket for 4. 317 for 3.
Yes. The highest total South Africa women ever made is 337, by the way. So not totally gone yet, the game, but we'll take some batting.
I wonder how many of these ladies playing today were in that team. As Nadine de Klerk goes over the wicket onto the leg stump of Dunkley, down to fine leg inside the ring, thrown back quickly by Mlaba. Dunkley goes on to, she's now on 99. I don't think so. They took a single there, 317 for 3. And there's 14 balls left in the innings. The South African ladies must be itching to get onto this wicket at bat. As de Klerk goes into the off stump, Dunkley works it out. 2 mid on, she's got 100. She's got 100. Well done, Sophia Dunkley. 318 for 3 and 100 runs for Sophia Dunkley. Give us the stats there.
Yeah,
that is
Sophia Dunkley. Sophia Dunkley, a ton of 87 balls, 8 fours, 2 sixes, at a strike rate of 114.95. It's also her highest score to date in 21 matches. It is her first 100, and her fourth 50 score of 50 or more. As you were asking about which players were in that team, well, Laura Wolfart, Trisha Chetty, Marizanne Kapp, Zune Lewis, Nadine de Klerk, and Shabnim Ismail were in that team that made 337.
As the next delivery is straight down the throat of fine leg inside the circle by Heather Knight, who's out for 9 of 10. Caught by Mlaba once again at that fine leg inside the circle. 48 overs gone now. Heather Knight applauding Sophia Dunkley as she walks off. 48 overs gone. 318 for 4. And that is exactly the right attitude here from England. They know that they can just get as many runs as they will be allowed to get before the close of the innings.
Yes, with 2 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand, I think they see everything they get now as basically a bonus, and they will probably start slogging recklessly right now.
Yes, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
Yes.
So if you can't score at a strike rate of 200 or 300, get back into the hut and give somebody else a chance. Danny Wyatt is at the crease, 95 matches, 1,503 runs at an average of 22 as Marizanne Kapp continues. And this one is played out to the onside by Wyatt. She's off the mark immediately with 2. 320 for 4. Excuse me, that was Dunkley on strike with the start of the 49th over. So wicket for Nadine de Klerk as Heather Knight just tried to sweep that ball on her leg stump and got a bit of top half of the bat, splice of the bat to square, backward square leg or to a fine leg inside the circle. This one is swept by Dunkley to backward square leg for a single, 321 for 4. Wyatt will now face her first delivery, facing Marizanne Kapp. 4 balls to go in the 49th over. 6.64 is the run rate for England. Kapp has also scored a 50, her first 50 of the match. Hopefully she can repeat her 150. She's got 56, no wicket. Third ball to come in her 9th over, the 49th over of the innings. Bowling to the new batter. Wyatt is on strike. Cup goes to the right-hander, short, and it's a hook shot attempted by Danny Wyatt. Goes through to the keeper for no run. Wyatt looks at square leg umpire, and there's no reprise there. It is a well-directed bouncer by Cup. Less than halfway down the wicket. Ooh, that might have been a wide for height. It went over her head, over the head of Wyatt there. Might have been 3-2-1-4-4. So there's another little bit of a nice collection of numbers there. Cup in to Wyatt, short once again outside off stump. And this one is pulled backward of square. It will bring Sophia Dunkley back on strike as they take a single, and Wyatt is off the mark. 2 balls to go in the 49th over, 8 balls to go in the innings. 322 for 4. Can South Africa chase this down? Wow, this will be a record score. What did you say was that record score by South Africa, Leah?
337 is the best total by South Africa in ODIs.
And it's a weird little ramp scoop shot outside off stump by Dunkley as Laba runs back. They come back for 2. 324 for 4. And was that a winning total for the Proteas?
Let me... Oh, damn. Where is it? Where did I have it?
It's going to be a monumental chase either way. Dunkley facing Cup. And this one, Dunkley steps away, smacks this into extra cover straight to the fielder, but they do go through for... No, they turned down the single, I think. No, they took the single. Dunkley retains the strike. She's on 106 off 91. 3-2-5 for 4. 6 balls to go. And England are in control here. They are set to seal the series today. If South Africa can chase this down, it will be epic. It will be absolutely epic. So we see a replay here of Dunkley's 100. Magnificent knock by her. As we mentioned, she started off slow. She caught up with the strike rate, and now she's on 106 off 91. What a magnificent knock by this lady for England. Just impressive. Cricket lessons. Cricket lessons. Observe and learn, says Sophia Dunkley. And now it will be who's going to take the final over. That's the next decision. It looks like it's going to be Nadine de Klerk. I hope it's not. I hope there's somebody else that Lisa's got in her pocket. Dunkley looking at her wagon wheel. Very much in front of square, from in front of square on the offside up until square leg. So almost all around the park as de Klerk goes to Wyatt, who gets a thick inside edge on this ball that goes to her leg stump. And that one runs down to the boundary. Is that a 4? It's going to be 4 byes.
Yes.
I think it missed everything. Trisha Chetty puts her hand into her glove. 330 for 4. 4 balls to go in the innings. Wyatt on 1 off 3. Dunkley at the other end. De Klerk into Wyatt. Full on middle and off. And it's a swinging, booming drive through the covers for Wyatt. Down to the cover boundary for 4 more. 3-3-4 for 4. 3 balls to go. Wyatt on to 5. Full and just past the fielder at cover as Wyatt just piles on the pain, and now it will be a record score. If South Africa chase this full outside off stump, full toss, smacked down to the cover boundary. This time there's a sweeper. It was a bit straighter this time. And is that a no ball signaled by the umpire? Surely not. 3:36 for 4. Wyatt goes back on strike. They take 2. The number 6 for England coming in, smacking it around. So 2 balls to go in the innings. De Klerk over the wicket. Wyatt smacks this one down to deep mid wicket. 1 bounce to Laura Wolfhard. They only get a single this time. 3:37 for 4. Wyatt on 8 off 6. Dunkley off 100 on 107 off 92 will face the final ball of the innings. 3:37. Is that's the highest score, right? That you researched for us.
3:37. It was against Ireland, and South Africa won by 178 runs. So.
And it will be 3:37 because Dunkley holds out to Laura Wolfhard at deep mid wicket, catches the ball on the boundary, and Dunkley, the hero for England, 3:37 for 5. So South Africa will have to go one better and just hop over from one island to another to score a record chase. 3:38 will be the required score for South Africa if they are going to win this game and level the series. That's 50 overs gone. Leah, over to you. Can we get the scorecard, please?
Yes.
And
yes,
then you've got some interesting tidbits for us about German commentators.
No, not about German commentators, but we'll get to that.
Yes.
The scorecard. England women won the toss and chose to bat. Tammy Beaumont made 58 of 81. Emma Lamb, 67 of 65. Tammy Beaumont made 58 of 81. Court Ismail bowled Tryon. Emma Lamb made 67 of 65. Court Mlaba bowled Tryon. Sophia Dunkley, 107 of 93. Court Wolfhard bowled de Klerk. Ned Silver, 63 of 47. Bowled Ismail. Heather Knight, 9 of 10. Court Mlaba bowled de Klerk. Danny Wyatt, 8 of 6, not out. The bowling figures. Shabnim Ismail, 10 overs, 1 wicket for 64 runs. Marizan Cup, 9 overs, no wickets for 60 runs. Ayabonga Kaka, 8 overs, no wickets for 60 runs. Nadine de Klerk, 9 overs, 2 wickets for 65 runs. Nonkululeko Mlaba, 7 overs, no wickets for 42 runs. And Chloe Tryon, 7 overs, 2 wickets for 34 runs.
Can they do it?
We'll
have the dinner break. And yes, you wanted to mention one of your articles because you are actually a serious cricketing journalist person, which I am not, of course. So let's hear it. What have you got for us there?
Yeah, I was just thinking a very, very short history of cricket in Germany because it has been here much longer than most people know, most people think. And I did a short write-up of the history of cricket in Germany. So actually, the history of the game in Germany goes back to 1858 in Berlin, when the first cricket club was founded by players from England and the United States. They only played amateur tours to the British Isles until 1891, when the predecessor to the current German Football Association was founded. It was called the Deutsche Fußball- und Cricketbund, the German Football and Cricket Association, in 1891. Yes, this Football and Cricket Association is actually one of the predecessors of the Deutsche Fußballbund, the German German Football Association that's still in existence today. The continuity comes from some of the founding members of the DFB who were prior members of the Deutsche Fußball- und Cricketbund. This Deutscher Fußball- und Cricketbund was dissolved in 1902. And after that, cricket goes back into a Snow White sleep, basically, until the 30s, when former England captain C.B. Fry tries to convince Nazi Minister of Foreign Affairs, Joachim von Ribbentrop, to cooperate more in regards to sport and youth work. He tried to convince von Ribbentrop to have the Hitlerjugend cooperate more with the English Boy Scouts, and one of the ways they could cooperate, in Fry's mind, was cricket. That never worked out because Hitler was totally against it. He didn't like any sport that required protective clothing. And
really,
after the war, yes, after it was
against sport that requires protective clothing.
Yes, he was against that.
What a quirky.
Yes, he. I don't know. He was a very strange person.
That is so interesting. Okay.
Yes.
We learn something new every day. Jeez.
So
okay.
Yeah. So after the war, we go back to British and Canadian soldiers who are now stationed in Germany, playing the game here in Germany. They are here as parts of the British Army of the Rhine. In the 1980s, and you see, it takes almost 50 years, or more than 40 years, for it to get any traction in Germany. But in the 1980s, exchange students from the Commonwealth brought the game back into German universities. And there is a bit of a boom in the 80s among students in Germany, which led to the formation of the German Cricket Board, the Deutsche Cricketbund, in 1988. Every game in Germany is played on an amateur level, obviously. But around 2015, with the advent of the refugee crisis, cricket really got a boost in Germany, because it is the national game of a lot of refugees from Afghanistan and from the border regions of Pakistan. And so now it is a very interesting sport in Germany, because the administration has seen the potential of cricket for integration, to give these people that come here something where they can interact with German society at large. So basically the last 7 years have seen a meteoric rise in German cricket. There have been semi-professional leagues founded that are broadcast on YouTube, like European Cricket Network. You can watch that over the summer on YouTube. Just search it on YouTube. And now it is also state funded. There are workshops, there are leagues, amateur leagues, but really workshops to bring in new people, to empower children and women, and to plot out a way for young people to get into the German national team, actually. If you go to the Gorilla Cricket website, the English mothership, there's an article I did on that. If you want to see some pictures of a workshop for women we did here in Hanover with funding from the board and assistance from the local club. There's a lot of pictures in there. Check that out if that is something that is interesting to you. So, everyone, I thank you very much for the warm welcome here. And I guess I should round out the tweets, because we had one here from Ajit from the Armchair Cricket podcast, who congratulates Sophia Dunkley on a maiden ODI 100, scored at a strike rate of 115 as England women look to switch the afterburners on. Can she add another 15 to the total in the last 2 overs? No, she could not, Ajit. I'm sorry. But,
wow, that is so interesting. Please, will you post that link into the YouTube comments and tweet us at Gorilla SA with that link to your article? That is so interesting. And wow, what a great addition to our Gorilla Cricket SA team. I think now we can officially call it the Gorilla Cricket outside UK team or something along those lines, because we've got some people in Australia, we've got you in Germany now, we're all over South Africa, all different parts, and that is so interesting, and what a nice piece of research that is to have at hand. If you are in a pub quiz or something, or you're setting up a pub quiz, when was the first club cricket game played in Germany? That's a zinger. That's going to be a good one. Thank you so much, Leah. And we will take a break now, along with the cricketers in Bristol, and we will be listening to the Full Quota podcast, which is one of the One World Sports Radio podcasts that we have on our YouTube channel. Please do subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can ding that notification bell, as Coach Dave Midgley says, so that you know when we are live. And we will be back with the chase. South Africa need 338 runs to win. I think they can do it. If Laura and the gang it will be Operation Stay with Laura. And let's see if they can chase this down. Thank you so much for all the efforts. Simon Gear back. Mpo is going to be back on the air. So we look forward to that, and we'll be listening to the Full Quota podcast with Mpo and Tim. And thank you so much. We'll be back in about about 30 minutes or so. Something like that. Bye.
See you later.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. It's a new season. It's a new cricketing season. We're starting a little bit early now because the Momentum Proteas are in the UK, and we have to talk about them. Most importantly, there's been so many changes happening in South African cricket, and Tim and I will get to that. But welcome to season 2 of the Full Quota podcast. Tim, how are you doing?
It's good to be back. It's been a tough 8 weeks. I am entirely to blame as to our extended break. If you're looking to change internet providers, think again.
Don't name.
Make
don't
sure
name
you
them.
do it. Oh gosh, it was horrendous.
Let's not name and
no.
shit.
No.
But
it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let's leave it at that.
8 weeks ago, so much cricket has happened. The Momentum Proteas went to the UK. they played in a test match and they didn't lose a test match. It was the first test match they've played since 2014. And so it was against England. So we know who we call when the Momentum Proteas play England. We've got our friend Melissa to give us a bit of a sense of the test match, as well as the white ball series that's going to be happening soon. So let's bring Melissa on and have the conversation. So hi, Melissa.
Hello. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Likewise.
It's awesome, especially because we're talking Test cricket. Yeah, and so first question from me to you is, do we need an extra day? Should they play 5-day cricket?
Well, I'd say definitely. That is, I mean, we've seen the players come out after that game and say, look, the 5th day would have meant most likely a result. I was in Taunton the next day and it was beautiful blue skies, not a single drop of rain on the forecast, which was really frustrating. But also, I think there's so much discourse and conversation around that 5th day because of how infrequently we have test matches. It wouldn't be such a big deal to have a 5th day if we had more frequent games. But if you look at England, where 6 or I think 7 now of their last test matches have resulted in draws, because the tests happen so infrequently, that 5th day seems just more frustrating. So you're desperate to get a result, and there's pressure from the media as well. People are going, you should do a positive declaration, you should, almost risk losing just to satisfy the crowds, and especially with women's cricket, kind of prove something, maybe to new viewers, maybe to people who haven't seen it. So there's a lot of pressure, and there's got to be more, obviously, pushing for more test matches, and then I think almost the 5th day debate can come in. But I think a lot of people would be satisfied with 4-day tests, but just more of them across the year.
Yes, so in case people are wondering what we're talking about, the Momentum Proteas played first test match in 8 years. Last time they played was against India in India. And I'll just give a sense. It ended in a draw, but there were some incredible standout performances. Marazan Cup scored 150 in the first innings. Annika Bosch with a really good 30 there. Then Nat Siva in the English first innings just blew the South Africans away with an incredible 169, supported by a returnee, and I'm going to ask Melissa about her, Alice Davidson Richardson 107, and then South Africa batting to save their lives. Dumi Sikukune with probably the best 33 you'll ever see in South African cricket, 33 of 134 balls. Marazan Cup 43 or 58 to see off the final day, which had a lot of rain and cloud cover, and we as South Africans, Melissa, were praying for rain. I'm sure you were just hoping that you could get just a little sliver of sunlight, but what a stand from Dumi. Let's talk about the performance. It's from the English on the English side. Izzy Wong, incredible bowler, got her debut, and she showed the world why she deserved to get a call up a little bit earlier, maybe at the World Cup.
Potentially. She's one of those players who just makes things happen. And there was a lot of confusion, actually, when England got onto the pitch bowling to Toomey and I think Lisa at the crease there, when England opened with Siva and they opened with Cross and then they went to Lauren Bell and you were going, where is Izzy Wong? The rain could be coming at any second on this 3rd day and you haven't thrown the ball to your most energetic, your fastest bowler. And I think it was a bold call to play her in the test match because only a week prior, the coach, Knightley, I hope I haven't got that wrong. She was saying that they didn't think Izzy Wong was ready. She had a slight niggle and they didn't want to risk anything in the test match. But things seem to have changed in a week. She got her call up and, as you said, boy, did she impress. And she's warranted that call up into the white ball stuff. And she's just one of those big players. She really makes things happen.
Yes, if you weren't watching the hundreds, then most of you wouldn't have known who she was. She really made a name for herself in this test match alone. Without that exposure in the 100, even when South Africa had that partnership with Marazan Cup and Bosch, she was the one that was rushing those two in their shots. They were having to play their shots a second or two quicker. When they faced Davidson and Bell, They were fine, but they were comfortable. They weren't comfortable against Izzy Wong throughout that entire test match.
And I think
so it's huge plus for her.
Yeah, and I think she made the difference because, I mean, we had a lot of rain delays, obviously, up in the commentary box to have a lot of chat and debate. And one of the big things which came out of it was that South Africa, at moments in the game, especially when Siva and Alice Davis-Richards were batting, really looked like they were missing Ishmael and Kaka so much that their bowling looked a bit flat at some points. Whilst if you looked at England, there was also that concern that our bowling lineup was going to look like it was missing Brunt and Shrubsole. We had Shrubsole up in the commentary box, tucking into food and having a wonderful time with her feet up, and Catherine Brunt was in the crowd downing pints and singing chants. So there was a bit of worry on our side too, but Izzy Wong, I think, made people just calm down a bit. And actually Lauren Bell as well impressed me a lot. They just made it look like England didn't actually miss Brunt and Shrubsole that much, and I think that kind of was the difference between the two sides, was those players who were able to step up. And not to take anything away from the South African bowlers, I mean, Kat put in a mighty effort across that test match with the bat and the ball, and seeing her walk off after that fielding innings, she looked like a broken woman. But even as you say, Annika Bosch, those 3 wickets were vital in England's batting innings. I mean, dismissing Lamb, Beaumont and Dunkley in quick succession, she was the breakthrough. And another bowler who I think didn't quite get the rewards, but considering the pure amount she bowled, was de Klerk. She bowled 28 overs across the game, and she may not have got the wickets or looked too attacking at points, but she just kept going and kept working. And I think that was one thing which Lise said at the beginning of the test match, was we don't play test cricket that much, so we're just going to go in there, throw our hearts into it entirely. And I think the South African bowlers did that really well.
Yes, and I think there are times in that test match you kind of saw that, that come through in terms of the way in which we're approaching the game and the lack of 3-day cricket that they play, because we don't play that. And that 3-day match they played before, a week before, was the first time they actually played non-timed cricket at that level. So there's a lot of learning and and we hope that obviously the South Africans, Cricket South Africa, give the ladies a lot more opportunity. Alice Davidson-Richards, I think I've said her name. Hopefully I said her name correctly. Yes, her batting with Davidson-Richards was insane. Really, really good to come back in. It's because normally what you get is when you're young, get an opportunity like she had, but you can't cement a place on the side and you get sent back. It's really hard to come back in, and it's even harder to come back in a format that nobody plays that often. But she did really well, and give us a little sense of where her future lies and where she's come from, and is she going to be in the white ball stuff? Because I was, apart from the fact that she was smiling at everything and every moment, she really is a great cricketer.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love her. ADR is the name we go for, because it's a bit of a mouthful to keep saying Alice Davidson-Richards again and again. So ADR, she's, as you mentioned, she's fantastic. She just loves every second of the game she's playing. And you raise a good point that, especially it's a trend I've noticed in England, that you do tend to get called up very early. And if you don't quite perform when you're at a young stage, you do get sent back to domestic cricket. And it's really hard to fight your way back in. I think there's only been 2 players who can come to mind who have managed that, which is ADR, and the other one being Tash Farron, who's unfortunately been ruled out for the rest of the season with a stress fracture. So disappointing for her, but it's really, I think, a good sign to be sending out to the domestic setups around to say that, yes, you may not be 21, 22, but if you have a good season and if you exhibit the skills and control we're looking for, we will give you a chance. And she seized her opportunity. I think at one point in her innings, she was about 8 off 47 balls. And we were up here going, oh my goodness, she's not looking like she can hit the ball off the square. But suddenly, I think when spin came on, especially when Malava was bowling, she just came into her own a bit more, and we saw her giving herself some room at the crease and using her feet, and that innings just accelerated. She almost beat Nat Siva to her 100 in the end, and it was really impressive. And I think obviously her call-up being what she brings with the ball and the bat. She's a good fielder as well. She was jumping in and out of slip and in those close catching positions. And it's also, she's a really mature player for her age. She is one of the senior players for the South East Stars, so that's her domestic setup. Her county is Kent, and I think she's captain there before. She's always been one of the senior players. She's played with Charlotte Edwards, with Susie Bates before at county level, so she's really been around these experienced players. And I mean, as we mentioned, she really sees her opportunity back into the squad, stepped up, and she has been called into the white ball squad resultingly, which I think is a format which she's probably flourishes in more. She's got fantastic slower balls, and just when she brings out that shorter ball, when she can come back in those short snappy spells, she's a tall bowler. I think she's around the 6 foot kind of height, which you don't quite notice, and she's really broad shoulders, so she can generate a lot of pace and is handy in the depth. So an interesting call up. I think it shocked a few people, but as soon as I saw her name in the squad, I was like, bring her into the side, because having that all-rounder alongside Nat Siver, suddenly England's team just looked pumped for the batting, and it turned out to be a useful partnership.
And Tim, as Melissa was saying, that English batting lineup was very long, and looking at how South Africa came into that game, obviously the draw is a result we will celebrate, but there were things that we saw that could possibly be improved. What did you see from the side? What did you like? What did you didn't like from the momentum purchase?
Well, just on ADR, I think I'm right. I think she was on 9 or 41 balls. When she was in that first sort of hour, I was thinking, get a wicket here, and we're in. We're in. As long as they're good, we've got 5 wickets, we've caused them problems at the top there, get them in. And what we lacked was an Izzy Wong. We lacked Chapman, as Melissa was saying. We lacked that extra bit of pace, that extra bit of something that just wasn't there to give that little bit more of a surprise to the England batters. So they knew that the short ball wasn't really going to come, and if it was going to come, it was not going to be particularly threatening. I loved Annika Bosch's performance, but every time she looked for the short ball, she just didn't have that yard of pace that you need to bowl that short ball. So it was a little bit too samey, that bowling attack. That was problematic. And also the batting, it's very harsh to be critical on players that have literally played one test match. Literally one test match. 9 of our players were playing the debut.
If this was the men's side, we'd want them out. So just,
But that in that initial Andrew Steyn, Volfart, Zhao Li, none of them look comfortable. At no time in their innings they look comfortable. Zhao Li had the right idea, go out there and play shots. She went to the extreme. She went baseball, but to the extreme. She chose the wrong ball to play the lofted shot. Volfart just didn't look right. She just wasn't clicking, and that happens. So that beginning of the innings, it needed a little bit more. It needed them to stay in a bit longer. It needed them to see off their ball for an extra half an hour, 40 minutes, and get themselves in, and then play the natural attacking play. They were chasing the ball at times, which is understandable, very understandable.
It felt a bit for me. Sorry, just similarly. Okay. The South African batting lineup reminds me a bit of the England men's batting lineup at the moment. That actually, the top kind of 3, you're going, we can kind of skittle through this. As you mentioned, Wolvart didn't quite look her normal self, which was a disappointment actually after that warm-up game, scoring that beautiful 100. And maybe it's just the kind of analysts behind the scenes for England have, she's such a hyped up player, and they've gone, well, we know your strength is the cover drive, we're just going to bowl straight to you. And they really did. They absolutely nailed their bowling to Wolvart. But it felt as if that top order was really, really shaky. And actually, when you got to Lee and Cap, that's when England suddenly went, okay, these are the big wickets, similar to a Root, a Bairstow, and a Stokes. It was an interesting dynamic. Whilst probably for England, it was the complete opposite when we've got a bit of a shaky middle order at the moment with Dunkley not in bad form, but she's obviously relatively new still to the game, and then Amy Jones, who I'm sure I'll mention later, who's in a bit of a slump at the moment for England. But yeah, it was interesting for the South African batting, but Lizelle Lee definitely brought the Bazball entertainment. And you know what, I'm very glad, because after her duck in the first innings, we worked out across her 2 test matches, she was averaging 2. I think it was 2 or 3. And if she'd got a pair, then she would have averaged 1.5, which we were desperate for her not to average. So I'm glad she came out and gave it a bit of a whack to push that test average up a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to ban that word. You can't say that on this podcast. Please, no. Like, okay.
What's that?
I'm going to ban
What word?
I'm not going to say it. It's that word. I don't want to say it. I'm going to ban it. It's the phrase that shall not be named. Anyway. So I think from my perspective, in terms of looking at the momentum Proteas, 9 debutants tells you a whole lot. And it tells you the disservice that has happened to South African cricket for women's cricket for years. And happy that they got the test match, happy they got to play. Yes, we always want to win, but we're always up against it, especially with Ayabonga being unavailable, Shabnim unavailable as well. When you're out
Hello. We are back with the chase for South Africa against England. And it will be a mammoth task for the South Africans to reach this total. Now we'll see if they can actually do it. So first ball of the innings is a dot to the opening batters for South Africa. And we've got Andre Steyn facing the first delivery. First 2 deliveries now. No run yet for South Africa. Andre Steyn has got 38 matches, 900 runs, highest score of 117 as the third delivery. Is also a dot ball. And he has an average of 27.2. Andre Steyn with her at the crease, Laura Wolfhard. So how close can South Africa push this game? How deep can they go? Nat Siver opening the bowling for England. She goes into Andre Steyn over the wicket. 2 slips in, and there's a forward defensive shot by Steyn that beats everything, goes through to the keeper for no run. And there will be 2 balls to go in this first over. So welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for listening. I will be joined shortly by a few of my Gorilla Cricket South Africa colleagues. One World Sports Radio on YouTube as Siver into Andre Steyn, who works this off her hips down to square leg for a single. And South Africa have got 3 runs now. Excuse me, that previous delivery went for 2. Andre Steyn just working that first ball down to fine leg to get South Africa off the mark. So just to catch you up with that. So, Laura Wolfhard now on strike. And this is the final delivery of the first over. She drives this ball straight to backward point, no run. So please do let us know where you are listening from and what you're doing and who do you support in this match. The first over is gone. 3 runs now without a loss. And so we will see Heather Knight, the captain, standing with her bowler at the top of the mark, sorting out the fielding positions there. And the first up bowler will be the ODI debutante. We saw her in the test as well. Get all the details for you in a moment. and that will be Bell that will open the bowling for England, along with Nat Siver. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for all the tweets and comments coming in. And we really do hope that you enjoy this game with us. As Bell comes in now to Steyn, who gets the ball on the leg stump. She worked this off her pad down to fine leg. They'll take an easy tingle, and the score moves on to 4 without loss. So we have a few guys waiting in the wings that will be joining me, along with our latest addition to the team, Leah Schneider. So please stick around. I'll be alone for a while, but not for too long, hopefully. As Bell comes in over the wicket to Steyn. This one is just bumped down the pitch back to the bowler for no run. And we have Werner Erasmus with me. Thank you, Werner, for joining me. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Get some decent audio going here. So just to have an update on the score there. Bell bowling the third delivery of her over for a dot ball, and still 4 without loss. Annerie Steyn is there on 4 of 6 and Wolford 0 of 3. Are you with me there, Werner?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, great stuff.
Good.
All right, so Wolford gets this one down the leg side. She helps it on its way, but it's cut off on the boundary by one of the English ladies for 2 runs. 6 without loss now. And Wolford, a neat little flick off the front pad, down to the fine leg boundary, and good work there on the boundary. I'm not sure who that lady is. We'll get you the name as soon as we can. She's down at fine leg. 2 balls to go in the second over, 6 without loss. The target is a mammoth 338. Can you believe it, Werner?
It is a monster total. The highest total the South Africa have ever made in ODIs is 337, ironically the same score.
Yep. So Wolford flicks this one out to mid-on for no run. 1 ball to go in the second over, 6 without loss.
And the highest ever score in the second innings by any team was actually us against England, but that was 307 in a losing cause. So this will take an immense effort.
Yeah, Bell bowled a no ball there. So 7 without loss, 2 balls to go in the second over. That's good. 1 slip in. Bell into Wolford. Booming drive through to the keeper, beats everything. And Wolford just getting flummoxed by the movement there off the pitch, it looked like. Oof. Heart-stopping moments here for South African fans. 1 ball to go in the second. Bell into Wolford, right arm over to the right-hander. This one moves in through the air. Bell getting the same movement that she did in the test match. Not quite as much, but still enough to trouble Laura Wolford, and that's a dot ball to end the second over, 7 without loss.
Yeah, we can't afford to be too far behind the run rate in this chase, because with this type of total, if you get slightly behind, you'll struggle to catch up again. So it's important that we try and be as close as possible to that 6 runs and over at least, to not get too far behind. But it's going to be important to set it up here between Wolford and Steyn.
Absolutely. So let me see. Okay, so Siver will continue to Annerie Steyn. This one is short of a length on Midland leg, defended into the onside by Steyn, no run. See if I can get a hold of our background noise. I can't hear it, but hopefully it is still there.
I can hear it.
As Siver in to Steyn on middle stump, deflects this out to square leg. They take a quick single. Good running there. 2 slips in. And the score is now 8 without loss. 4 balls to go in the third over.
Yeah,
okay,
I think,
so you can hear it, so it's there.
I can hear it loud and clear.
All
Lara
right, cool.
Wolfart's going to be key in this chase. She has really upped her game in the last few years, and her strike rate has come up as well, so it's going to be important for her to bat as long as possible.
Good defensive forward stroke by Wolfart. Out to mid-off for no run. Still 8 without loss. Looking a little bit nervous, Laura Wolfart. But solid in that shot. 2 slips in. Short cover, backward point, extra cover in. And Siver bowling to Laura Wolfart. Nice looking cover drive past the short cover fielder. It's running out to the deep cover field. It's going to be cut off at deep extra cover by the hero for England. The lady whose name escapes me for the moment. The centurion for England.
Is it Dunkley?
Dunkley, yes, thank you, Sophia Dunkley. And that's at least 2 to South Africa. Yeah, 2 runs taken there. And that's conceding 6 now of 10 of her first 10 deliveries, and 10 up for South Africa. Double figures. Got it. As Leah is joining us in the stream. And now Wolfart plays this one strongly out to the long on boundary for 4. Good shot there by Laura Wolfart. Beautiful looking on drive there. Just get some details on the shot for you. 14 without loss now, South Africa. So Siver onto the middle stump of Wolfart, who just drives a beautiful looking on drive down to long on. 14 without loss, 1 ball to go in the third. This one is on to the leg stump and middle stump of Wolfart, defended to the onside. End of the third over, 14 without loss. That's some promising signs for South Africa.
It is, and Lara has been a bit low on runs in this series so far. She didn't score big in that test match, and she also hasn't started that well in the ODI series, so she'll look to contribute well here. We do know what in class act she is, and how good she looks when she is batting, and South Africa have relied on her heavily, and throughout the World Cup she scored big, was one of the leading run scorers in the World Cup, so very important her contribution here.
Absolutely. So near and yet so far for the ladies in the World Cup in New Zealand, as Bell continues to Andri Steyn, who defends this one to the onside for no run. So we will have Linux Leah with us in a bit as soon as she's ready, but she's scheduled to come on only at the start of the 14th over. So we'll wait for the other guys to rock up. Thank you, Werner, for keeping me company here. Andri Steyn defends this one to the covers, no run. Still 14 without loss. Second delivery of the fourth over. And Lauren Bell, lanky, athletic woman. Very much a danger here for South Africa. But they're all dangerous, these English ladies, with ball in hand. Starts a run up. Into Andri Steyn, thick outside edge, through second slip, beats the fielder at third man. Is that cut off on the third man boundary? I'm not sure. No, it's not. No, it's a boundary to Andri Steyn. It's 4. 18 without loss.
good effort by Isi Wang on the boundary to try and cut that off, but it was just too fast across the outfield for her to stop it. Bal is a tricky bowler to face. He gets some nice shape into the right-handers. And I remember Zhao Li really struggling against her in the World Cup as well.
Yeah. This one back over length, angling into the right-handed Steyn, who defends this into the covers for no run. 18 without loss. Yeah, and in that test match, she was whooping it around. Absolutely. Just bowling it around corners. It was truly impressive to see.
And it was good to see the ladies playing with the Duke's ball. Because they didn't before, and it was very good to see because they get a lot more movement with the Duke's ball.
This one beats Steyn outside edge of the bat, outside off stump, back of a length. And Andre Steyn trying the back foot defensive shot there and just beaten all ends up by Bell. 1 ball to go in the 4th, 18 without loss. So we see Steyn facing up to Bell. 1 slip in. This one angling into the right-hander, defended. Out to the onside. No run there. 18 without loss. 4 overs gone.
Yeah, only the second ODI so far in the series. I'm playing it out in Bristol. The pitch has been very good to bat on. The England team made 337. That is a massive target to try and chase by the Protea ladies. It's a beautiful day out there. A solid enough start so far. 18 without loss after 4 overs. Not quick, but at least they still have some wickets intact. It's going to be important, but they will have to up this rate a bit. Make sure that they use the power play well.
Yep, and the start of the 5th over is Laura Wolfhard driving this straight down the ground past the bowler. Natseva diving onto the pitch to try and stop it. But Laura Wolfhard timing that so sweetly. And it goes down to the straight long off boundary for 4. Natseva on a follow through couldn't grab the ball with her right-handed. Goes straight over the markup runner for Natseva. So that is as straight as you can get. This one is onto the leg stump, worked around the corner by Laura Wolfhard. They're going to take 1, at least 2, as Beaumont runs down to fine leg to pick that up. That's only 1 there. So the score is 23 without loss for South Africa, chasing 338 to win and level the series. Wolfhard on 12 of 13. Steyn now facing 9 of 14 she's got.
That boundary on the last ball just showed how good this pitch is, because it wasn't an over-pitch delivery. It was just a good length delivery that Wolfhard would manage to play through the line. So it shows that this target is not impossible if they apply themselves.
Oh, yes. Siva onto the leg stump of Steyn, who deflects this down to backward square leg for a single. 24 without loss. 3 balls to go in the 5th.
Yeah, and Natseva is such an impressive all-round player with the bat, with the ball. One of the leading all-rounders in the game, everywhere on the field as well. So such a gun player to have in your team.
Short and pulled by Laura Wolfhard. That was absolutely tonked by Laura Wolfhard down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. What a shot.
Yeah, I talked about Natseva being a gun player, but Laura Wolfhard showing her guns, putting that one powerfully through mid-wicket. Off the front foot, not backing down is Wolfhard. She knows this is a big score and she needs to lay down the marker.
She faces up to Natseva once again. Good length on off stump, just defended. Backward of square on the leg side. They should be able to get back for 2, and they do. And that's 30 up for South Africa. 30 without loss. 1 ball to go in the 6th. A decent start here so far. Andre Steyn also has had a couple of chances at international level, and she's made some big runs. And boy, does South Africa need her today. Another pull shot This time backward of square on the onside by Laura Wolfhard, but Tammy Beaumont is there running around from square leg. She gets there. South Africa only get a single, 31 without loss, 5 overs gone. And this is a nerve-settling start for me as a South African fan here by the ladies.
Yes, it's a very good start. That over in particular helping their run rate up to over 60 over at 13 runs coming off that last over. Wolfhard really taking the attack to Nat Silver. She's on 19 of 16 deliveries, really starting off well here. Andre Steyn still finding her feet. She's on 9 of 15, but definitely a good platform so far for what will be a very difficult chase.
Wolfhard facing Bell. This one moves in through the air to the right-hander, outside half of the bat, down along the ground to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Lost the shape a bit there. That Wolfgang is here being a bit hard on herself there, saying that she should be hitting through the line and not closing the bat face too early.
One slip, backward point in. Wolfhard slaps this one straight to point. No run there. 31 without loss.
She'll be upset about herself. There was a nice delivery to put away to the boundary, but she picked out the fielder. Definitely dared to hit away. Seeing the action of Bal, she really is a lanky bowler. She uses her height very well, getting some extra bounce.
Moving through the air into Wolfhard is this one that's off a thick outside edge. They scamper through for a quick single. The keeper runs around to get this into the stumps, but they make their ground. Andre Steyn makes a ground at the striker's end, 32 without loss. Bell here, very nice athletic action, high knee action, high gather, strong off the front foot as she delivers this ball to Andre Steyn, who's on 9, and that's defended well. Behind it goes Andre Steyn. 9 she's got now. Andre Steyn, 32 without loss. 2 balls to go in the 6th over.
Yeah, good opportunity for Andre Steyn now with Lazar Lee retiring. She kind of has that opening spot now to herself with a lot of Wolfhard. So important that she stamps her authority, make sure that she is undroppable.
Yep. And this time Bell drifts a little bit onto the leg stump with the ball moving into the right-hander. Just not the precise line, and they get a single down to backward square leg. 33 without loss. And we have Leia and Mpo in the wings. Mpo can add himself whenever he wants to. Just let me know, Mpo, when you want to join in. Bell into Wolfhard, who drives this one sweetly through the covers. It's going to run away for 4. It's 37 without loss. What a shot by Laura Wolfhard, and she goes on to what should be, it's 24. What a shot, Laura Wolfhard. That is the Laura Wolfhard, the best cover drive in the business.
Yeah, no doubt. All class from Laura Wolfhard. She lunged onto that front foot, bent back knee, and again, not a poor delivery. Maybe the line was a bit too wide, but the length wasn't too bad. And we are able to play on the up on this pitch. So definitely the type of start that South Africa needed. 37 after 6 overs, going at over 6 runs to the over, just what I was calling for. But they need to be around the 6 mark to make sure that required run rate doesn't get out of hand. So very good start here.
Yes, and the English ladies making the South African bowlers look really ordinary. So hopefully South Africa can repay the compliment as Siva continues, as Steyn goes with a back foot drive, beats the 2 fielders, dissects the 2 fielders in the covers, but they do manage to pick up the ball, and the batters go through for 2. Steyn into double figures. She's on to 11. The score 39 without loss. in pursuit of 338. So less than 300 required now for South Africa. Woohoo!
Baby steps,
Silver.
baby steps. You need to break it down when there's a big score like this.
Yeah, Silver onto the leg stump of Andri Steyn. She gets wrapped on the pad, but that's definitely going down leg. And that is the second ball of the 7th over done. Steyn is on 11 off 19. And ball for 24 of 20. Steyn facing Silver, full out on the off stump, driven beautifully, beats mid off, beats the bowler, then beats mid off, smacks into the boundary ropes, 4 runs to Andri Steyn. She moves on to 15 of 20, and the score now is 43. 43 without loss for South Africa.
Yeah, that'll do her confidence a world of good. One back off the back foot through the covers now, one off the front foot past mid off. That will definitely boost her confidence.
Wideish first slip in, and it's a cut shot off the back foot by Andri Steyn. She played it late under her eyes. They go through for a quick single to backward point. 44 without loss. 2 balls to go in the 7th over. Wolfhard on strike. Andri Steyn now 16 of 21. Wolfhard 24 of 20.
Yeah, Andri Steyn.
So it looks like payback. Looks like the South African ladies are finding this pitch just as docile as the English ladies did. Full delivery, slower ball by Silver onto the middle and leg stump of Wolfhard, who defends this back down the pitch for no run. 44 without loss.
I always enjoy watching Lara Wolfhard bat so much. Just aesthetically pleasing the way she goes about it. Perfect technique.
Silver into Wolfhard, wide outside off stump and spanked through the covers. The ball is running away to the deep extra cover boundary, smacks into the boundary ropes. 4 fielders chasing after it. Nobody could get there. 48 without loss. 7 overs gone. Yes, please. More of that. Woohoo.
Yeah, this type of start will send some confident vibes through the team. The bat is still to come. We'll see. Wow, this pitch definitely is flat. The outfield is fast, and they can put the English bowlers under pressure. Going at almost 7 runs to the over, this is not something we've seen from the Proteas for a while. This type of aggressive, positive start. Maybe this type of target is exactly what they need to try and get a template for how they should be batting in the power play overs in general.
Yeah, just go hell for leather. You're chasing 330 odd. You might as well go out with a bang. And if you lose this match, you lose the series. As Bell continues to Andri Steyn, full outside off stump, just nicely stroked to cover by Andri Steyn for no run. Straight to the fielder there, no chance of a run, 48 without loss. And sometimes that's where they say, you know, the best form of defense is in fact attack. Instead of, yeah.
This is also where legends are made, right? That song is about taking the opportunity to put your name up there.
Full ball on leg stump and just bunted to backward square leg by Steyn for no run. Second ball done in the 8th over, 48 without loss.
I remember watching that 4-3-8 game and thinking, man, this is so way out there. They just need to go for everything. The chances are so slim, but they did it. And this is maybe this is a 3-3-8 game. Who knows?
Nice. Yeah, I like that. This one once again full onto the stumps, attacking the stumps of Andri Steyn is Bell. And Steyn just deflects this out to backward square leg for no run. Lauren Bell, what an impressive test match she had. Yes, I couldn't believe how she was swinging that ball. This one comes in a little bit through the air to Steyn on a good length. Defended to the bowler, no, 48 without loss.
Yeah, very good over so far here from Bell. 4 dots, applying some pressure here on Andries Steyn. So far, they've been able to handle the pressure very well. Wolfhard on the other end is 28 of only 22 deliveries, looking really good.
Steyn facing Bell, driven and off the outside of the bat, straight to point. So Andries Steyn is trying to be a little bit more assertive. I wouldn't say aggressive, just on the front foot, just a nice cover drive stroke, but straight to the fielder. 1 ball to go in the 8th, 48 without loss. Lauren Bell into Steyn. Very nice line. The ball just keeps coming into Andries Steyn, cramping her for room. 48 without loss, 8 overs gone.
Yeah, maiden over there by Lauren Bell. Beautiful bowling, making sure she keeps Andries Steyn nice and tucked up, not giving her a lot to work with. We're seeing a bit of a comparison between Andries Steyn and Lara Wolfhard, how Lara Wolfhard gets right to the pitch of the ball, gets a good stride in. Andries Steyn still placed very well under her eyes, doesn't get the same kind of stride. I don't think there's too much wrong with it, and probably different types of deliveries as well. But yeah, it's always interesting to see different approaches, as we do see that Izzy Wong will be coming to attack. A very exciting young fast bowler from England. She was so good in the test match where she made her debut, and I believe this is also her ODI debut today.
That is correct. As she comes firing in, right arm over to Laura Wolfhard, short outside off stump, and it is absolutely punched by Wolfhard off the back foot through the covers. That might have been a chance, but the cover fielder just diving to her left to try and stop that. Unsuccessful. 50 up for South Africa, 52 without loss. Effort ball from Izzy Wong. Into the ground goes Laura Wolfhard. Cover dives and can't stop it from racing away to the boundary. As Izzy Wong bows her second ODI delivery. Onto the leg stump of Laura Wolfhard. Worked around the corner down to fine leg. They'll come through for at least one. Yes, just the one. 53 without loss.
Now, with extra pace comes extra responsibility. You need to use it very wisely when you have that extra pace, because the batters love to use it, especially on flat pitches like this. We've seen in the men's game that Anrich Norkia has been traveling quite a bit of late. He had a very good T20 World Cup, but after his injury, he's not been able to quite find his areas, and that pace can really travel quickly.
Oh, probing delivery on off stump by Izzy Wong. Good length. Hits the bat hard of Andries Steyn, defending her off stump. Gets everything behind it, and there's no run. 53 without loss.
Yeah, I love the energy that Izzy Wong brings. She always plays with a smile on her face. You can see she's out there to fight for every delivery. So it's so good to see.
Wong, short of a length on leg stump, drifting down leg. Steyn could have let that go, but that's not in her nature. Would have been a wide, but she gets a single anyway. 54, I think. 54 without loss now. 2 balls to go in Izzy Wong's first over.
Yeah, I think at this stage you want to give Lara Wolfhard as much strike as possible, because she's going very well at the other end. 33 of only 24 deliveries, and only just more than an over to go in the power play, to give her some strike.
One slip in as Wong attacks the middle stump of Laura Wolfhard, who defends this to mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket for no run. 54 without loss, 1 ball to go in the 9th.
I see, this is the perfect type of partnership when you're chasing a big score. Getting it 6 runs to the over, no wicket loss so far. They're sharing it very well, because Wolfhard has faced 25 deliveries, Steyn has faced 29, so not one taking the bulk of the strike.
Full on leg stump, flicked off her pads by Laura Wolfhard, down to the boundary rope. The fielders give up the chase. It's another 4 runs to South Africa's total, 58 without loss, 9 overs gone. And now it is 280 runs to win. for South Africa. If my maths is good. Yes.
Math is very
Got
good.
it. Nailed it. Yes.
On the mark or two. This type of start really helps boost the confidence of the players to come in. Of course, these two going very well as well. They need to take it as deep as they can, not to give England the sniff to come back into this start.
Bell to Steyn, gets an outside edge, evades first slip, and I don't think Steyn was in control of that. Down to third man for a single, 59 without loss. She immediately looked back, and that's a telltale sign that the batter wasn't in control of that shot. But all's well that ends well for South Africa.
Yeah, she might not have been in control, but she did well not to go out poking forward too far in front of her body. So she played it with soft hands, so that's why it didn't go straight back to the slip.
Bell moves this ball into Wolfhard, and she's forced to defend this one back down the pitch for no run, 59 without loss. Yeah, and I think that what saved Steyn there was that she's playing the ball under her eyes, as they showed us in those slow motion replays where she's waiting for the ball to get to her, and she's making contact in in her comfort zone, so to speak. As this one by Wolfhard is just bunted out to a mid-wicket position for no run, 59 without loss. 3 balls to go in the 10th over. 3 more balls to go in the power play. Yeah. So far, so good.
Bao has by far been the best bowler for England. That's ever bowled 4 overs for 32 at 8 runs and over. Issy Wong's first over went for 10.
This time she's short and wide outside off stump, and Wolfhard says, "Thank you very much, I'll have 4 runs." What a shot by Laura Wolfhard. She goes to 41 of 29. South Africa go to 63.
Yeah, Laura is climbing all over any slightly loose delivery. She is looking in top form here. Her eye is clearly in. 41 of only 29 deliveries. Quite the start by Laura Wolfhard, working that one through the offside.
Full ball driven straight to mid-off by Laura Wolfhard. No run. Bell has this knack of the ball looks like it's floating and it's being, like a puppet on a string. It's like a puppet show. It just seems to move in this weird way. It's quite something to see. This time it's wide outside off stump, punished again by Laura Wolfhard. Missing her line and her length there is Bell, and 67 runs on the board for South Africa. 10 overs gone. Laura Wolfhard on 45 of just 31 deliveries. Steyn facing 30, 18. Brilliant.
I think that's the best power play I can remember from us for quite a while. Magnificent start by the Momentum Proteas as we see somebody come on screen with a very nice background.
Hey guys.
Hey Mpo.
How are you doing?
Good.
So far so good, man. I'll tell you in about 40 hours time. Thank you, Mpo.
I thought I'd come in, and then so I'll go until I think the 26th over. So you get like 4 overs of rest. Sure.
Yes, and please let Leah in when she's ready, and I'll finish my dinner and I'll enjoy you guys talking about the game.
Enjoy the next hour.
Yes. Cheers.
Cool. Vanna, do you want to do ball by ball?
Sure. I don't know if we're synced up, but Issy Wong is running over the wicket.
I was synced with you guys.
Sure. Played off the back foot by Andre Steyn through the covers, and the sweeper comes in. 2 fielders. One, of course, is the end of the power play. So if some of the fielders have gone back to the boundaries of Africa, 68 without loss. An excellent start here.
Understand, reminding us of how she performs. She only performs well when she's not made a big squad. She didn't make the Commonwealth Games squad today, so she is reminding us that when she wasn't picked for the World Cup squad, that she can also score some runs. And so it's really interesting to see. Really fun to see, actually.
It is definitely fun to see. It's a great opportunity. I talked to Otto about this, that the fact that Luzao Lee has now retired has opened the spot for her, and she is looking to cement the place here. And I think you need to take over Boba Ball for a while. My feed just cut out.
Sure. Okay. Third ball of the over was just played out to point. Sophie Eccleston was the fielder there, no run. Izzy Wong running in with one slip in tow. Short ball to Laura Volfart, who pulls this one straight to the sweeper on the leg side. Nat Silver for a single. Score goes up to 69 without loss. South Africa looking really good on their way to chasing this target of 338. It's been a tumultuous week for them with resignation or retirements and squad announcements as Izzy Wong comes in with one slip again to Andre Steyn. She plays this one outside the off stump, gets a healthy edge, but it bounces just in front of the slip fielder for no run. One ball left in the over, in the 11th over. That fielder was Heather Knight at first slip. South Africa needing to get that 338. Looks like the bowlers, Van, aren't having a great day of it today. Thought the South African bowlers are struggling, but we can see that equally the English bowlers are struggling too. Wong in, last ball of the 11th over, short ball, and it rises as it goes past Andre Steyn's head, and the umpire signals wide there, and so it'll be another ball taken and one extra run to South Africa.
Yeah, the bowlers are really struggling. You can see it's a belter of the pitch. Been talking about them able to hit off a good length boundaries through the line. So it's good to see. You know, England these days have turned out some flat wickets.
Izzy with a fuller length and easily shaped out to the offside for a single. There is a fielder at that third man position. We're going to have Leah with us. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
How are you doing? I'm very well. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. It's the first time I'm with you on commentary, so this is awesome. This is great. I'm really excited for this. So the score is 71 without loss. Have you seen the game? You've been commentating with Otto throughout the day. How's it going?
Yes. Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand, 337 is the highest score the South African women ever made in a ODI. On the other hand, this opening partnership is pretty good. I have to say, it's pretty good.
Yes, and the bowler coming into bowl now is one of the Full Quota podcasts, is one of their resident contributors. Not best mate, but she's very close with Sophie. It is Sophie Eccleston. Melissa really loves Sophie Eccleston, left arm spinner, and she comes in with the first ball and it goes full on that middle stump, inside edge off the bat of Andre Steyn, and it'll race away to the boundary for 4. So score goes to 75, but I'm not sure whether Andre Steyn knew much about that one.
I don't think she did. Bat came down a bit late, just about squeezed that one past her legs. I don't think Sophie Eccleston conceded 4 runs in her first 4 overs the other day.
No, she is England's game breaker. She is so good as a spin bowler. This one just holding the line, pitching just outside that off stump line, and Andre Steyn just pushing it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single, 76 without loss. Next ball in, just arm ball outside the off stump. Laura Volfart just pushing that out to the sweeper again for a single. The sweeper's going to have a lot of work today on that boundary.
Yeah, it generally is a busy area for spinners taking it away from the right hand.
Oh, there was a Yorker length ball, LBW appeal and everything, but it squirted out to the leg side. Sophie Eccleston thinks she might be in with a shout, but I'm thinking that there's a little bit of bat there as Laura Volfart got the bat down in time. This was the surprise ball, and it seemingly nearly worked. Actually, that last batter was Andre Steyn. Laura Volfart just now defends the next ball out to the field at extra cover, no run. Very exciting over, guys, with this with Sophie Eccleston so far. One last ball coming in. Sophie in. That was full, driven down the ground, and no single taken there. Fielded at mid-wicket, at mid-on. End of the 12th over, 78 without loss. Leah, that was an entertaining over.
It was, and it was 7 runs, more than South Africa need to chase this target down per over. So that's good.
That's very good. I'm loving how South Africa needs an opener because Lizelle Lees decided to leave us in the middle of a tour. Oh no, I can't believe she did that. But anyway, we wish her all the best. And so now we need an opener. And so we're looking for an opener.
Steyn really has to kick on from here. Otherwise, this innings might be termed a match-losing one.
But it is a record, so it's going to be very hard for South Africa to try and chase it down. But with the start they have, it is possible. We see Charlie Dean start her over. She's a right-arm off-break bowler. So we've got spin twins, which is my favorite ever in cricket. And so the full ball outside the off stump, just getting underneath Steyn's bat. No run coming off of that one. Just loving. I love spin bowlers, so I'm happy when you ever bowl 2 in a row or in tandem. Ooh, full toss from Charlie Dean, and that's been smacked through point. Sophia Dunkley is the sweeper on the offside. She picks that one up for a single. 79 without loss.
Yeah, and I mean, Laura is on 47 of 37 with the strike rate of 127. But Andre only has a 70 strike rate. This could be a bit of a problem.
It could be, but as long as my thing, as long as Andre Steyn's rotating strike, then they were great. A full ball in from Charlie Dean to Laura Volfart, so the 4th one of the over, defended on the back foot by Laura, back to the bowler, no run. Charlie Dean in again. This one is just outside the off stump. It's quick arm ball and taken by the keeper behind the stumps, no run. Oh, there we go. Full cover drive from Laura Volfart, and it beats the 2 fielders. The ball was very full from Charlie Dean in a drivable length. And Laura Volfart is not going to is not going to be asked twice whether or not to cover drive. It's not going to get to the boundary, but the South Africans managed to come through and run 3 runs, and that brings up Laura's 50 runs.
Yes, 50 runs from 41 balls faced at a strike rate of nearly 122. Very good this far.
It's been a Laura Wolfer, I wouldn't say masterclass, but a reminder of her ability and her talent. The ball that she played ball that was swinging in really well, the one that was going away really well. She even played the short ball that Izzy Wongs was trying to bowl at her really well as well. And then the next over is Sophia Eccleston. Sophie Eccleston, not Sophia. Sophia Gardens is in Wales, but this lady is Sophie. And it's first ball down the leg side, no run. Next ball from Sophie Eccleston, a lot fuller, driven out, square drive to point. No run there, 82 without loss. South Africa going along steadily in this run chase of 338. That will be a record for South Africa. Next ball tucking in Laura Wolfart. And she can't get that off the square, just hits it off the pad. Out to a point, no run. Eccleston in. Sweep shot coming out from Laura Wolfart. There is an appeal, and the umpire is not interested.
Sorry for being a bit distracted, but we seem to have a prawn bot infestation in the YouTube chat.
Yes, I'm trying to block him, but it's giving me an error. This one is pushed out to the offside for another single. Score goes up to 84. South Africa just dealing in singles for now.
Yes, and it's not the fun one from Twitter. Yeah, someone made a Gorilla Cricket Naked Fun porn bot account on Twitter, and tweets anything that sounds vaguely filthy about someone smacking balls around. Click here.
Wow. Okay, that's going to be quite interesting. End of the over, 83 without loss after 14. South Africa needing to chase 338. They're well on their way, haven't lost a wicket yet. Laura Wolfart's on 51 for 46 balls, and Andre Steyn, who didn't make the Commonwealth Games squad, reminding the selectors that she too should have been given a look in with the games at the end of the month. And next, Charlie Dean coming in for the 15th over, full outside the off stump, and cuts really well by Laura Wolfart. It will evade everybody and run away to a third man boundary for 4. At this stage, after one ball after in the 15th over, England were 84 without loss. South Africa are 87.
Yeah, well ahead of the rate. Absolutely. This is done and dusted.
Oh, there's the wicket. And it's a really big wicket of Laura Wolfart. Charlie Dean floating one up, and it goes, and Laura hits it straight into mid-on's hands. That's Izzy Wong with the take. And that is the first wicket to fall for the South Africans. And it is Laura Wolfart who goes back to the changing room on 55.
Oh, it hasn't come through here yet.
Don't worry. All good, just sorting out.
Yeah, so Wolfart made, here it is. Wolfart made 55 of 48 balls. She was out caught Wong ball Dean. The strike rate was 114.58, but it's a platform. I think this is a good start. This is a good opening partnership, and the middle order can bat in this team. So
yes, I agree with you. It's now up to the middle order South Africa Laura's given South Africa a really good start, and now it's up to Sunelise. You've got Laura Goodall. You've also got in that middle order, you've got Marizan. You've also got Chloe Tryon. So there are a lot of batters in that lineup that can really elevate, take this platform and elevate it. 338 seems like a daunting task, but I think for South Africa, it can. It's not impossible, and that's what they need to be telling themselves. Charlie Dean getting the wicket of Laura Wolfart, and so now you will be seeing Laura Goodall come in, and I think Laura needs to one of Laura and Andri Steyn needs to be a little bit more aggressive, similar to the partnership between Steyn and Wolfart, to have someone rotate the strike and the other look for boundaries as much as possible. But it's going to be quite interesting to see how that goes. South Africa were let down by their bowlers in that first innings, and so you kind of feel like it might be 30 runs too many, but you never know with Chloe Tryon, who's on red hot form.
Yes. I mean, I don't want to discourage anyone, but 338 would be the highest innings total ever for the South African women in an ODI. Not to mention the highest chase they ever did. They made 337 against Ireland in 2017 and won by 178 runs, something like that.
Yes, in that game, a lot of the players got quite a lot of runs against Ireland. South Africa really enjoyed playing against Ireland over the past decade. And if you look at a lot of the South Africans' high scores, it's always just against Ireland. But Ireland are now have ODI status, so they'll be playing in the circuit in the women's championship, ODI championship, which this match is a part of. As Charlie Dean starts her bowling to Laura Goodall, who's a left-hander. She came around the wicket. A little bit of a fuller length ball. Laura Goodall just lets it go through to the keeper for a run.
Yes. Laura Goodall has a high score of 93 not out and an average of 23.03. Played 42 matches. Here's a chance.
Ball from Charlie Dean was full. The following ball from that is a lot fuller as well. Charlie Dean just looking to not give the South African, not allow the ball to turn not allow the ball in chance to turn. She's just darting them in and just getting the balls defended back to her. Last ball of the over from Charlie Dean. This one's full outside the off stump, driven back to the bowler for no run. End of the 15th over, South Africa 87 for 1.
I don't have any new tweets, I'm afraid. Let's see what's on YouTube.
I've tried to block out one person.
Yeah. Yeah, they showed up in the mothership's chat.
That's very interesting. There's a Leah's gone. That's quite interesting. But we'll bring her back. Sophie Eccleston to resume. First ball of the over, defended back to the bowler by Andri Steyn. A lot fuller there around the wicket for the left armer. Leah, you just left.
Sorry for that.
Don't worry, all good. Sophie Eccleston full outside. The South Africans are going to take a single, and they will take it very easily to the fielders at cover for 1. It's what you want to see, a little bit of intent from the South Africans, looking to always rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's the Joe Root school of betting, isn't it? just rotate the strike, and before you know it, they're on 30 something.
Sophie Eccleston over the wicket this time to Lara Goodall, who's the left-hander, and defended back out to the fielder at mid-off, no run. Leah, what part of Germany are you in again?
I'm currently in Lower Saxony, in Hanover, the old ancestral home of the British royal family.
Oh yes. Are they the Saxe-Coburgs or the
Welfen?
Yes. Next ball, Nicholson just defended back out to mid-on, no run.
Yes, but I think it's I'm not that good with
clever shot from Lara Goodall, just using the angle, using the pace. She goes down and flicks it right behind a square, and lets that fielder, who was at a wideish short fine leg, to chase it all the way to the boundary for 4. That is out of the Joe Root school of batting, and she's done it really, really, really well.
Yeah, I'm not that good with royalty and aristocrats and stuff like that. So I think what's today the House of Windsor was once the House of Saxe-Coburg.
Yes, that's out of my history books. So I think that's where it ends for me in terms of royal family history. Last ball of the over, just driven out to mid-on by Lara Goodall, no run there. End of that over, 92 for 1. 16 overs gone. What is Hanover famous for outside of their soccer team that I think was relegated a couple of years ago?
Hanover is pretty famous for its architecture because it contains a lot of something that's called brickstone Gothic, which is very a very northern German thing. There are a lot of churches that look like Gothic churches but are built out of brickstone.
There's Charlie Dean coming in, bowling the second ball of her over. First one was hit straight back to her, just missed the fingertips. The next one a lot straighter and driven out to mid-off, no run. Third ball of the over is full and swept and missed by Andre Steyn. There's an LBW appeal and she is out. She missed a straight one and she's now questioning whether she needs to review. And she has reviewed. She says she hit the ball and it hit her foot. But the umpire, who looks like Richard Kettleborough, I don't know, might not be.
No, it's not.
Very quick to put up his finger.
The umpire.
Nigel Long, sorry.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
So we've got a DRS review from the South Africans. Please let it hit the bat or an arm or something. If you're a South African fan. So having a look at Ultra Edge, and there is nothing. Doesn't look like there's a spike. So we have to look at Hawkeye. Ball's pitching in line, hitting in line. Has to miss the stumps. And it's hitting the wickets, but it's umpire's call. So South Africa keep the review, but unfortunately, Andre Steyn needs to go back to the change room. So South Africa lose their second wicket. And
so that's Andre Steyn, 28 of 44 balls, leg before wicket by Charlie Dean. Strike rate of 63.63. Nice.
I love that mathematical anomaly. 6-3.
The symmetry is quite pleasing, I think. So yeah, at least they don't lose the review. But that was a very optimistic review, I have to say.
Yeah. Look, I would have taken that as a for that, because largely there were two things in her favor. It was the ball going down leg side and the thought that something may have nicked a glove or a bat. So,
yeah. Granted.
So that brings the South African captain in. She's probably going to take the captaincy over now, with the news that Marazan's wife, I forget her name now, Dane van
Niekerk? Yeah.
Yes, would not be available for the Commonwealth Games. So Sune will be leading the side to the Commonwealth Games. And her first ball is a short one that she sweeps around the corner for a single. So she's off this mark, batting with Lara Goodall. Still very young is Sune Lees. 26 years of age, captaining her side. Has been doing that for a year since Danae has been injured and picked up a lot of niggles. And the next ball from Sophie Eccleston is swept behind. Just a little sweep by Lara Goodall to the boundary. The South Africans ran 3, but I do think they will check whether it is a 4 runs. Heather Knight had to run all the way from slip to try and prevent that extra run. Score is up to 96 for 2, as the umpires upstairs are looking to see if Heather Knight made the job. And she did not. That is a 4. That came off the face of the ace board there. No, actually. Looks like she might have done it. She may have got her hand in there. Quite an interesting situation. No. Surely
no, it's a 4. It's a 4.
Well, that's also out of the Joe Root school of batting. So 4 runs there. Charlie Dean into Lara Goodall around the wicket, full ball, defended down to mid-on. End of the 17th over, 97 for 2. South Africa needs to be very, very careful with the spin twins. The runs are going to dry up with these two. You just can't let England settle into a rhythm where they're just giving you 2s and 3s and 4s. You need to be looking for 6s and 7s and 8s per over. So it's something that they need to be very wary about. Because these two can dry it up, like the Sahara.
Yes, and it was something we saw during the England innings. The spinners were really drying up the runs, and they were always a threat. Tryon took 2 wickets, I think. Just let me check.
The openers, Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont. Yes.
Yes.
But that's always been, I think, the problem with the South African team is that they've struggled against spin, to be able to just nudge the ball around, look for singles. But I know Sune is one of the better players to spin in the side, and Sophie Eccleston starts the 18th over, full ball in the block hole, defended out to mid-on, no run.
So
again, and this one is just edged out on the ground to the fielder at backward point, no run.
Oh damn! It's back.
Eccleston in, the good forward defense from Sune Lees. Okay, we've got him.
Yeah.
All good. Eccleston in for the next ball. This one is driven out. Suneli's finally finding the fielder on the boundary for a single. South Africa need to be very wary of the slowing of the run rate.
Yes, they're down to 5.54, and the required run rate is now 7.42.
Yes,
already.
Next ball from Sophie Eccleston, just played out to the leg side for a quick single from Lara Goodall. And that's what you're going to get from Lara Goodall, just rotate the strike. But you're going to need somebody to be the aggressor here, somebody to try and push the game a little bit forward.
Yes.
Short ball from Sophie Eccleston. She drags it a little bit outside the right-handers off stump of Sine Lees. And Sine looking to pierce it past the fielder backward point, finds the fielder. And it is no run there. End of the 18th over. South Africa are 99 for 2, with 2 runs only coming off of that last over from Sophie Eccleston.
Yeah, that was a pretty tidy over from Sophie Eccleston. She has now bowled 4 overs and only conceded 15 runs.
Charlie Dean coming in from the from the other end, and this one's outside off stop, no run. Sorry, I
no. It's been a very tidy over, and at this point in the match, her economy rate of 3.75 is pretty handy for England, I think.
2 dot balls start off this Charlie Dean over, both fielded by the bowler. She's also enjoying some game time. Because normally England don't play with 2 spinners, but today they are. And then Laura Goodall decides with the 3rd ball of this over to use take a leaf out of the Joe Root school of batting with another ramp shot behind on the leg side all the way to the fine leg boundary. Lauren Bell, the fielder, coming from 3rd man to go pick that up for a single. It just went up in the air and it plugged like a golf ball on a green for 3 runs. It did nothing. It just went. Like it was in the air and it just stopped. It was like, roll a bit, give us something. I
would very much like some batters in the game take a leaf out of Tilakaratne Dilshan's
with the dill scoop.
Yeah, something like that.
Full ball from Charlie Dean, and Sinelu's doing everything to keep that out from hitting an off stump. No run there. 1 ball left in the 19th over. So you want more dill scoops than Joe Root?
Yes, I want more dill scoops.
Full ball in the block hole to end the over, defended out to extra cover. End of the 19th, South Africa 102 for 2. So South Africa have conceded 2 runs in the previous over, 3 in the last one that has come through. It's a bit of a slow going now, but England are slowing it down, just bringing the game closer to their side of that win-loss line.
Yes, and South Africa brought up their 100 in 18.3 overs, slightly behind England at this stage. But the best quote regarding the dill scoop comes from the man himself, who said, "Do not try to dill scoop full balls. That might be dangerous."
Yes, it might just be dangerous. Izzy Wong's coming back into the attack. She starts with a wide ball down the leg side. She's been very exciting. This is her debut, so she's going to want to bowl as much as she can, get as much of that full allotment of 10 overs. First one is a wide down the leg side. She needs to just rein that in. But England surely are excited here, Leah, about Izzy Wong.
Yes.
Next ball in full. Got a bit of a leaning edge. And it hung in the air for a while, but it bounced just in front of that fielder. at mid-on. That is Lauren Bell, the fielder there. No run.
I have to admit I did not really follow the 100. So Izzy Wong's Crit Info page is not that informative. She played one women's test, and nothing else. Everything else she played was the 100.
Yeah.
I can't say anything
and I know
about
you don't recognize the 100. But with all this talk of franchise cricket, I'm sure you must be getting a little irritated. Oh, wow. Izzy gets the edge coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lara Goodall, but it's healthy enough and fine enough to roll all the way to the boundary for 4. Really, it's not a good shot. I think it was a good ball. It's just it ended up in a shot that Lara Goodall didn't know where the ball was going to go. She wanted it to go through mid-wicket. It ended up at fine leg for 4.
Doesn't matter where the runs come from.
As long as it goes for 4, that's all that matters. Izzy around the wicket to Lara Goodall. This one, Lara hits in the air. It's going to pitch up. It's going to be caught at mid-on by the tallest bowler I've seen in women's cricket, in Lauren Bell for England, for the wicket. And it's 107 for 3. And Izzy Wong has a first wicket in ODI cricket. Take a bow. She's had an incredible time so far.
So that is Lara Goodall, 16 runs, facing 18 balls, bowled by Izzy Wong, and
she came quickly through that shot.
Yes.
Trying to anticipate, especially with the so the previous ball was a little late, and that's what induced the edge that went to find leg. This time she wanted to come. She overcorrected and came too quickly through that shot, and she got it to mid on, but the timing was all off as she came too quickly, and it was just easy for Lauren Bell to pick it up. And Lauren was like 7 foot tall, so she's just very easy for her to pick that up.
That was what I was waiting for. So Lara Goodall, caught Bell, bowled Wong, 16 of 18 balls, strike rate 88.88. Well, this is really good for my OCD today.
So the symmetry.
Yes, perfectly balanced. As all things should be.
Perfectly balanced. So let's see if Marizanne Cup will keep up the symmetry. I don't know how she's going to do that, but she's going to face the first ball of her innings. Scored over 2,000 runs in ODI cricket. Really big part of this batting lineup. Izzy Wong with a short ball to Marizanne Cup to start off with. Cup rides the bounce and guides it all the way to third man for a single. How's the summer that side, in your side of the world?
What? The what?
Summer.
The summer?
Mm-hmm.
A bit too hot, honestly.
Can it ever be too hot?
Yes, it can be. It can be. It's very hot. It's very dry. There's a war on in that place where we grow a lot of our food. So that's not that good.
Ukraine feeds Europe.
Yes, of course.
I didn't know that. I knew they had a lot of minerals and elements that they were selling.
No.
As well.
No. It had been the breadbasket of the Soviet Union. And since 1990, it has been the breadbasket of Europe.
Wow. So inflation on your side of the world must have skyrocketed.
It's around 8% here, I think.
What?
Something like that.
Charlie Dean to start the 21st over. First ball defended out to the offside by Marazan, no run. So our inflation is around about 6 now. It might go up to about 7.5. But we're also just suffering oil price increases as well as food price increases.
Yes.
South Africans take a quick single. Score moves up to 109 for 3.
Yeah.
Just because of one man's ego, we're in this trouble.
Yes. It's
Charlie Dean, full outside the off stump, no run. And with you being obviously in Hanover in Germany, how's the mood that's out around the wall?
we had
This one's up in the air. It's bouncing safe. Leads with a wild swipe of a ball straight down to long off. Luckily for her, it went over the fielder's head and it bounced, but good fielding there. I think Sophie Eccleston was the fielder to prevent further runs. 2 runs coming off of that.
Yeah. So in Hanover, it's been a bit of a hotbed of pro-Putin demonstrations by expats. So that's not that good.
Pro-Putin?
Yes, pro-Putin. Yes.
Charlie Dean with a full ball defended out to the leg side by Sune, no run. Wow. Okay. So Hanover's got a Russian community.
Yeah, we have
Next
in
one
Germany
is a sweep shot up in the air, and the ball seems to be following Lauren Bell like a magnet. Charlie Dean with another wicket, and Sine Lees has to go as South Africa lose their 4th wicket on Nelson.
Oh, damn. So that's
Charlie Dean with a 3rd wicket of the match. It was a sweep shot behind square, and Lauren Bell sitting there in that 45 on the leg side, taking an easy catch as the South African captain goes back for 4.
Yes. So that brings to the crease now.
Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon. And the captain was out Court Bell, bowled Dean for 4 of 14 balls with a strike rate of 28.57. The current run rate currently sits at 5.28, and the required run rate is up to 7.82 now.
So at the end of the 21st over, South Africa need 227 to win in 29 overs. It's becoming more of a Mount Everest than a Kilimanjaro when it started. Just kept on getting bigger and bigger, this task. But it was going to be a good test for Hilton Maring's ladies as they prepare for the Commonwealth Games. But most importantly, this series is part of the Women's Championship that happens in between World Cups, where all the nations play each other, which is something the ICC needs to do for the men in terms of World Cup qualification, but we won't talk about that for now.
Yep.
Izzy Wong in to start the new over. Short ball to Marizan, who pulls this one to mid-wicket. Sophia Dunkley, the Centurion of the day, throws one in, fielding off the boundary. I'm such a fan of Sophia Dunkley. Really, really am. Really
she's pretty good.
She's very good at this game.
Yes.
She's pretty too, by the way, yeah.
Remember,
ball outside the off stump and cut really nicely by Chloe Tryon. By Marizan actually for 4. Really good shot. 117.4.
I'm German. Excitement is anathema to us. Pretty good is one of the highest praises a German can give.
Ooh. Okay. for a person who's OCD, I'd be searching for something a little bit more than to get my juices flowing. Ooh, cut on the inside edge, just going behind to Amy Jones, didn't hit the stumps anymore. Izzy Wong being very aggressive now, being told here to bowl as fast as she can, as short as she can. And this one was a little bit fuller than the previous ball, but really causing problems for the South African.
Oh, damn.
Izzy in, short ball, and ridden really well by Marizan, who ramps it to the third man fielder for a single, 118 for 4. Really loving Izzy Wong's introduction to international cricket. I thought she should have played at the World Cup for England, as she spears one in on middle and off. A lot fuller. Chloe Tryon's first ball of the game. She defends it out to extra cover for Narayan. She's played 96 matches as Chloe Tryon, 1,574 runs and an average of 24. But most importantly for her strike rate is a 99. She normally comes in on the back end of the innings, but today she has to bat for 30 overs to see if she can't get South Africa in with a shot, as the next short ball from Izzy Wong's been directed out to a third man, ramped up. End of the over, 119 for 4, 22 overs in.
Yes, and let me remind all the listeners that you can tweet in to the show via Twitter at Guerrilla SA or at the number one World SR. You can support the show on Patreon via patreon.com/1 World SR. We'd like to hear from you. What do you think? Can South Africa accelerate from here and make a game of it, or is this probably too big an ask?
And we got some.
Let us know what you think.
Got some comments here on YouTube from Karen. We'll read them out after the ball from Charlie Dean. 4-1, driven back by Chloe Tryon to the bowler, no run. Yes.
Yes, Clarence says the key was just not to hit aerial shots. They stuck to the plan first 10 overs, then indiscipline cost them as usual. All the wickets thrown to ordinary deliveries just don't hit aerial. The runs were coming.
Exactly.
Yeah, probably correct.
Yeah, next ball, Charlie Dean, second ball of the over, full one. Chloe Tryon just driving it to Heather Knight. But it's through Heather Knight because the long barrier stop didn't work. South Africans took 2 there. 120 for 4. Then another aerial shot comes out, but this time it's a very safe one. It is swept all the way to Kyle Corner. I know you guys are talking about Kyle Corner. I'd like to hear all about it, but the ball's gone to Kyle Corner for a 1 bounce 4.
And yes, and on Twitter, Josie Oak is his usual cheery self. He says, "You're doomed." Hey, no, we are doomed. I don't know.
That's quite interesting. That could have been a drop from Charlie Dean. She bowled a full ball. Marizan drove it straight back to her. Not sure if it was a bump ball, but the attempt for Charlie Dean to corral the ball in, she actually spilt it. So that's actually quite interesting to have another look at. Full ball driven out. Oh, the fielding from England's just gone to something else. Sophie Eccleston this time doesn't want to use the long barrier stop. She goes down and the ball goes through her fingers, through her legs. In South Africa, we call that a shibobo, which is a nutmeg. If you are a soccer fan or soccer supporter. And luckily for Sophie, it didn't run all the way to the boundary, just preventing 2 runs. Charlie Dean in again, a lot fuller this time. And finally, somebody makes a stop in the field for England as the end of the 23rd over happens, 126 for 4. Just to give you a bit of a recap, South Africa were chasing 338. They opened the batting with Andre Steyn and Laura Wolfart. They put on a stand of 87 before Laura Wolfart was out. Caught Izzy Wong off the bowling of Charlie Dean for 55. The next batter to be out was Andre Steyn. She was out LBW to Charlie Dean for 28 runs or 44 balls, a strike rate of 63.63. And then Laura Goodall also was out next. Caught Lauren Bell off the bowling of Izzy Wong. As the first ball of Izzy Wong's next over, her 5th over, is a short ball, and Chloe Tryon took a very wild baseball swing, top edge over Amy Jones to the long stop boundary, which is directly behind the wicketkeeper, for 1 bounce full. And just to complete the South African batting card, while we wait on that, Laura Goodall was out, caught Lauren Bell off the bowling of Izzy Wong for 16 off 18, 88.88 strike rate. And the next batter out was Laura Sine-Lise. She was caught Lauren Bell behind on the leg side off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean has 3 wickets right now for 26 runs. Next ball's a short one. Chloe Tryon couldn't get a hold of that one like she did the first one. No run there. 130 for 4. South Africa need 208 to win.
Yes, from 26.4 overs, now 26.3 as
Chloe Tryon plays that out to the field at point no run. She's on 6 of 7. Cap is on 15 of 11. This partnership for South Africa has done really well. They've taken South Africa out of a lot of holes. Even in the last World Cup, these two really had batted well together, and were often the reason for South Africa winning and making it to that semi-final.
Yes, and England in their innings at this point were packed back quite a bit by the South African bowling. So if this partnership can accelerate now, they are actually not in not a very bad situation. It could be a really promising situation if this partnership can accelerate now to put South Africa a bit ahead of the run rate.
Izzy Wong with a really quick ball that's driven out to the sweeper. And Tammy Beaumont does really well with the fielding. She fields well. You know, that little onto the right side, you get the ball and you do the little bit of a roll, get up onto your feet and throw all within one beautiful sequence. With Tammy Beaumont take a bar, really good fielding there. 2 runs for the South Africans. Now she's holding her knee. Hopefully nothing's out of place. Izzy Wong, short ball in again, and it's edged and gone to Amy Jones behind. Chloe Tryon is like running out there. She got a 4 off the first ball of the over to playing a similar shot, but it led her to her demise as she now edged the ball to the wicketkeeper, trying to do the same thing. And Izzy Wong picks up her 2nd wicket of the match.
That's Chloe Tryon gone for 8, facing 9 balls. Caught what's her name?
Amy Jones, the wicket.
Amy Jones, yes. Caught Jones, bowled Wong. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. South Africa now 132 for 5. And Chloe Tryon, who scored a fighting 83 in the last game, has to go back to the pavilion. got a comment from YouTube.
Yes. They did not even need to accelerate. Just bet 50 overs with a chance to attack tired bowlers. I'm not so sure about that.
I'm of that school. I agree with that school. The plan here was don't be aggressive. Just try and bat out the 50 overs and see where you are, probably after over 45, and then you can decide to attack. But the key here, and I think this was something that Sinead missed with Lara Goodall, was trying to take it as deep as possible after having lost 3 wickets. And we've got a new bowler who gets some really interesting treatment. Emma Lamb, the opening batter, coming into bowl right arm off spin. She bowled one full in the block hole, in the slot, and Marizan dispatched that one over her head for a 1 bounce for really good shot from Marizan. Probably something South Africa need to maybe try and attack the 6th bowler for England. Next ball in from Emma Lamb, pulling straight down the leg side, and they'll take the single off the bat of Marizan. Clarion says...
Wait, what?
There was another comment. Bad game awareness again, which is true.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Look, I think that's the thing about this team is that it kind of feels like they've taken 2 steps back from the World Cup, and that's really truly disappointing. As Nadine de Klerk faced the first ball, defended it back to the bowler, no run. Next ball's a lot straighter, turning into her because she's a right-handed batter, and Emma Lamb's a right arm off spinner, so the ball will turn in as the natural shape. And it's just straightened out and played back to the bowler, no run. Scored a top score in ODI cricket in the last game, 38. Next ball, she's trying to give herself room and play it through the offside. And can only get straight to the field at extra cover. Last ball of the over. Nadine de Klerk coming down the wicket, driving it, trying to get it through Heather Knight, but she can't. And that's going to end the over with a dot. 137 for 5. Halfway through the run chase. South Africa needing 201 off 150 balls to win this match.
And as we now had Emma Lamb bowling, and you were earlier, someone was speculating if she was Alan Lamb's daughter. No, she is not. But a fun fact about that, there is only one family called McDermott that plays first-class cricket at any level. Everyone named McDermott who ever played first-class cricket belongs to the same family. I think it was the McDermotts.
Okay, it's like a royal family of cricket. Izzy Wong starting in again, full ball in the block hole, defended really well by Marizan. Back out to the bowler. She's having a great day. Is Isabel Wong in her debut?
Yes.
These guys don't stop. Just don't stop. South Africa's dugout looking very quiet, just disappointed. Just some sour faces. Short ball in again. This one straight at the body, played out to the leg side. It'll take a single from the South Africans. Sophia Dunkley, the fielder on the leg side. 138 for 5. Trisha Chetty is will be the next batter in. And then South Africa will have Shubham Ishmael, Ayabonga Kaka, as well as Nonkuleko Mlaba to round it out. So there's not a lot of batting left for the South Africans.
Yes.
And England will want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. But Nadine can bat. So you got to respect her. Full ball, 4 defensive, defend it out to the field at extra cover and run. Yeah, later today we had 2 teams who qualified for the T20 World Cup later in the year, and that was the Netherlands and Zimbabwe.
Yes, I saw that.
So it's good to have Zimbabwe back, actually.
Yes.
In World Cup cricket. Short ball and hit straight at the fielder. Nat Silver's the fielder, and Izzy Wong's attack, her aggression, it just continues on debut. She's taken 3 wickets. Nadine de Klerk with a wry smile, having to go back for a duck.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, Leah, we should record your oh dear, and play it as a jingle, a wicked jingle.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm not against it. I guess.
Oh man, oh dear. You can say it
Yes.
again.
Oh dear, oh dear. No, I will personally clip that from the recording of the YouTube.
No, I think Otto will do that if he's listening.
later this weekend. So Nadine de Klerk is gone for a duck. Caught silver, bowled Wong. 6 balls.
Yeah, I must apologize to everyone. I've been taking a lot of wickets since I came on. Otto and
Yes.
Vanna were holding the fort so well. And then I came on and just South Africa just capitulates. 6 wickets gone. I do apologize, everyone. I know I'm not superstitious, but there are some of you that are, i.e. Simon. And so I really do apologize. I'm on a tear right now. I've taken 6 wickets for like 50 runs. But yeah, look. So the problem about this is that we've got the Commonwealth Games at the end of the month. And in my head, as a South African, I know Germany doesn't go to the Commonwealth Games because it's the Queen and her colonial empires and former empires. But I thought the South African women's team could get a medal out of this tournament. And it's like the confidence has just been taken out with every game. Short ball in from Izzy Wong to Trisha Chetty. She's taking evasive action, but managing to get the bat on ball. And that goes out to a square leg for a single. We've got comments on YouTube.
Oh, yes. Clarion says, this is so embarrassing. Do they know this is 50 overs? Yes, it is. It's a bit, as we call it, suboptimal.
Clarion hasn't seen the men's team. This is okay. When the men come, we can ask, do they know it's 50 overs?
Yeah, okay. But I'm pretty sure they know it's 50 overs. I'm pretty sure. Someone must have told them.
I think so. It's just the problem with this team. It's so top heavy. If no one in the top 4 comes out and scores runs, you've got nothing here. As Emma Lamb resuming the 6th bowler. First ball played down to the leg side, no run. As our fearless leader Otto is back in. And a quick single.
Somewhat fearful.
Oh, yes.
Leg side. 140 for 6. Ozmaster, do you want to take over ball by ball?
Yes. So what a pleasure for England to have their 6th bowler bowling her 8th delivery, only conceding 6 runs with an asking rate at the start of the game of over 6. As Cup backs away and just plays an on slap down to long on for a single. And that brings Trisha Chetty on strike. As Lamb continues now right arm over the wicket to Chetty, who works this neatly to square leg for only a single. And this is one of my favorite situations in the ODIs for the ladies, because these two, 128 games for Marizon Cup, 133 for Trisha Chetty. So that would make it 261 caps between these two ladies. Cup is there on 26 of 17. And she just struck a 4 there as I was checking the stats. A nice pull shot in front of square on the leg side. Smashes into the boundary ropes. Few bounces there. Marizon Cup putting up a fight. Let's see
Angry
if somebody
Marizon.
can stick with her. Onto middle and leg mix up here. Trisha Chetty sent back, but she's safe. Back at the non-striker's end. Marizon puts up her hand and says no. Sends her back 146 for 6 after 27 overs. The required rate now, Leah?
The required rate is now 8.34, and South Africa are currently going at 5.4. And on YouTube, Clarion is obviously glad that Mignon Dupree is coming back. He says much needed at the moment.
Yes, she is in the T20 squad for the T20 games, and you will be listening to that on One World Sports Radio as well, on Gorilla Cricket South Africa here on One World Sports Radio. Thank you so much, Clarion, for the comments. Thank you, everybody, for listening, sending through your thoughts.
The opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games live commentary.
The Commonwealth Games.
So, like,
we'll be covering those matches. We can do that. That's a good idea. This one is defended by Chetty, the left-hander, into the onside off the bowling of Eccleston. Start of the 28th over. No run. 146 for 6. Yes, and we can do the date-night drip thing. As Chetty moves back into a crease, gives herself room, whacks this out to a cover sweeper. 1 run, 147 for 6. That's still one of my favorite one of my favorite podcasts on the One World Sports Radio YouTube channel. Go and check it out. The date night drip. The guys and girls analyzing the dress code and how you can deduce somebody's personality from the sports clothing that they wear to a first date. As Marizon Cup whacks this down straight to the mid-on fielder for a single, 148 for 6.
Hey, I'm going to do a date night drip rating right now. This England kit is a 7 out of 10. I think it might even be an 8 out of 10. I'd wear it out on a day. I think it's pretty cool.
Chetty defends down the pitch, no run. Yes, it's quite formal. It could be formal. It could be casual as well. Very nice, understated lines there, running down the design on the front as they take a single into the covers. 149 for 6. 1 ball to go in the 28th over. Leah, have you seen that date night drip podcast that they did?
I have not seen it yet.
You must do yourself a favor. I'm telling you, it's very entertaining. Eccleston into Cup, and it's a bump ball back to the bowler, crowd catch. Eccleston fields off her own bowling. End of the 28th over, 149 for 6. And you were calling for spin, Leah, while South Africa were bowling, and now we see it's quite effective on this wicket.
Yes, and I said that to Mpo earlier on that the spinners are actually threatening on this wicket. They're not just drying up the runs; they're also taking wickets. So very, very unusual for an English wicket, I think.
But even the back of
100%.
balls, like everything in the UK is just not working properly. But the prime minister's out, their balls aren't working. Like on the Gorilla Cricket podcast, and they were like, they got a wrong batch of balls from whoever makes the Duke balls. I was like, this is weird.
That would be Dukes.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yes. They called. I thought it was.
Chetty. Trisha Chetty pushes this one to backward square leg. 150 up for South Africa. 150 for 6. 28.1 overs gone. And Lamb continues to Marizon Cup. Steps back, tries to give herself room, but had to contend with a lower bounce there. Just manages to keep it off her stumps, and they take another single. Oh, no, they didn't. Just...
Marizon is
no, they did.
not. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Chetty Back on strike, and it's struck well by Chetty, just over the head of cover. The ball runs down to the boundary. Go, ball, go, run, get legs. No, the fielders get there. And it is 3 runs, it looks like, for South Africa. So that will be, let's see here. We get a score update for you quickly.
Yes, 155 for 6. Trisha Chetty on 6 of 10 and Marizon Cup on 28 of 21.
Cup steps back and smears this one to the sweeper on the cover boundary for another single. 155 for 6. 2 balls to go in the 29th over. And
Jersey,
right now, South Africa need 8.64 runs per over. They need 183 runs to win. Yeah. That one goes through to the keeper. Trisha Chetty almost stumped there, but she manages to get her bat down. 1 ball to go in the 29th. 155 for 6. Bit of talk here between the veterans. More than 250 caps between these two. Leading edge just evades Lamb as she dives to her left on her follow through off the leading edge of Trisha Chetty. That's the end of the 29th over. 155 for 6. See a replay here.
I think that's
Just
the
a
one thing I think
misjudgment of the spin. You know, playing for the spin, and there was a little bit more than Trisha expected. Got the leading edge there.
I think Trisha's inconsistency with the bat is something that I think she would be disappointed. I think because, look, she's been with the side for over 130 caps. She's the best batter out of the wicketkeepers we do have. But every time she comes to the crease, she looks as though it's like her first time.
Eccleston to Marizon Cup. This one is defended out to mid-on for no run as a wideish mid-on runs around. Eccleston in again. Cup strokes this straight back to the bowler, and Cup is sent back by Trisha Chetty. There's a half a chance of a run out, but the throw was a bit wayward. Eccleston is still down on the ground. It doesn't look good. She's wincing and whimpering. She's got a real injury here. There seems to be an injury to her left hand, which is her bowling hand. And she tried to stop that ball. I'm not exactly sure where it struck her. And it's just onto that, onto the knuckle of the thumb, I think, of the left hand, the first metacarpal.
Oh dear.
Might have just hit her on the edge of her thumb. And now she's with the physio. We saw a similar injury to Nadine de Klerk. She was able to recover. She bowled 1 bad ball and then looked okay after that. Sophie Eccleston is with the physio now. 155 for 6. That was the second delivery of the 30th over. It struck her right on the knuckle of the thumb, where it goes, where your thumb exits your wrist. So just there,
it's on a bowling hand as well,
on that first knuckle of the thumb. Ooh, that is painful. And it's a left hand. It's a bowling hand. But it's not like England are wanting for bowling stocks at the moment.
But Sophia's the one you want to keep. She's their go-to spin bowler, their game breaker. But she looks to be fine. She's holding the water bottle. Okay. So I'm assuming she can hold the cricket ball.
Yeah, you see a close-up of her hands at the moment.
The knee, or is it the hand? Ooh, well manicured hands, by the way. Nice pink nails.
She's pulling her shirt down over her wrist,
and
wincing as she does so.
But she took some painkillers. So let's. Do we have some tweets, Leah?
We had one from Josie Oak, and he just wants to point out to you, Mpo, at least in the UK, the lights are always on.
Do you want to find
for now?
I was telling a friend the other week that
yes, for now.
They tell us when the power's going to come on. They have that courtesy.
Okay.
In some part of the world,
Eccleston is shaking her left hand next to her body. She is going in to Marizon Cup. Fair delivery on the leg stump. Cup just works this out to the onside. And they take single, 156 for 6. 3 balls to go. So Sophie is fighting through this. She's not comfortable, but she's not showing any signs of stopping. She goes to Trisha Chetty, who defends this one off the front foot. Into the offside for no run. So Clarion on YouTube says, free batting practice to the 50th over. That's exactly what the attitude needs to be. Trisha Chetty strokes this one straight to a catching extra cover. It's dropped.
Oh,
and Trisha Chetty has a lifeline. Emma Lamb, such a good day up to now. One slip in. Eccleston continues. Chetty on the leg stump line. Tries to whack this to mid-wicket. It just dribbles out to square leg. And they take a single. 30 overs gone. 157 for 6. So theoretical halfway point of the match. That will take South Africa to 314. We see a replay.
That was straight in the bread
Chetty
box.
just tries to smash that, and it went straight to Lamb. She just had to kneel down. She had her fingers up. The ball just crashed out of her hands. And Eccleston survives her over. She could have gotten a wicket after getting that injury. Chetty on 10, Cup on 30 of 25. 20 overs to go. 157 for 6. South Africa need 181.
And Clarion on
Let's see
YouTube is saying that they don't think the spin is threatening. And I would have to disagree. Even if it's not taking wickets, it's drying up the runs, which is also...
It's effective.
Yes.
It's effective. Dean continues to Chetty. Smashes this one over cow corner. One bounce into the boundary rope. 4 runs for Trisha Chetty. Much needed runs here for South Africa. And just absolutely clobbered this one. Down on one knee, stroking across the line somewhat, but into the boundary. Dean continues. Wide outside off stump. Wisely left alone by Chetty. That's a wide. 162 for 6. Second delivery done.
Go off and let Vanna come in. So just have a good
Thank
time.
you, Mpo.
Sure. Cool. Next time.
Dude, it was so cool to hear your voice again on Gorilla Cricket. Thank you so much for your time and loving your stuff, man. And we're all rooting for you to get back on that ICC commentators roster, and we'll see you there, and we'll be cheering for you. Go, man.
Bye.
Another one wide outside the off stump. Another wide there from Dean. It's 164 for 6. 3 balls done in the 31st. Cup facing Dean. This time it's on middle and leg and just dab down into the ground to mid-wicket for a single. Vanner, you back?
Hello.
I'm back. I thought I have to, because when we were on comms, at least no wickets were falling. So let's try and take it to the end.
Oh, yes. Chetty works this one straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run. 165 for 6. 1 ball to go in the 31st. So thank you everybody for listening. Let us know where you're from who do you support in this match? Chetty drives a fuller delivery down to mid-on for a single. 31 overs gone, 1-6-6 for 6. Chetty there on 16 of 21, Cup on 31 of 26. So it's going to be a standout innings from somebody in the Proteas to get this done for South Africa, because we saw a few huge scores from the English ladies, big partnerships, big runs from Sophia Dunkley in particular, but supported by her top order. And nothing to match that yet from the Proteas women. And this is Eccleston continuing full on off stump. Chetty tries to smack it into the onside. No run there. Fielded back to the bowler, 166 for 6. First ball
really
of the 32nd over done. One slip in. Eccleston into Chetty on the leg stump. Just deflected. Down to fine leg. That woman Dunkley runs in. Lady Dunkley. She gets the ball back. It's only a single, 167 for 6.
South Africa
these
actually
people just F off on YouTube. I'll try and block this guy now. Again. That one just defended by Marizon Cup. No run. 167 for 6. Full toss into Cup. Driven straight to mid-off. No run. Finding the fielder. As Marizon Cup smacks this one straight to the extra cover catching fielder. No run. Once again, 167 for 6. Very frustrating here. Eccleston, left arm round the wicket. Marizon Cup just deflects this one past the fielder at third man inside the ring. Go ball, get legs. No, it's cut off right on the boundary. They come back for 2. It's 169 for 6. 32 overs gone. So 18 overs to go. South Africa need 169 runs from 18 overs.
They're actually a bit ahead of where England were at this stage. The only problem being they don't have the wickets in hand that England did.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yes.
And that's always an issue.
This is really the last partnership that can get us close. After this, it's mainly the bowlers. Ismail can still swing the bat a bit, but I won't bet on it for lasting too long. So it's this or nothing really from here. But,
yes, unfortunately, Werner, you are 100% correct.
Yeah,
and there is a.
Marizon Cup is continuing with her good form. First that beautiful 150 in the test match, then in the first ODI, now continuing it here.
Yeah, this is, I would say, still well in England's favour.
Yes.
But there's still a little glimmer, a little pilot light shining somewhere in the dark for South Africa.
Clearly I'm ahead because the light is quickly fading.
So, patreon.com/oneworldsr. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see. And, as play continues and Trisha Chetty has lost a wicket.
Yes.
My feed froze here, so I'm just checking the TV there in the background. 7 wickets down now for South Africa, and give us Trisha Chetty's figures there, please.
Yeah, she is. She hit a big top edge. Trisha Chetty caught Wong, bowled Dean 17 from 25 balls at a strike rate of 68. South Africa are 169 for 7. they still need 169 from 17.4 overs. The current run rate is 5.22. The required run rate is 9.56. And yeah, that is slowly getting out of hand.
Yeah,
Well, there's
that
an
was
unfortunate symmetry for us there.
Yes.
169 runs scored, 169 runs needed.
Yeah, and we scored it in 32 overs,
Oof.
and we need to score it in just over
Okay,
17
so-
overs.
Oh dear. So the next
So
batter
we
in.
see some replays of the wickets.
Let's see if we have. Yes.
Yeah, that should be Ayabonga Kaka, if I'm not mistaken.
And Clarion on YouTube says, there you go again. Don't hit Ariel on this pitch. Otherwise, it's a flat pitch.
No, it's Shabnim Ismail.
Starting to think Otto is a bit behind us.
Thank you very much for that comment, Clarion. Yes, I'm watching the TV now. My feed here next to me has gone down. Yes, so we're waiting for Shabnim Ismail to walk to the wicket. The ninth batter in for South Africa, and she is she can hit a long ball. She's not a complete dunce with bat, but definitely not somebody who's known to stick around for 20 odd overs.
So a bit like
So it's just to see how far they can push up their averages now for these ladies.
So a bit like that quote about Graham Swan. Graham Swan doesn't bat; he just hits fours.
Exactly. And England can afford a slip. Can you believe it? As Shabnim Ismail faces this ball from after joining Marizon Cup at the crease, it goes down the leg side for a wide. So we'll take that. Thank you very much. Shabnim Ismail squeezes this one out to point. And the left-hander takes a single. Marizon Cup back on strike now. And the bowler right now should be Dean. Yes, it's Dean bowling.
Charlie Dean.
So the right-handed Marizon Cup is now on strike. 171 for 7 is the score. And Dean into Marizon Cup on the leg stump. Yes. Cup gets this out to mid-wicket for a single and brings Ismail back on strike. I think the difference for me, apart from the spinners, is the fact that the English bowlers have kept the lines tight on the stumps. Shabnim Ismail goes forward to this one, gets an inside edge out to square leg for a single. And we saw a bit more width from the South African bowlers that got punished. So I think, especially these spinners, they seem to be bowling a leg stump line mostly. Dean, right arm over the wicket to Marizon Cup, drives this too long on for a single. And the score now will be 174 for 7, excuse me.
And Issy Wang with her extra pace.
You guys agree with that?
Some
Yes.
mean bounces and she took out all our main informed batters. She took out Wolfhard, Goodall, and Tryon in one spell.
I absolutely agree with the South African bowlers being too wide. And interestingly, not putting in a slip. If you bowl wide off the off stump, you should put in a slip. If you try to induce the drive, you gotta have a slip in for the edge. And Cup never had that.
Otto, you are on mute.
I'm on mute.
No, Otto is on mute.
Oh yes, Otto is on mute. Yes.
Oh no, I'm on mute. Sorry. So, excuse me. That last one was just a dot ball, dotted down into the onside by Marizon Cup for no run. As Bell in again, down the leg side, and it's signaled wide. Luckily, Marizon didn't get anything on that. It looked to me like she might have just touched it, but she didn't. So it's a free run. We'll take that. Thank you. 175 for 7 is the score. So Lauren Bell in again with that lovely athletic action. Over the wicket to Marizon Cup, full and wide. And Marizon can only just swat it out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, she'll feel that she missed out there, but full and wide. It was
This
there
is
to hit away.
yeah, smile on her face, a wry smile, a regretful smile, as Cup defends this one straight to a short extra cover. It's thrown back, almost hits the bowler, walking back to her mark, and there's no run. 175 for 7. 2 balls gone in the 34th over. 3 balls gone in the 34th. Excuse me, as Lauren Bell comes running in again past the umpire, and Cup cuts this one past point. And will it evade third man running around? Yes, it does. 4 runs for South Africa, 179 for 7. Like manna from heaven for the South African women at the moment. And that's a good shot by Marizon Cup.
Yeah, that one was beautifully
This is
placed by Marizon Cup.
petering out to a bit of a... Yeah. Driven again, good looking shot, straight to mid-off. No run by Marizon Cup. It's 179 for 7 is the score now. 1 ball to go in the 34th. Lauren Bell. Lovely, tall athlete. Running in. Not getting any swing anymore. Just guided down to third man by Marizon Cup. And they come through for a single. 180 for 7. South Africa need another
158.
100 and
58.
158.
Yes.
Oh.
Marizon
158 runs. Where are they going to get 158 runs?
Yeah, it's nearly 10 over now.
Yeah.
Nearly 10 over.
Dean. Into Marizon Cup. Driven, bump ball, back to the bowler, fielded on the follow through, diving to her left. No run. 180 for 7. Yeah, just like the South African bowlers didn't look like they were taking wickets at stages, the batters also struggling to find the runs as Cup pushes this one into the forward square leg region for a single. 181 for 7. Second ball of the 35th over. Lots of laughs going on there. Catherine Brunt and Tammy Beaumont having a good old lark there in the English dugout, and well they might. Dean round the wicket now to the left-handed Ismail. who defends this one into the covers for no run.
And Clarion is with us again on YouTube.
And well deserved. England have played well.
Yes, yes. So it's Clarion with us again on YouTube. It's pace, not spin. That the
this
damage.
One.
I'll back off.
Yes. Except for 4 wickets by Sophie Dean.
Yes. I was going to say that.
Oh, no, so not Sophie Dean. Charlotte Dean. Sure. Excuse me. So it's an appeal for LBW from Charlotte Dean. Nothing doing there. Dean round the wicket into Shabnim Ismail, leading edge. And there's a catch that dropped just short of the fielder running in from extra cover. So a lucky escape there for Shabnim Ismail. That could have been the 8th wicket down for South Africa. Ismail trying to hoik this over the onside, gets a leading edge to the catching extra cover coming around, running in. No run. 181 for 7. We see a replay of the LBW appeal. That was a definite inside edge there, so good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, Nigel Long looked quite annoyed with the
36th over will start with Bell. Yes, and while he might, because it must have been clear as a bell.
Yes.
That inside edge Bell into Marizon Cup, swing and a miss through to the keeper. Good looking cover drive, but only hitting fresh air and scoring no run. .181 for 7 is still the score. Bell aborts her run up as she lets go of the ball halfway through her run up. Maybe it just slipped out of her hands. Sheepish grin.
Can't wait for Nigel Long to stand in another game involving Stuart Broad.
Bell comes in over the wicket to Marizon Cup on the leg stump and just worked down to backward square leg, no run.
The Marizon Cup is all that is standing in the way of an England victory right now.
It's game awareness and ill discipline, says Clarion, by the batters so far for South Africa. Yes, it's been underwhelming by the batters and the bowlers here. Yes, but she still has to be hitting every second ball out the park to put some pressure back on the England bowlers, because they're just walking this at the moment. Bell around the wicket onto the leg stump of the left-handed Ismail, who manages to get something on that, and it runs away for 4 down to fine leg. Welcome runs for South Africa, and that is off the bat. Yes. Yes, seems to be. Oh, bad no ball as well. Way over the line. If I saw that correctly. Let's see if that's... No, that's probably just in the middle of the crease. As that one is just scooped by Shabnim Ismail straight to the fielder at mid-off. Easy catch for England. 8th wicket down for South Africa, 186 for 8.
Yes, just a second. I have to wait for...
Shabnim Ismail trying to go over the top of mid-off and just straight to the fielder there. So, the procession continues.
Yes. That's Shatnim Ishmael caught Dean Bolt Bell for 6 runs off 8 balls at a strike rate of 75.
Having a bit of synchronization issues here at the moment. I do apologize for that.
Not a problem.
Let's see if we can sort that out.
So it's Ayabonga Kaka in now, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Kaka that's in now. It's been a dominating display by England. Bit of a contrast with how the Proteas were playing in the World Cup. We managed to beat England during the World Cup, so it's been a big turnaround.
Indeed. Kaka facing the first delivery of Bell. And this one is straight through to the keeper, standing up. No run. Slip in as well. Banner, I think maybe you should take the ball by ball because there seems to be some problem on this side.
Sure, no problem. It will be Kaka facing up to Bell. Keeper's also up to the stumps to try and create a stumping opportunity, possibly. This one is short from Bell. It rises up quite prodigiously from the pitch. Kaka just about manages to pull a bat out in time. That is the end of the 36th over. England South Africa are 186 for 8. In target, the target is 338. Marizanne Kapp still going strong on 42 or 42, but she is quickly running out of partners.
Yeah, the current run rate is now 5.16, with the required run rate having climbed to 10.85. I'm sorry. Pick of the bowlers for England so far has been off-break bowler Charlie Dean, who took 4 wickets for 41 runs in 9 overs. The other wicket takers, Izzy Wong, 3 wickets for 36 runs from 6 overs, and Lauren Bell, 1 wicket for 33 runs from 7 overs.
Second delivery of Dean's over is struck fiercely by Marizanne Kapp, but it is brilliantly fielded at cover, diving away to her left-hand side to prevent that from going to the boundary. Dean in again over the wicket, loops this up. Marizanne Kapp goes for another drive. This time she does manage to find the gap past the left side of the cover fielder, and the sweeper won't be able to run around. Beautiful boundary to Marizanne Kapp. That moves her up to 46 of only 45 deliveries. A lone hand here from her in the back half of this innings.
Yeah, she's going to be stranded, it looks like.
It's looking like that. Marizanne Kapp goes for a big one again. This one up over the bowler. 2 Bousons to the boundary for 4. That will bring up her half century. This has been a superb tour for Marizanne Kapp so far. 150 in the test matches, then another 50 in Alaska. Now 50 from 46 deliveries. Marizanne Kapp just continuing where she left off.
No, that's good stuff from Marizanne.
Yes.
Abdul Rauf on YouTube. Yeah.
Good length delivery, just defended back down the pitch for no.
Run it, go. I don't know who he's referring to. He says your accent is somewhat West Indian. Are you West Indian? So I'm not sure who you are talking about, Abdul. let us know.
Marizan Cup goes over the cover region this time. Beautifully played again. She gave herself some room, and it goes to the boundary for another 4. Marizan Cup up to 54 of 48 deliveries. That is the end of the 37th over. South Africa are 198 for 8, and only Marizan Cup still out there really fighting for her country.
And then he says, every aerial shot is a wicket as predicted, Clarion says. Thank you very much for your comments on YouTube. Yes, well, if you hit the ball through the air, you're going to give fielders a chance.
New over. Bow gets this on a good length. On middle stump, just defended by Kaka for no run. She just needs to try and stick it out there with Marizan Cup. Will do the bulk of the scoring. Marizan Cup has now made on this tour scores of 150, 43, 51 not out, 12, but that one was a warm-up against Northampton, and now she's made 54 so far in this match. And again, as Lauren Bow on a good length, just defended into the offside for no run. Marizan Cup will have a word with Ayabonga Kaka.
Yeah, so Operation Stick with Marizan. How long can South Africa hang on, and how close can they get?
That is the question as Bow runs in again. Back of length, angled down the leg side, but hits Ayabonga Kaka on the leg right through her. She didn't know too much about that one. Bow has been the standout pace bowler for England so far in this tour. Though Isi Wong has definitely impressed a lot as well. As I said, she ran through all our main informed batters and really halted our innings. Bow in again, whipped away through the leg side by Kaka, almost falling over, but she does manage to get it out to the deep square leg region for a single that will bring Marizan Cup back on strike.
Now, no point in Marizan fielding the strike at this point. There's too many overs left. It's not a test match. If she can't get somebody to hang around with her, it's going to be pointless anyway.
Yes.
Bow bowls this one full and wide out to the outside. Marizan Cup tries to slash this one through the offside, but she doesn't get too much of it, and it trickles out to cover for no run. It was beautifully bowled, actually. Back of the hand, slower ball from Bow. That takes a lot of skill.
No, well spotted there.
Good length delivery from Bow. Marizan Cup tries to swat it across the line, but she only gets a bit of the inner half of the bat, and it dribbles out towards mid-wicket for no run. So that is the end of the over. So she won't be able to retain the strike, but we are seeing some highlights of her 50. She struck 8 fours in this 50, and she hasn't been afraid to go over the top, and it has worked for her, Clarion.
Yes, she's on 54 from 50 balls. She hit 8 fours during the innings at a strike rate of 108. South Africa 199 for 8, needing 139 runs from 12 overs. Current run rate is 5.23 and the required run rate is 11.58.
Eccleston and bowls a full toss on leg stump that's punched out to mid-on, and Kaka scampers through for a quick single, just about makes it. That is a good result for the Proteas, but because that means it brings Marizan Cup back on strike. Kaka was a bit lazy with a run in the end, though, because she just plunked her bat down, and if that was a direct hit, she would have been out. So not the type of technique you learn as a young kid. Marizan Cup just pulling out of that last one. Eccleston in again around the wicket. Up over her goes Marizan Cup again. power and timing. One bounce to the long off boundary for 4. Marizon Cup is just playing on a totally different level than the rest of the Proteas on this tour. She looks at complete ease.
Let's see. Do we have any tweets?
It seems that Eccleston is fine, luckily. A wrist injury wasn't too serious. Marizon Cup goes for a huge slog sweep, and it does go all the way over the deep mid-wicket boundary, 4-6. That moves her up to 64 of only 52 deliveries. South Africa 210 for 8 in a 39th over. They still need a further 128 runs. Marizon Cup really stepping on the gas now.
Is it possible? Can it be done? In Cup we trust. All others pay cash.
If Cup is there until the 50th over, then it is possible. But that also means everybody else needs to stick around with her. She takes a single 2 long on. That will bring Kaka back on strike. She'll have 2 deliveries to face in this over.
Oof. Still 127 runs to get.
Eccleston in around the wicket. Fires this one in full toss that Kaka just keeps out. Trickles back to the bowler for no run. Eccleston rushing through her over here. She's in again around the wicket. Full on leg stump. Kaka just works this one down the leg side, gets enough bat that they'll probably be able to come back for 2. They will. Good result for the Proteas because that not only takes us to up to 213 for 8, but because it is the end of the over, it also means that Marizon Cup will be on strike for the next over, and she is on a comfortable 65 for 53 deliveries. Exactly the result they would have wanted.
I mean, the run rate is creeping up to
Squeaky
12.
bomb time.
Yes.
Required rate 11.3.
Yes, squeaky bomb time.
Oof.
Yeah, in general, I'd say this is definitely out of their reach. But nothing is truly impossible with Marizon Cup still there. So it's just good to watch in general. I love watching Marizon Cup go about a batting innings, the way she constructs it, the way she's able to attack. Plays a late cut behind point in front of short third, and it goes to the boundary for 4 once again. Just a bit too much width given by Lauren Bow, just short enough for her to rock back and just guide it away. So a good start to the over. If you need 11 runs and over, you need to target that first delivery, and she does just that.
Clarion agrees with you. Cup can continue as a batter for several years now if she decides to ease up on the bowling.
That is something.
No, she doesn't ease up on anything.
No.
Try and tell that to Marizon.
Yeah, she's 100%, so she'll give it all in all aspects as she cuts this one in front of point this time. Not quite with the same type of timing as the sweeper does manage to run around to her left-hand side to cut this off, but they do come back for 2, so 6 runs of the first 2 deliveries. So at least 5 runs still needed from this over in the last 4 deliveries if they want to keep up with the run rates.
Oh, this is quite exciting to watch, even though it's a little bit hopeless for South Africa. It's good to watch Marizon in her stride.
Full on middle. Marizon Cup gives herself plenty of room, strikes this one well, but straight to the fielder out at sweeper, and this time she denies the single. She wants to take most of the strike this over, which does make sense, especially with Bauer bowling so well. You don't want to expose Kakaf to too many deliveries. And she's moved up to 71 of only 56 deliveries. South Africa 220 for 8. Short-ish delivery from Bauer. It seemed like it was another slower delivery. Marizon Cup does pull this into the leg side. She will take the single this time. That will bring Kaka on strike. She's on 4 of 9. Cup is on 72.
Marizon talking to Ayabonga Kaka there. Just keeping her focus, trying to get her teammate to stay with her.
Just short of
Bit of a nothing shot there by Kaka, but it's
played off the back foot into the offside for no run.
Yeah, real tail ender type of stroke there by the number 10 batter for South Africa. Just stick around, Ayabonga.
Lauren Bell in again over the wicket. That's actually like some Kaka whips this away. Fine off deep leg, well, long leg, I suppose, who's running to her right hand side to cut it off. They will take a single. With one ball left in the over, Marizon Cup is back on strike.
Oh.
I didn't think we would make it this far. When I started this commentary stint, I thought it would be the end of the game, but here we are, double Nelson.
Bell in again. Marizon Cup, short length delivery. She swats this through mid-wicket, but the fielder will run in to cut it off. She will take a single, however, to keep the strike. At the end of the 40th over, South Africa are 223 for 8, so 10 overs left. Still 115 more runs required at 11.5 to the over.
I mean, I've seen...
Come on!
Yes, I've seen T10 games where this score was chased down. No problem. They can do this. I believe.
Marizon Cup can do this.
I do believe.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, she's done so much on this tour already with the bat.
No, I think it's going to be awesome if we can get a last over thriller from this position. I'll be happy. Just 2 wickets in hand. That's the big problem here.
Yes.
It would have been nice to see Marizon Cup batting with some of the other middle order players.
Sophie Eccleston will continue, start of a 9th over, and Marizon Cup goes for a big shot, and she just lobs this one straight back to Sophie Eccleston, and that will be a wrap probably for South Africa. She goes for 73 of 59 deliveries. South Africa are 223 for 9, and all hopes of potentially a miraculous chase goes with her.
Oh, she just gets inside the line too much there. And just the leading edge, full swing of the bat, the leading edge, and Sophie Eccleston, easy as you like. As she stops in her follow through, just over her left shoulder, the ball goes straight into her mitts. And that will bring Mlaba to the crease. The final resistance to be broken by England. They need one more wicket to win. This is now when we start switching over from the amount of runs to the amount of wickets. You see, being so optimistic. 223 for 9. Just hoping against hope that South Africa can do something. Mlaba comes to the crease with way too much to do for a number 11.
Probably.
And now it's just see if they can just frustrate the English bowlers a little bit here. Never mind the run rate. Now it's bat for the draw. Just keep them in the field, keep them occupied, keep them guessing, see if they can salvage some kind of pride here.
Sophie
As
Eccleston
England are 1 wicket away from clinching the series.
Mlaba, who presents a full face of the bat to defend this one out into the leg side for no run. Yeah, if I were England, I would bring Isi Wong back now from the other end. The extra pace will be one too much for the tail enders. full just outside the leg stump. And Lava tries to defend this one, but it hits her on the
Probably,
back
yeah.
leg.
She has only bowled 6 overs.
No, I don't. Easy one.
Surely, yes, surely you bowl her out now, without a break.
Yo, Lava leaves a ball. She exposes
go for
all
the kill.
3 as stumps, and it just about bounces over the off stump or just past the off stump. That is the bravest of leaves. I'll leave it at that. And Malava goes for a big shot, and it takes the top edge, and that'll be that as she's caught that extra cover. A tame lob, and England roll over the Proteas for 223. They win by a mammoth 114 runs. It was just the efforts of Laura Wolfhard and Marizon Cup that got them this far, but England were in total control from the moment they posted this huge score. Even on a flat pitch, South Africa never really got close here. So England also take the series with 1 still to go. But exceptional performance by them, set up by their batters, set up by Dunkley with her maiden ODI century.
Yes, indeed. Oh, so disappointing end to the game in the end. About an hour and a half before the scheduled end of the match. Once again, we finish early in the series. England just wiping the floor with South Africa, you have to say. And kudos to them. Good performances, good team performance, good individual performances. Not many mistakes from England.
No, indeed.
And that's all you can ask for at this level. Yeah.
Yeah. But I have to admit, the first hour of the chase looked pretty good. They only need to become more consistent with the bat, I think. I think the bowling was, after all, after the power play, it was pretty okay by the Proteas. It was pretty okay. The pitch looked a bit tame and very good for batting, I think.
Yeah, no, the pitch definitely was very good for batting, and I think Piti Wong broke the back of our batting lineup, going through Laura Wolfhard, Lara Goodall, and Chloe Tryon all in one spell. I think that's really what knocked us back hard, and then Charlie Dean just tidied up the rest of the batters. So yeah, I think that is probably where they took the advantage.
Yeah, and like Clarion commenting here on YouTube pointed out a few times, it wasn't really good deliveries that got rid of the South African batters. It was loose shots. It was attacking shots, playing shots through the air that gave England the chances to make those breakthroughs. There were a very few really like wow deliveries, like wicket-taking deliveries, like Ashwell Prince. I heard him describe the other day where you've got to make the bowlers come and get your wicket. You don't give them your wicket, you know. And I think that was what the South African batters did today. They gave their wickets away. The England bowlers really didn't have to go and get the wickets.
Yeah, but just, I do guess that's what
spooned out
pressure does, right?
Top edges, loose shots. Yeah,
that's really
that's true. That's true. That it was set up by the batters. Yeah, that situation was created by the batters. Yeah, definitely agree with that. Yeah. Final thoughts, Leah, Werner, and then we'll cry off to bed. and wait for Monday.
Well, I would have to say that Marizan was amazing again with the bat. All in all, it wasn't that bad of a display from the Proteas. It's just in the little crucial moments, it didn't work out. I think there is a potential there. I think.
Yeah.
It's not a hopeless team. And England were...
Yeah, they showed it in the World Cup. And hopefully they'll... No, not at all.
Yes?
Yeah.
Shall I run you through the scorecards?
Yeah, look, England were almost faultless. You've got to hand it to them.
Yes.
Yes, go for it.
Okay.
Give us the scorecard.
The scorecard. The South African innings. Andrew Steyn, leg before by Dean, 28 of 44. Laura Wolfart, Colt Wong, bowled Dean, 55 of 48. Lara Goodall, Colt Bell, bowled Wong, 16 of 18. Cyril Lewis, Colt Bell, bowled Dean, 4 of 14. Marizan Cup, Court and bowled Eccleston, 73 of 59. Chloe Tryon, Court Jones, bowled Wong, 8 of 10. Nadine de Klerk, Court Skiver, bowled Wong, none of 6. Trisha Chetty, Court Wong, bowled Dean, 17 of 25. Shabnim Ismail, Court Dean, bowled Bell, 6 of 8. Ayawonga Kaka, not out, 5 of 11. I'll never get that. Nonkululeko.
Almost there.
Nonkululeko. Sorry. Nonkululeko Mlaba.
Nonkululeko. There you go. You got it.
Nonkululeko Mlaba, Cordine, Bolt Eccleston, none of 5. Total 223 of 41 overs, run rate of 5.43. The bowling figures for England: Nat Silver bowled 4 overs, no wickets for 32 runs. Lauren Bell 9 overs, 1 wicket for 44 runs. Issy Wong 6 overs, 3 wickets for 36 runs. Sophia Eccleston 9 overs, 2 wickets for 37 runs. Charlie Dean 10 overs, 4 wickets for 53 runs. And Emma Lamb 3 overs, no wickets for 18 runs. Well, and England win by...
Thank you very much.
14 runs.
Yeah, so sad day for South African cricket fans. Good one. Congratulations, England, on the win. And we will see you on Monday at 3 o'clock. That will be our next broadcast here at Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. Meanwhile, on Saturday at 3 o'clock GMT, that is 5 o'clock South African time, live from Cape Town, the Springboks will be playing the deciding test in the 3-test series against Wales. So we will be bringing you that. If you are into rugby, please join us then and tell all your friends. Support women's cricket wherever you are. We try to bring you digital audio of all the South African games, men and women, but especially the women. We love the ladies teams. We've toured with them, and thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for listening. Please do subscribe to our YouTube channel. Yes. Tell all your friends. If you're not in front of a TV, if you're not able to watch, you can listen to us while you're at work. Your boss won't be mad. If you're listening to an audio stream on 1WSR.com, you don't need to sit and glue your eyes to a TV screen while you work. So while we are able to do it, we will carry on doing that, and you can support us just by listening and spreading the word. Final thoughts, Werner, Leah. What can South Africa look forward to on Monday? Salvage some points, bleed some new talent, just get a revenge.
All of the above.
Yeah, all of the above does sound good.
All of the above, yes, please.
I think I would give some opportunities. I would probably give the ladies they called up. I'd give Daumi Tucker a run. Bring Masabata Klaas in, maybe ahead of Mlaba. Go with the extra pace, and I mean Chloe Tryon bowled very well today, so I think she can handle a few overs of spin when needed. So I'd probably go that route, and then just try to. We need to make some big scores at the top. Laura Wofford batted very well today, but we need more from our captain. Sunay Leith was very good during the World Cup, but she seemed a bit off in this tour so far. Marizanne Kapp has been carrying the middle order by herself almost. Chloe Tryon was exceptional in the previous game, but so they just need to all click together, and I feel we'll be competitive.
Yeah, so if you want everything to start clicking together, maybe not too many changes to the team. Anneke Bosch, maybe?
For who will you bring her in, though, is the question.
Yes.
For Nadine de Klerk or
Silence.
because Anneke
Silence
Bosch
was the loud reply. Yeah, it's difficult, and let's see what they do. Luckily, I'm not a selector. Leah, you were great today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It was lovely to virtually meet you. Yes, and you're most welcome in the future. And it's nice to have somebody in the same time zone as well, and some fresh perspectives from outside the traditional cricketing nations. Yes. So thank you for that. And the blind guardian background there is rock and roll. I love it. So we'll hear more from you when you're available.
Yes, of course. I will tell you when I'm available. And thank you to everyone who was listening for the kind words. Thank you very much. It shall not have been the last time.
Good stuff. And we'll catch you soon. If not Saturday, then definitely on Monday. And then in the next coming weeks, the men will also be playing against England. So we're going to have some games on the bounce one day after another. So we'll appreciate all the support we can get, and all the listeners. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Good night, everybody.
Good night.